All right, everyone. Thanks for joining in once again for another live stream. Sorry about the delay. Had to get some things set up. I want to thank Billy Zig for joining in. Tremendous person involved in truth, not just flat Earth, but all aspects of truth. And before we get on the topic with Billy Zig and his experience getting involved with truth, and in his book, The Elusive Curve, as you can see, that is the screenshot, the thumbnail for this live stream, and actually show your book there. There we go. And we'll just say it right now. When did you actually release the book? Was it 2019 or this year? Was it 2020?
Hey, great to be with you. Yeah, the book was published in September 2019. Took about 2 years to write it. There was a lot of fact checking to do, as you can imagine, with launching a book that's going to be criticized, with this sort of topic that it's discussing. And so yeah, it was a good journey. I must admit, it was you told me that you've written a book too. So you got to choose a topic of passion. And to get back to your to answer your question, yeah, it was September last year, and so 9 months ago now.
Yeah, and I want to thank you for the book as well, Billy. I want to thank you so much. I have it stored in a very special spot, and I really appreciate you sending that book. Of course, I have a link to the book itself. It's in the description box underneath right here, underneath the video itself. So please, for everybody listening in live now, or you can hear this if you can tune in, of course, live, just definitely give it a look. Billy's got great reviews in the book as well. So definitely, if you're a flat earther, support a fellow flat earther, and definitely get his book. And before we continue on, Billy, I just want to mention I had a extensive conversation with Dave J today. Everybody knows as Dave Johnson. And also, if someone could please link Dave Johnson, Dave J's channel in the chat box itself, I'd really appreciate it. A man that's been involved with truth, and he definitely needs the support, and he has a wealth of knowledge. And definitely, for anybody new to truth, definitely needs to check out his channel. And one thing I want to mention before we continue on, Billy, is I also want to mention Jaw Dropped. He's been a patron of mine for a while, and for some reason he's flown on the radar on the list of people on there, and he wasn't included. And I apologize for that, or anybody else that's not listed. So just want to get that in real quick before we get back on topic, Billy. And again, thanks so much for joining in and getting back to your book and your experiences living in Australia, a Greek man living in Australia. Before we even get to the book, let's get to the foundation, how you got involved with truth, and maybe even go back to your childhood and your outlook on life, and just get us up to tune of your background and how you got to where you are today.
Yeah, well, everyone's story is very similar. With me, I connected to the internet back in 1996. I remember, getting onto dial-up internet, and you start looking for things, and back then the internet, there weren't as many web pages as there are now. And I stumbled across a website that was talking about aspartame or artificial sugar, and I thought, once you dive into that topic, and you think, how could they do that to people? They're literally killing people, and the studies are there to show how dangerous it is. And that is where I entered the rabbit hole many years ago. Then, of course, diving into different topics up until 9/11. That was huge. Took me maybe a couple of months to build up the courage to type, hoax after the word 9/11. And when I did, it was amazing what I found. Ran to my wife like, look at this. And then that was a huge rabbit hole in itself, because there wasn't just New York. You were looking at New York, you're looking at Pentagon, you're looking at, the other down plane, wherever that, Shank, whatever that area is called. Sorry. So that was a huge rabbit hole. How long did that, consume 2 years of my life? I was running a company back then, and it's very hard to run a company and trying to get into the corporate world when you know how evil the world is. So it kind of that's where I started, and then from there I was always loved the pyramids, so never really believed the truth about the pyramids. Moon landings, I reckon that was before 90, probably again, maybe when I got connected to the internet, because I was always doubtful about the moon landings. Why hadn't they gone back? So, and that was a huge one, but I never connected it to, you know, where we live. Like, why would they lie? You know, it was always, you know, we thought it was a battle against the Russians and who would go there first and dominance in space. It's a different viewpoint now when you really look at why they would lie to us. And yeah, it's just, you know, I love searching for truth. It's just, you know, there's truth. It's important. People say, why does it matter? I think it matters absolutely at every aspect of your life, whether it's a micro level, your family life, even your car. If someone lied to you when you were buying your car, would you say, why does it matter? You would never say that. So I don't know why we dismiss it so easily when it comes to, you know, such a big, broader picture. Why does it matter? We know why it matters. Let's have a discussion about this today.
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't know if I've ever heard. Can you tell me about your story a little bit? How did you get into the truth movement?
Yeah, I run through it pretty quickly because I always like to cover topics that are ongoing, and I don't mention it too often. But yeah, definitely, you know, growing up myself, you know, things like I can remember, you know, seeing, I mentioned this before actually, when it comes to seeing the presidential so-called debate between Ronald Reagan and Jimmy Carter, and they just came off as plastic to me, very artificial. Just watching documentaries too as a child, like Roswell, you know, and seeing these documentaries like on network news, ABC or CBS, NBC, whatever it was, one of these big, you know, one of the big three that were, you know, here in the U.S. They had this, again, documentary on Roswell. And one thing, even at a very young age, that really caught my attention that didn't make sense is the supposed crash of this UFO. They showed during the documentary, the UFO crashed, and it was in all these pieces, like a million pieces. But they go on to say a few minutes later how the military arrived at the scene. They scooped it all up, and they were examining it. They said this stuff was indestructible. They couldn't melt it. They couldn't cut it. Like, wait a second. This thing crashed. It's a million pieces. What do you mean it's indestructible? So things like that, just very obvious, didn't make sense to me. And I always, you know, question things. I always just didn't swallow what they fed me type of thing. That's always been me. And I think it comes to traits as well when you don't feel the need to be liked and accepted or belong. And you can look at things with your own eyes without any type of so-called like interruption, and kind of like bending your own mind to fit in with society. So I've always been that way. And I think traits are very important, huge part of it. If you're a needy person, you need to be liked and accepted. It's going to be very hard to go in this direction because it's going to go against the grain of what you're trying to accomplish. Again, being liked and accepted by your peers, by your friends, by your family. When you really are a strong person, you can get involved with these things. When you don't care what people think so much, it's much easier to get involved with truth, for sure.
You're right, actually. You're right. And especially when you said it comes down to traits. You know, I can remember being back at school. I'd get kicked out of the first day I'd get kicked out of class the first day of school. I was a little bit cheeky. I'd question things, like you said. Always question the teacher, you know. How do you know that? You know, where did you get, you know, and it was good what you said about Roswell, because yeah, that was even, I guess, I was a conspiracy theorist even back in 1992, you know, and you should see in Australia the way they're labeling conspiracy theorists, even on morning news shows. They had on our equivalent of the Today Show here, which you've got these Muppets just, you should see them. It's like, you can tell they've been told what to say prior to getting on, you know, doing their report. And you know they're going to, it's, you know, it's skewed to not question it, which is what proper reporting do, but just knock down anyone that's questioning the, you know, the current environment that Melbourne is going through with this lockdown and all the rest of it. And they literally said the other day that, you know, that's what I was going to get to. That's what I was going to say. They literally said they should get all conspiracy theorists, put them on an island and let them, you know, blow each other up, basically. It was really disgusting to hear that from a woman, to hear it from, you know, this time last year, we was not supposed to be bullying each other. It's, you know, you can't bully conspiracy theorists, but that's what they're doing. And they actually said that the question in the poll was, should conspiracy theorists be fined for thinking anything other than the current narrative on, CV or, whatever?
Yes.
Ridiculous. And 53% of people said yes, conspiracy theorists should be fined for thinking anything other than what the government tells them. How's that? That's where we live. So you're right. It is a trait thing, and there's a lot of people who are just, I don't think they're ever going to get there.
Well, yeah, Billy, the way I see it, what it comes down to is this: when people invest so much time and energy and effort in and again, I said this before, where you wake up in the morning, you grab a cup of coffee or a cup of tea, and you sit down. It's your daily routine to watch the news, and this becomes your reality. What's on this box of lies, and once someone's again gone down this path, it's a long path they've been going down for many years, and they're so insistent in believing in what they're told. And if anybody comes at a different angle from, for example, they see something on TV, of course, they talk about by the water cooler at work, at their local bar, any kind of social gathering, and they've done this for years and years, following the news, and now you go against the grain. It's funny, I seen this with people, is when you bring up anything alternative to what they're told, you can see how they get really uncomfortable. They fold their arms, they get angry, they get upset in a lot of cases. You can see them fidgeting around, looking around in certain cases, because you're basically what you're telling them, their subconscious being attacked. They're saying basically within themselves, without even saying it out loud, of course, is, how dare you insinuate I've been lied to and I've been deceived? How dare you claim that? And again, it's an ego thing. Like, I have a good grasp on things. And again, how dare you claim that I'm basically deceived and I'm too dumb, or something to that effect, where people get it. And again, I say this all the time. If you go to someone, say Facebook or Twitter or any social media, just look at their profile and their likes. If they have, for example, favorite TV shows, Big Bang Theory, if their favorite news station is MSNBC, Fox News, or any of the BBC, you name it, ABC Australia, whatever it is, if they have that in their profile, you're in for a challenge to convince them of anything, because
just don't even try. Just don't even try, RV. It's not even worth it. That's why I wrote my book, actually, because I'm a moderator of a few groups, Official Flat Earth Group, Future of Flat Earth. I've got my own group, Satanic Knowledge. That's a smaller one, 600 members. Close friends, people that that can handle it. But that's why, the debates that I had online were ridiculous, and I'd spend countless hours just explaining this and that, and it drove me to write my book. Actually, I thought, what am I doing? Why am I wasting time with this one person? And then I started just collaborating all the things that I've written about, and the book was about sorry to go back to the book, but you're right. And getting back to these people online, some of them are not going to get there. But the good thing is, I've had people that I thought had no hope, but now I see them coming online, and they'll call me at 2 a.m, drunk, going, "Billy, you changed my life. Oh, I'm not quite there with the flat Earth yet, but gee, everything else." But the flat Earth, they're still looking at it. They didn't boot me after 5 years of talking about this. Some have blocked me, family members, the rest of it. But anyway, we can't waste too much time on them. There's good fruit to be picked. Why would you waste your time on the bad fruit?
Yeah, it just comes down to, some people are beyond hope. Again, the people that are really invested. For example, there's your typical people that might watch the news. They're busy with their life, and they're not so invested. When you have someone that literally walks around, and they have, for example, a NASA shirt, or Elon Musk, or they have a bumper sticker with their so-called favorite politician, these people are literally done. There's nothing you can really tell these people. And it's this is what it comes down to. You can plant seeds, like you said, Billy, but what it comes down to, they have to come to it in their terms. If you the more you push it, the more they're going to resist. But sometimes as well, persistence breaks resistance, but it also can lead to something really bad where you again, of course, like you just said, you lose family, friends, and that's the unfortunate side of speaking the truth is that aspect. But definitely, I look at it this way: truth overall. This is a sad reality we're living in, of course. Where everything's pretty much a lie, and this is more important. This is the way I look at it. What we speak about, these truths of this world, flat Earth, and everything else, is more important than anything else they have going on in their lives besides their family. They're talking about sports. They're talking about their favorite rock star, their favorite rapper, their favorite TV show, which is literally nonsense. Their favorite sports teams, their favorite athletes. I mean, grown men, wearing jerseys from a football player, basketball player, someone else's name in their back. And I got that from Josh over there in Minnesota. He loves to say that, and that's one for Josh there. Authentic intent, who says that a lot. But yeah, that's the world we live in. And to me, I said it so many times. Let you go on, Billy, continue. But I'll just say this: what a sad life to live and die, believing all the lies of this world, and you live your whole life not knowing your whole life is something but a lie. And what a sad life to live. And I said that many times, but it's really, that's why it's so important we keep hammering the truth and waking up people. And again, the truth sets you free. That's what it's all about.
It does set you free. That statement, we think it's a cliche, but it truly does. I remember the time, because I initially debated flat Earth. I hated it, to be honest. It's like, what do you mean? Because I was a real space head, I used to love watching Neil deGrasse Tyson and all that cosmos stuff. And, the guy, my book is a novel. So the one of the characters in the book is based on my best friend, Sam in Sydney. And it was all the discussions we have had over the time. And it was like, no way the Earth could be flat. Then slowly it was like, oh, did you see that video? And we'd be on the phone. So, it was just a journey, an amazing journey. But one of the resistance and, I'm going to wind it back a little bit just because I had the thought before and I'll forget it if I don't bring it up. But you know how you were saying about why people resist? Imagine being an atheist, spacehead, trying to convert into a flat earther. That is almost impossible because they don't believe in God. So the last thing they want to think is that this place was created for a purpose. And that's a very big thing. You know what I mean? Like, I think that was part of my resistance because I wasn't an atheist. I always believe in God, but there was, I started questioning, the Bible, Jesus, and, all that sort of thing. So what I saw, excuse me, when I first entered the flat earth debate is I saw, that was end of 2014, around that period. I saw a lot of people going, oh, this proves Jesus and proves Bible. And, it was the wrong, for me, it was the wrong way to enter it. So I sort of went, no way this can be. So I resisted it. It took me about 7 months, to be honest, to go, yep, I'm a flat earther. And, to go and tell my kids and my family, I'd already told my wife about it, but I wasn't a flat earther. I was going to write a book to debunk flat earth. And that's where I originally thought, hey, if Pythagoras could do it 2,500 years ago, only a modern Greek that will do it, your ego kicks in. It does kick in, and mine did. So I'm not going to, don't ever tell me, if anyone says no, ego doesn't get involved. Yeah, it's a very, and, I remember when I did launch the book, one thing within the first week, I think it was orchestrated by MC Toon or someone like that. There was a post going around Facebook saying, go to this website, my Amazon link to my Amazon page and leave a bad review. So if you go on Amazon, I've got MC Toon on there. He's changed his review 3 times, mind you, because he saw how rude he was. And a lot of them, I haven't read the book, but this guy's bloody crazy. He's just stupid, So they dumped me. They got me down to 3.2 or whatever review status. And, they're just they go to that level to I don't know what they're freaking doing. Do you?
Yeah. One thing I want to mention real quick is we got a super chat from Anthony Conte, and he said, "Love your book, Billy. RV, you're the truth warrior. Bless you both." So I just wanted to throw that in there. Real
Anthony's awesome, man. He bought 20 copies of my book. Actually,
wow.
Yeah, he's in Melbourne. I think he's out of Melbourne. He moved from Melbourne now. Lucky him, so he's not in stage 4 lockdown. But yeah, he's friggin' one of the best. He's like one of the best truthers out there. If anyone knows Anthony, he's a friggin' top bloke.
Yeah, thanks for that again, Anthony, and your support of Billy. But everything you're saying, it kind of reminds me also of David Weiss. You know, his first look at it was he rejected it. He would, you know, people, you know, he's talked about this many times, of course.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
People would mention a flat Earth. He'd block them, and he would just throw it out the window. But one thing is, in my case, with covering so many events, and I really believe to really understand this matrix, this life system we live in, I really believe in covering every aspect. I mean, definitely, you know, not just one thing. And we got to be well-rounded as truthers, from Hollywood, the music industry, politics, all these so-called events that happen throughout the world that I've covered. Then you get a grasp at how big the lie is. And this is something I spoke with Dave J about today on Skype. And you really get a good grasp on things. So when the flat Earth topic comes up, it's really not a stretch to me. We're being lied to in a grand scale, and I know that. So yeah, here's the thing is, initially there's a point of being uncomfortable with it because of the bad stigma, of course. But once you get past that and you really learn it inside and out, it's like this: you're learning a language. When you first learn a second language, you're really uncomfortable speaking it. But once you know it more and more, and you understand the dialect more and more, and you speak it more and more, and you understand it inside and out, you become very comfortable speaking that second language. And that's just an analogy, but that's how it comes down to with flat Earth. Once you know it, once you know the insides and out, once you know the supposed dimensions of the ball Earth and what it's supposedly doing, the tremendous speeds, rotations, then it's easy. It's so easy to figure out it's all a lie.
Yeah, definitely. And you know, some people they're easier than that. With me, the problem was I thought I knew how far the sun was and the speed of the Earth and speed. I knew quite a bit about the heliocentric model, and I think the more you know, the more it's harder to get out of that one, really. And I remember my brother's a builder, a carpenter. Senior on his position. But I remember when I first told him about flat Earth and and all I had to say was I brought out the globe that I had, and I went, Andrew, imagine if a plane had to go around. And he just looked at me and he went, that's freaking impossible. Then when I brought up a water lamp, he was like, within a week, he's like, did you think of this? And that is just within a week of flat Earth.
Yeah, and that's
still the same. Parents, it took them a bit longer. Wife, pretty much. Hey, it's like, look, you can really, if that's, if you go to Occam's razor, it is what it is, right? Look at it. Movement.
Yeah.
There's no curvature.
The most easiest things to look at. Here's the thing is, though, of course, the people that ridicule, mock the flat Earth, of course, they have no idea of their own model. We know this. We talked about it many times about the people, and all they have are insults because they have no other ammunition. All they know is something that's in society, it's frowned upon, it's laughed at. But as far as knowing the ins and outs, it's like someone saying, "Oh, I know the Earth is a ball because I seen the images, the so-called photos from satellites." But they never really give it a close look and look at them and just seen them, that it's all just CGI composite nonsense. But they never took the time to thoroughly investigate. They don't have the tools to investigate anything. They're just with their open ears, and with those open ears, they repeat what's spoken in those open ears and don't really process the information, research. And this is where the ego comes in. They don't want to admit they've been lied to, so they rage and they get angry and they get upset, and they just turn a blind eye to the truth.
Absolutely. And as you said, research. And a lot of people don't know how to research. Where would they start? They've been watching, TV all their life. They watch every series, 10 seasons, 20 episodes each season. But come on, it's all they've done. So when you come to, you know, hey, research this topic. A lot of people didn't like doing that at school. So why would they do it now? You know, you either want to do that, you know, you've got a computer in your pocket, even if it's a smartphone. You know, a lot of people don't have computers now because they've shifted them away to have this brilliant device that you can build things, and, you know, a smartphone is very limited. So you're just the end user. You can't create with a smartphone effectively, same with an iPad. And that's why, you know, computers, I think, are so important to have in the household still. But yeah, you know, how do you, and then they got their smartphone. Okay, you're researching globe Earth on or flat Earth on a smartphone. So how do you compare the globe images on this little screen you're looking at? What do you do? Zoom into them? And yeah, you could do that, but having, you know, the right research tools is important as well. Hey, I was going to say, if anyone does want to buy my book, because I don't want them going to the website and paying full price, I've got a bit of a special offer. And I know how you like how 33 is a big thing for you. So I was going to do a discount code. If you put in RV, you get 33% off. Is that cool?
That's fantastic.
I'm going to enter it right now. So here's my website. I just entered it into the chat. Enter the code RV. Just go RV on my website, the Elusive Curve or Elusive Curve, and you'll get a 33% discount. 33. Why? You know, I had to choose that number, but it's a pretty decent discount as well. So,
yeah, and the thing is too, I want to make it clear about this, about the 33 as well. People need to understand the 33. There's a duality aspect where God's chosen people are the 33%, and there's the other side where they steal. See, of course, these people that run this world, they didn't create anything; they just steal. Like I said it many times with the owl. For example, Billy, if you had an owl in your home, people say, "Oh, what are you, Illuminati member?" No, this is God's creation, beautiful creature that they took, and now we're all like looking at, "Oh, this is evil." No, it's not. It's how it's used. Like I said many times, it
is. Yeah.
Go ahead, Billy. Go ahead.
It is nature. You're right, and we've got some owl, model owls that are probably over a foot high. Model owls, I should say, about a foot high in our backyard there. And the reason why, we've got heaps of possums that come in the area, and they don't like owls. So if you put an owl out there, the possum sees the owl and goes, "I'm out of it," and they don't. And it literally works. So why are possums afraid of owls? There's something about an owl. You look at it and it's pretty. Is it knowledgeable? Is it? I don't know, man. I've got some pretty crazy ideas about even us and our reincarnation and who are they? Anyone with eyes, man. We're very connected. Every creature. Do you know what I mean? Yeah.
I look at it. Like I said many times, you really got to do a complete reset and look at things at the most basic. Look at the most basic levels of things. How everything is structured. I mean, literally, if you believe in evolution, you believe that mosquitoes and elephants, bananas and, turtles and palm trees are all, come from the same thing, start from the same thing. It's just absolutely ridiculous. The main thing is I mention every podcast, and I really hammer this point about all the amazing fruits and vegetables, herbs. I mean, I look at, like, for example, I'll make coffee, and I do not forget that God created everything that we need. So I'll put, before I make my coffee, I'll put crushed ginger, fresh ginger. I'll put star anise. I'll put a cinnamon stick. I'll put a little tiny bit of black pepper. I will put some allspice, and I'll crush it all up. These are things that the Creator created for us. I'm not just going to drink straight coffee. I'll add all these things. It's basically like a Thai spiced coffee. It is absolutely wonderful. When you put that ginger in your coffee, the coffee is a bit strong, so it's gonna the ginger won't be so strong. It won't. You would think the ginger will be overpowering. It's not. But what I'm getting at is all these things have nutritional benefits. The ginger itself is very good for your your blood, your circulation, all these things. So do not neglect what God created and jump for like a bag of chips or any of this garbage fast food, and really remember all these things that the Creator created. There's a reason for everything, and that gets to the flat earth. We'll get into what I mentioned. Every aspect that people neglect. I'll just say it right now. while we're at it, jumping around here, but definitely, I said it before, but every aspect, we know for example, the waters, the oceans are salt, and people just don't give it much thought. Well, the Creator made it that way for a reason. So when there's the tides, we have the sun and the moon circle above. This dictates the tides on our flat Earth, and this with the sun and the moon, the electromagnetism, and the so-called North Pole, the center, dictating it just like a wristwatch, and it tides, of course, on a flat Earth makes much more sense than on a ridiculous ball. Just so, and again, really looking deeper into things and knowing the Creator created everything for a reason. It's not just random, and that's very, very important to understand. And you'll understand there's a Creator. You'll if you're an atheist, which here's a big thing, Billy, and I'll let you continue on here in a moment.
No, I like listening to you, man. Please talk.
Thank you.
I'm blown away that I'm speaking with you live. So, no, talk. Tell me.
Awesome. Appreciate that, brother. Is one thing that, being at this for a very long time, this is the one topic which I really, really hammer the point with flat Earth, because this is the one thing that's turned people from atheists to believers more than anything else. I mean, you could talk about a lot of things, but this is just so in your face that this is a created world. And one thing about science, they'll try to like someone like Neil deGrasse Tyson, he'll mock the flat Earth. He'll show like this disk in space aligned with the other so-called planets, which is a total misrepresentation of the flat Earth. All we have literally is this flat Earth, the stars, the moon and the sun above God's firmament, and that's what we have. And everything else is just nonsense that science is spewing. And I think people, again, the most simplest terms of things, once people realize everything that's, again, created for us, is a reason. The reason for, again, the foods that we eat, the most natural forms, to, again, the way the oceans are salt water, and it's just an amazing world we live in. Once you wipe out all the nonsense we've been fed, through the school textbooks, and of course, the school textbooks teach that we came from monkeys, and again, living on the spinning ball, and this is an anti-God public school system. And again, it gets back to, which I've covered many times, is of course the satanic government, which is literal, very literal.
Definitely, and especially what you said about about the Creator and getting in touch with that, and Flat Earth does that in such a way that you just couldn't imagine. Like, even if you loved the Earth before, which we did, we all love where we live, but now it's just, you see the perfection. Like, there's a clock above with light, and these lights work. They never turn off. They're just perfect. They just keep, whirling around and doing their thing. And, if you think that, hey, that's stationary and you're spinning, well, there's a huge contradiction to reality there. And, once you get it, that, the trees, and like, you said before about ginger, and, every spice, whether it tastes bad or good, it's actually got a purpose here. And, even cannabis.
Well, I'll just say this, Billy, really quick. For example, ginger is very potent. It's maybe not made to be eaten like you take a big bite out of like an apple, but it's definitely meant to be included ingredient into our mixtures of foods. And that's something I really, it's potent, but it needs to be, of course, in moderation with certain foods. And like I said,
absolutely. Even, sorry to interrupt you, but
it's okay.
You sparked a thought in my head. And even when I was a kid, I'd get a watermelon slice and I'd eat the seeds in it. I wouldn't spit them out, because, again, you think about the ratio. If you had a whole bowl of just seeds and you ate them like that, they're not going to be good for you. But if you had it in ratio to the water that's in that watermelon and just a certain amount of seeds, I actually eat a whole apple now, because I've been told that. You're not told, but look, if you're eating 10 apples a day and all those seeds, it's not good for you. But if you only eat one apple every 3-4 days and you're eating the whole entire apple core and all, it's actually quite nice. Try it. And we throw that part away. The heart, a lot of people with the cauliflower, they'll get the stem of the cauliflower and throw it away. I challenge you, next time, get that part, chop it up into little pieces, and while you're making dinner, just eat that. They're beautiful, and that's the most, because that's the heart of the plant, the heart of the heart.
That's the life. That's the life, right in the core.
That's the life. That's what all the rest life. So that's where the energy is, the nutrient is. And, you know, we've got so much to learn. There's so much to learn. But if we block it and we just listen to mainstream news and listen to what they tell us about anything, well, you know, they're never going to change their mind. Hey, just while we're talking, do you want me to, so people don't have to look at me, and do you want me to screen share just the cool video I took at the beach?
Absolutely. Let me do this real quick.
Yeah, sure.
And I apologize. Okay, let's get going. I'm gonna give you a full screen here, Billy, and please share what you want to share there.
Play this video that way. I think I've got this right. Maybe.
Okay, let me add to this. I'm going to add to the screen right now. Okay. Want me to make it a full screen there? Or you want us on the side? There we go.
And I'll just let that play while we talk. This is just my local beach, like 700 meters down the road. You know, what's that? About 1,000 feet, something like that.
Billy, Billy, I have to interrupt you here. I definitely want to mention Romina. Thanks so much, Romina. Again, she's my main moderator here. Always has been. She already shared a link to your channel. Definitely subscribe to Billy's channel. He has a good amount of videos from the beach, talking to people as well. You know, and saying everything he says. You know, he's met some people that, of course, with the resistance, but he's met some people that said, "Hey, what you say makes perfect sense." But amazing videos, and definitely want to show the one with the windmills. But this is absolutely gorgeous. You being in Australia, just really gorgeous, amazing.
This is upside down. By the way, this beach is upside down, right, and sideways. There's a little bit of sideways on the side here, and we're spinning around. Or you're seeing what you're saying. This is a rig they placed in the middle of the bay. Sorry, I'm a bit, the camera's a bit shaky. I didn't bring a tripod. And this bay, just to put it in Melbourne, Port Phillip Bay, is from one end to the other about 70 kilometres. And that, you know, if you look at the photo, if you Google it quickly, you'll see that it's a massive bay. They call it one of the largest inland bays in the world. So this is a rig they put in the middle. I think it was drilling down, testing wasn't drilling for oil. I don't think there's oil there, but they were testing soil samples and all that sort of thing. They brought it in from Denmark, blue marblin it was called. But so what we're seeing here is we've got the rig in the middle of the bay, about 20 kilometres from me. And this land that you're seeing with these towers is about 40 kilometres away. And I'll convert that. So 20 kilometres being about 12, 13 miles, 40 kilometres being about 25 miles away from me. That water is level all the way from there to there. You'll see it ramps up because that's our perspective occurring. Well, you know, any view, even if you're looking down a long hallway, you'll see the floor ramps up and the ceiling ramps down. And that's exactly what happens with us. We've got this massive, massive perspective. Don't forget, we've got conical eyes, so we can confuse what we see. But we need, if we took a physical substance of water and measured it, it's level. I'm zooming in across this side. The city's to my right over here. I'm pointing that way, but it's opposite on the screen that I'm looking at. So we get some good container ships that come into the port. Melbourne's got one of the busiest, or is the busiest port in Australia. And it was a beautiful night this night, and you could see the light and the way the sun is reflecting gives us different different observations. Some days, if it's, you know, the sun is invisible, you're not going to see anything, 200 meters away. This particular day was perfect. These mountains are an Aboriginal heritage site called the Yangs Mountain Range. I wrote about them in my book. But this is, they're about 350 meters high. And, if you do the Earth curvature math, because they're about 80 kilometers from my view, you shouldn't be seeing this whole mountain. Every night is different. And this night was beautiful because I captured, a site which is blown away a lot of people in Melbourne as well. That was I'm just zooming out again, a container ship that you could still see with the, without zoom. It's there. That's fair enough. Sometimes you can see little boats that you won't see without the camera. Then you'll zoom in with the Nikon and bang said, here's where it got interesting. I think it's around about here, and I don't want to. Okay, this is where I'm zooming into the city. So this video goes for 20 minutes, and it wasn't my intent to walk you through the whole thing. I just thought we'd play something in the background as we were chatting. But that's about, again, 20 Ks away from where I am. Water's level all the way from there to there. Apart from, you know, the ebb and flow of tides on days, you know, but no curvature. That's the city of Melbourne, about 36 kilometres from me. So again, 22 miles. I like to try and convert it for both because people go, why do you talk kilometres? What, you know, because that's what we do here. But being an oldie, when I learned to drive, all our cars were in miles. So I knew that 50 miles an hour was 80 kilometres. 60, if I wanted to do 60, I'd sit on about 38 miles an hour. So I still remember this stuff. But this is a beautiful night, and I'm just going to skip in. I might just skip the video a little bit so I don't bore you. There's a nice little doggy walking along. There's another boat coming out, another one going in. But this is where it got interesting. So I started zooming to, that's the rig again, which Flat Earth Math, there's a channel called Flat Earth Math, and he's not a flat earther. I thought he was, but he contacted me and he said, when he saw this video and the rig in the middle, I don't know if you ever saw that black swan argument where the rig, and they could see further than the rig. He said this actually is further than the black swan argument when he did the numbers on it. And he was blown away that you could see the towers behind this. So you're seeing, you know, this debunks the globe in itself. But it gets better. It gets a bit better. But wait, there's more, as they say. So I'll just skip it a little bit.
Yeah, now, you know what? Everything you're showing, I want to interrupt you real quick. Besides your demonstrating with all your footage, the Earth is flat. It's just Australia, where you're at, is just absolutely gorgeous, beautiful. God's created world, and yeah, it's flat and beautiful, and specifically
this whole world is beautiful because when I watch videos of America, or you know, see America, and I see, you know, the land you guys have got, and America's beautiful as well, and so is Europe, and I see Asia, and I've just come to appreciate this world so much more, and you know, just it's a freaking amazing place. This was starting to get pretty cool. So this was this is a what do you call it? An oil refinery, like way on the other side of the bay. I'll just skip a little bit. This starts to get really good here, because this is what a lot of people contact me about. So normally I wouldn't see what I'm seeing here. This is like, yep, I've seen these mountains, but check this out. So what I'm about to show is something that I don't know if I've ever seen in Melbourne. I'll just skip a little bit. Getting my focus back, sorry. Because these cameras are without a tripod, and even if you do have a tripod, they're very sensitive. But I'll just go a little bit more, because I was just mucking around. I don't know what I was doing there.
One thing I would add too is you know, a lot of aspects. You know, there's a lot of course debates online, ball versus flat. One thing I always mention is all the buildings. You know, these ballers claim that are around the supposed curve. You know, they're always pointing straight up. They're never leaning back. They're never tilting to one side. They're always pointing straight up. And if this is a supposed curve, you know, those buildings, if the foundation, if that's a curve, the foundation of those buildings should be off, and the whole building should be tilting along with the curve. So
even
that's just takes away their whole nonsense out of the water.
Even so slightly at that point, you'd think so, over a distance of 100 kilometers, and even the mountains should, and everything should. And you know, you wonder if you got surveyors in Melbourne, Sydney, Brisbane, Adelaide, and even, you know, in America, and they measured level, you know, accordingly to each building, they would be level. They would not be, you know, slanted like you said at each point. And yeah, you know, there's just so much proof for flat Earth actually, and this is cool. So check this out. So this side is all bright because that's where the sun is. It's leaving our point of view, our perspective, and then I turn to this side, and look, it's dark there already. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and that's not even the good bit. So I'll skip through a little bit on this video, so I don't want to bore you with Okay.
No, this is good stuff, man.
Okay, so this is what got really interesting. So as the sun moved away, I could start to see more because you got the sun, just giving the noble gases. This light is the noble gases in the sky. We got xenon, argon, neon. I should remember them all. There's only 5. But yeah. No. So you got this mountain, another mountain further behind that. And watch this. I was like, I was blown away by this. I don't know how to. So I'll play the video, but I think I need to.
Your audio cut off there, Billy.
Okay. Can you still hear me? Or?
Yeah, I can hear you now. I don't know what happened. It cut off for a second.
Yeah, cool. I was trying to play the audio on this video, but it doesn't really matter. But basically, this is a new wind turbine that they built about 90 kilometers from Melbourne near a town called Ballarat. But you would never see this on any other day. This is the only day I've ever seen this wind turbine. If you go and do, and check the distance to it, I'll just jump down here a little bit. My elevation was 5 meters. The target distance, if you do all of that, and I'll just go back here, because this was incredible. And I've had a lot of people go, wow, that's mind-blowing. Then I get people go, no way, that's not those wind turbines, it's those ones. But if you count the wind turbines, go to the website that I linked in this video, and I show you all the data, and you can check it, do it all yourself. There's no point me doing the math for everyone. People should know to do it. But this was incredible because you shouldn't be saying this is 90 kilometers away, or almost, almost 60 miles, 55, 60 miles. And those towers are only, from memory, I think I've got it written down in the description here, but you shouldn't be seeing that at all. No way.
Yeah.
That's pretty exciting.
That's what I saw before, and that's just, amazing footage, and yeah, it's just in your face, and people, you can't dispute it, but of course, people heavily invested in the lives. One thing, Billy, I need to mention really quickly is when it comes to this is, I remember back in 2015 when, after investigating the flat earth, it was a very easy, very easy path to go down. And this is what I seen is at that point, there are certain truthers. I'm not going to mention any names. We know that them by name that decided to go play it safe and go with the fake phony ball earth. Well, they committed to that. Now they're stuck in that. We were there. We investigated things thoroughly, and for our conclusions, we know we're being lied to on a grand scale about many things. This was a very easy transition, but there's unfortunately truthers that want to, have 1 foot, in truth and 1 foot is still in lies, and they don't realize this is the foundation of it all. And this is why it's so very important to cover this topic. And to me, it definitely never gets old. It's the most important topic YouTube creator in the foundation of all lies.
You're right, and it doesn't get old. And the reason why, because I've come to the realization, and I think a lot of us have, that we don't know it all, right? You never were, you never will, and you never were intended to know it all. If you were the creator creating this place, you don't want people to know it all. You know it all. When did it start? When does it end? Like, we don't know. We don't know. Do we know everything about the firmament? No. I haven't touched it. I can't see it. You know what I mean? Does someone on Earth? I reckon they know. I reckon people know. There's someone high up that knows everything. You know what I mean? Not everything. Everything. I shouldn't say everything, but I think when you come to the realization in life that where you don't know it all, you won't know it all in life. That's part of growing. That's part of your own personal growth. Like, really, who knows? And I asked this question to quite a few people, but who really knows where we came from? We don't know. You don't know how we got here. God did it. How did he do everything? We don't know. Who made him? We could keep going down that forever. What are we doing here? What are we doing on Earth? Well, you could come to your own conclusion. Oh, I'm here to make money. I'm here to do this. We don't know what we're doing here. We sort of do. We're here to, grow ourselves personally. And then what about the last one? Where are we going after this? So what happens after life? We don't really know. You could say, yeah, okay, based on my belief or based on, you know, how do you know? So how's that? We don't know where we came from, what we're doing here, or where we're going. And you just
I'll say this to this, Billy. I'll say this to what you're proposing here. I look at it this way: the creator is a spiritual being, not a physical being, and he created this physical world, and this world's a proving ground for us all. We're not. He didn't put it for nothing. Definitely, everything around us has been created. But getting back to exactly every single detail to the minute point, we're not going to know every detail. And that's one thing that's for sure. But for sure, you shouldn't fall and just. This is basically what they're saying. And I forgot what scientist said it. I'm sure someone will know right away. Due to gravity, I think it's Lawrence Krauss who said it. Due to gravity, things falling. That's what create. That's the start of creating everything. Is gravity. Well, gravity's a lie. We know that. So their foundation is off 100%.
So their God is gravity, because everything started around gravity, and that's the thing. And same with Lawrence Krauss is the worst one. Didn't he say that the star in your left hand is different? The atoms from your star came from the stars in your left hand are different to the stars in your right hand. Some bullshit. But that's the thing. They've always got to be the know-it-all, and you probably got a friend like that. They have to know it, or like they have to prove that they know it all, and you don't know.
Said in an interview with Joe Rogan, even Joe Rogan, even though he has a stance almost like an atheist stance, he kind of stood up to Lawrence Krauss about how things began, and Lawrence Krauss was talking about we don't need any supernatural shenanigans for us to be around here. And Lawrence Krauss went on to go on and state, whenever you can remove God from the equation, it's a good thing. Then Joe Rogan comes back and says, well, isn't something from nothing supernatural? He goes, oh no, and he just he painted himself in a corner. But here's the thing: it's again the details of exactly how everything is. And here's the thing: is, for example, flat Earth. Again, we know water is level, finds its level. A lot of things we can figure out. Thing is this: people focus on like lights in the sky and how the light works revolving around the flat Earth, and there's maybe some consistencies, this and this. Well, with the firmament above us, the dome above us, the way things, the way light works is, it can do certain things closer to Antarctica, closer to the center. Light can react differently. So, it's no secret that what we're looking at right there with the water itself, that is the smoking gun, literally, when it comes to flat Earth.
Definitely, yeah, definitely. This video here, the one I just showed before, was just a random. It was just last week. Actually, went to the beach and birds. I thought they were seagulls, but they're called gannets or something, and they were just flying up and then going torpedoing into the water to get a feed. There must have been a school of sardines or something there, and it's just a cool video. But one thing you would see is behind that there was a ship, and and that ship was showing a Fata Morgana effect where you got them miraging, and then you could actually see the city of Geelong behind that. I didn't realize I'd caught that in the video. This video was pretty cool because what I caught was this is the moon, and it was there setting over the western horizon here in Melbourne, just the 1st of July. So just last week, I think. Yeah, last week. I've actually lost track of what month it is due to lockdown. I don't know what day it is. I wake up and say to my wife, "What day is it?" Normally I'm on track with things, but man, when you're home, I work from home, so I'm like just always freaking home now, and we've got an 8 p.m. curfew, and that's not easy. So the moon was going over the western horizon, and this was really cool what I caught. Watch this. So I'll just skip it forward a little bit to get to the good part. So
one thing I want to mention really quick, Billy, is to the people in the chat. We all, Billy and I, we appreciate everybody being here. But when Billy's doing his presentation, I usually share or capture what people are saying in the chat and display it on the screen. While Billy's doing these demonstrations, I definitely don't want to cover what he's showing, so I apologize for that, but we just need to see what Billy's presenting. Just want to put that out there real quick.
It won't take too long before I show you what I really want to show this video, and I'll skip to it so we don't have to sit there and bore you. But you would have seen before when I showed you the oil rig, and then you had the land behind that oil rig, which is called Indented Head, if anyone wants to look it up. So that land 40 k's away is 36 k's away is called Indented Head. So very rarely you see that land. It's not every day. It's like several times a year I've captured it, because usually you've got the atmosphere, you got haze, you got the water. You just don't see it. We confuse curvature for so many different factors, including the atmospheric conditions. But I'll just go a bit further. The moon is moving away. This is a 9-minute video. I don't want to bore you, but this is where it gets good, because as it's going over the horizon, and I'm going to zoom in here, and I think it's about this part of the video. I'll skip so I don't give you guys epileptic fits, because I jump around all over the place, and I do know that. I should go with my tripod, but a lot of these are random, and I just go with my camera. So now the moon is like moving away, and it's blending in with the horizon as it goes down. But they are trees. Check that out. That's trees on the other side of the land. So if people say, oh, well, you could see the mountain over the other side, well, these are trees along the road pretty much. We could see Indented Head, and that water is level. And that's my go-to, and yours too. Water, what can we prove? Absolutely. Water is level. So this is quite amazing, because I've never captured the moon silhouetting the landscape in front of it. And that moon must be, I don't know, I'm going to say I reckon Adelaide, which is 800 kilometers away, I reckon half hour after us, they're going to get the same effect. Perth, which is 3,000 kilometers away, they would get the same effect 3 hours later. So it's moving 1,000 miles an hour. I'm just trying to do some raw numbers in my head. But this was quite amazing. And it's a beautiful world out there. MC Toon. Sorry, I don't want to take over your talk. I talk a lot.
No worries.
I'm Greek. We talk a lot, all right? We use our hands and talk. MC Toon, I've challenged him, and I debate. I went on his channel, didn't debate him, had a friendly coffee chat discussion or whatever he wanted to call it. But I said to him, man, where do you live? And he lives like in the middle of America. And I said, well, when was the last time you went to the beach? And he goes, oh, I haven't. I don't know if he's probably ever seen.
He's in Minnesota. He's in Minnesota.
Yeah, Minnesota. But he's never shown any experiments. He never goes out there, and he just yaps away. I was really annoyed with the way he attacked me on my book. So look, he says he's a Christian, and he says he's a good bloke, but
he's a liar.
Yeah.
We're gonna interrupt here. The guy has zero credibility. He's a flat out liar, pun intended. He's flashing 666 devil horns. He's literally just mocking. This is what they're about, and definitely he's put into play. But I'll tell you right now, and I don't mean to interrupt here, but I need to interject here with this. And I apologize, Billy. But what happened was I would do a lot of appearances on the Non Sequitur show. With Steve McCreep and the rest of those goofs, and and just make them look like dummies that they are. The bottom line is this guy, I call him by the way, I call him McGoon, not McToon. I call him McGoon, and he challenged me. I had no idea who this guy was. He challenged me to some debate. I said, okay, no idea who you are, but no problem. So literally the first debate, and I think it was Red's Rhetoric, or one of these guys. It was Red's. He was moderating it.
I saw that.
Yeah. And then what happened was, as usual, I get a bit hot-headed with these people because I know their game. All they have is ridicule, and they like to insult, so I throw back at them. So what happened was McToon asked the most basic questions. I said, so you're a ball earther. So what are the dimensions, the radius, the circumference, diameter of this ball earth? He didn't know any of them. He was like scrambling. And then he tried to Google it real quick. I said, look, I'm a flat earther. You're a ball earther. You don't even know the dimensions. And you're the one that's calling me out for a debate. You don't know the foundation of what you're defending. I said, that's a complete embarrassment. And that's what's happening with these people. And again, this is the guy calling me out, so-called calling me out. And he just basically made a complete fool of himself and a goof that he is, just like all these other people. But I'll say this: I'm not engaging with these people anymore. It's just a complete utter waste of time. It's just a bunch of mudslinging. And I get into the heated debates with these people, then I lose my cool. It's just not good. Just let these people be, and hopefully they'll go away and go back in their little rat hole where they belong.
Yeah, definitely. It's not worth it. It's not worth trying to convince someone who's never gonna, not convince them, just even share information. And that's the thing with these guys. And like you just said, you're almost educating them. And that's what I got MC Toon to admit. And that's what I wanted to do when I got on his channel. I only had one purpose to do. I just wanted him to admit that he's learned from flat earthers, because he didn't know anything about. He probably didn't even know what the word firmament was. As you said, he didn't know the circumference, the radius. He doesn't know about a lot of things. And he actually admitted on his show, I made him admit that, yeah, I have learned a lot since getting into, debating flat earth. And here's the reality. I reckon he's so heavily vested into his side of the argument that, he's got 4,000 subscribers or 5 or whatever he's got. But they're all globe earthers. So do you really think he's going to go and say, oh, no, look, I changed my mind? Number one, he'd lose his revenue that he's making out of that. And I'm sure he does, or they all do. They're all making money out of us dumb flat earthers, right?
Yeah.
Whatever. Be like that. Be dishonest with yourself as much as you want. It makes no difference to me. It doesn't matter. Or you, does it? They can lie all they want. That's the thing with the flat Earth globe discussion group. I used to be feisty. Oh, it was nasty. Yeah, and then I was like, what am I doing? I don't know these people. These people want to learn. They want to. You see genuine people going, hey, I want to know that. How does this work? And they get attacked and smashed. And fair enough. You've asked a stupid question, but it's not really a stupid question. When you do get into flat Earth, I remember when I first, got into this discussion. Well, how, what's on the other side of flat Earth? Because they showed us a disc, didn't they? And if it's a disc, it assumes there is an other side to this disc. And how do you get there? Do you fall off and go around? So the model to start with was, if you're starting there, it's stupid. But these guys like MC2 know better. They know, and all the other Sly and this and, it brings out. Someone made a comment on YouTube the other day. I think it was on, why people behave the way they do, even with masks. If you don't wear a mask, you see this anger come out of these people and this thing that you would never see before. But, is this new? Did this just come to them, or was it always hidden in their psyche? It was just there and just waiting for something to come out so they can, be gnarly and nasty, and because that's their true selves. You know what I mean? If I see someone without a mask, I think, well, number one, they either know that what's really going on, or they've got a medical condition. Do you know what I mean? Like, simple. But they actually on the news have been, should mask wearers, should they be jailed? Should they be this? And that's why, because people are brainwashed by this media drum that boom, 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 just beats all day, freaking long. And I'm sorry, the last thing I'll say, I want to hear you speak, is I've got to admit, if I sit there and watch the news for a week, I'm like, oh my God, maybe this is real. You know what I mean? Like, so I'm a truther and it's going to get, whoa, wow, did you see that thing in Beirut? Fireworks. Oh, not that it's funny that whenever there's a big explosion, it's always fireworks factories,
Well, just like everything else, it's meant to happen. It's put into play, and don't think for a second, that this wasn't part of the world stage and meant to happen when it happened. And it's
the numerology there, isn't it?
Whenever we're focused on one thing, we're looking at the left. They hit us with a jab from the right, or a right cross, like in boxing. So it's like jab, jab, jab. And then here comes the right cross, so they're always this strategy And everything that's happening, when it happens, it's meant to happen when it gets this coverage. And definitely, just like these other prior events in New York and all other headline events that get spotlighted are part of it 100%.
Mm.
Yeah, just going along with what you're saying, talking about the media, I want to mention this about the CV and everything that's happening. First off, the general public, they just love to follow anything that's happening, and they feel like they're in tune, they're well informed, and it's very trendy. For example, like the ice bucket challenge or the mannequin challenge. This is like a new fad, and they're turning this into like you see these banners on like Facebook or Twitter, like "Stay home, you could save a life." And it becomes where it's a trend. And one thing I'll mention too, the psychology of what's being pulled off by those behind this all. They want to have an impact in your everyday life, even if it's minimal. For example, you go to Walmart and they have the barricades. They only have one entrance open, so there's no reason to do that. They can have two entrances open, or Woolies in Australia, Woolworths. They'll have I don't know if they're doing it there, but here in the U.S. they have only one entrance with barricades. Why have barricades? You don't need the barricades. People can just come through one entrance, but they want to put that in your mind, like you're being herded like an animal.
Absolutely.
And also, I mentioned so many times, so important is they make you wear the mask, they make you social distance, but everybody's touching the same produce, watermelon, apples, oranges, whatever. I shouldn't say oranges. Some people say, "Oh, he's a Freemason." You mentioned oranges.
I love
the freezer door, the fridge doors, all these things. Then when you get in line, you got to make sure that the social distance. Here's another thing too. In your everyday life, for example, where I'm located, they make they send out a notice they're not picking up recycling because of CV. They're short-handed. So what they're doing is the psychological aspect. There's Darling Park, by the way. I made a video on Darling Park about 4 or 5 years ago.
Wicked place.
Yeah, beautiful. And like I was saying, they want to make an impact with recycling not picking up because of this CV, this bug. So what they're doing is a little psychological seed in your mind that, oh, this is different in my life. When you go to the store, when you put out your simple garbage, your life has changed. They don't want things normal. They can have, again, all entrances open in the stores while you walk in, but that's normal. So they want to alter the most minute, insignificant things to make you realize, hey, there's a change. Recycling's not picking up. You only could go through one entrance. There's going to be a barricade by the entrance. All these things, and of course, with a GF as well. The fear and hate going on simultaneously. And what I'm getting at too is, while everybody's focusing on this, watch out for something much bigger. And here's the thing too. I mentioned this in my last stream, is currency. We all know going in to the New World Order, which all these governments are working together. Of course, they always have been, but going mainstream, going public with it. One thing I'll say is, how can there be a shortage of coins when everybody's barricading themselves in their homes? It makes no sense.
Figure that out. Yeah, figure that out.
What they want to do is, it appears, anyways, at some point in time, they want to remove the coins, and then later on, of course, the cash currency. And it's all just a matter of time. I don't have a timeline. I haven't seen their script, but it's very apparent what they're doing, and slowly chipping away at our so-called freedoms. That's their freedoms, because they don't exist.
You got to give it to them. You got to give it to them, Harvey. It's like a very, they've planned it at so many different aspects, so many different aspects, and they've planned out the scenarios. They did Event 201. They've done all their planning, and not only Event 201, they've been planning this for so many years, as we know. But they've thought of nearly everything, like even, I've said before, even with Uber Eats. But they thought, they're very considerate, because even though they want to lock you down, they're like, they over the last couple of years, they put in Uber Eats and Menulog and all these food delivery things. They've got the system in place where they've given you Netflix, to watch TV at home, endless amounts of entertainment. So they're kind of looking after the people and all. They're nice about it, right, the way they do it. And one thing they wouldn't do is, because we knew this was coming, but we didn't know how. We knew they wanted to take control. We knew they wanted to bring in their AI and their systems of control, but we didn't know how. I thought they were going to start a war or something like that. Hey, hasn't happened. It's only August, so things could happen. But they released a virus that isn't even that deadly. Do you know what I mean? So I give them that, and they didn't need to, because you just need to get people with fear. Fear is all you need. Like, why destroy everything? They still need their things. So
I'll just jump in here and say this is like everything else, just like the event in New York, they want this divide. The thing with that Larry Silverstein, what he said, that was meant to be put out. Like, oh, look, they admit it. And and truthers are jumping on it. We should, but also as part of the divide, they're giving us little hints, like that one school in the Northeast here in the U.S. with the father coming out smiling and laughing. This is on purpose. They want us to yell and scream at people that are dead asleep. Like, look, don't you see? He's smiling and laughing, supposedly losing his daughter the day prior. These are on purpose, because what I'm getting at is they want us to fight. Truth is a huge division. They want the mask wearers to fight with the non-mask wearers. They want us to fight at every angle. I'm fully aware of their game, and it's very, very obvious to me. And when people are caught up in the beautiful imagery you're showing there of, again, Darling Park.
That's the model that was inside. What an awesome place. I can't believe it's been there since 1999, I think it was. And I didn't even know. Like, I've probably been there, but didn't know what it was about.
Yeah, I'll tell you this, really. Not to toot my own horn, I was the first to make a video on that back.
I found out from you. This is how I knew about it. And one day I was visiting Sydney, and this is Sam that's pictured in the video when we were walking around the city, just being tourists for the day. And I'm like, oh, let's go to Darling Park. And that's, we rushed down there from the other side of the city to get here. And I wouldn't have known about this if it wasn't for you. So I've learned a lot. Man, I was one of your early students. I've commented on so many of your videos, and I think I felt bad one day, like one of the videos you did on SH, and then you brought up AL. That guy, is that the guy that did? Yeah, he's the guy that did SH. And I said one day that, after that, what was the other event? Another event that happened, and I said, oh my God, that guy looks exactly like. The guy that did the what's his name? That young student that said he was there. He looked like the shooter of another one. And man, do you know what I mean? How they compare to. Yeah, and I've learned so much from your channel, RV. Don't want to.
No, I appreciate that. And thing is this, like I said, I was talking to Dave Johnson earlier. If someone could please put a link to Dave Johnson's channel up in the chat, I'd appreciate that. But it's like this. The journey to truth, say for example, is 10,000 miles, and somebody already started that journey a long time ago. They're going to be ahead of the game. So years ago, when I would say certain things, for example, celebrities, I said it years ago that, they don't die in threes. They're hoaxed in threes. They're off on the world stage, and people make this ridiculous straw man claim that, RV believes nobody dies in this world. I'm like, no, it's just like a movie. For example, you watch the TV show Dallas or any of these soap operas. People die in these TV shows, but of course they're really alive in real life. That's the same thing. This is the world's a stage. It's the same premise of what's happening. Not only like celebrities, many of these events throughout the years, RV, he doesn't think anything's real. He thinks we live in a fake world. I'm like, exactly. If it's presented on TV, it's fake. So a lot of people were very resistant and wrote me off because I would literally say the world's a stage and all these events are staged. Because this is the truth. When I was first getting involved in making video productions, a lot of people were stuck on the event in New York, and of course the moon landing. And I was like, man, they're lying about other stuff. These are big things they're lying about. And I just started investigating. Because honestly, to be blunt, it was getting a little bit stale for me covering it over and over again. So I was looking at other things, and the more you dig, the more you find. And it comes down to is, people want to seem rational and not crazy. They're concerned about, their social status with their friends and peers, of course. So they can't go there. They'll just talk about the two big 2 or 3 events. Everything else is real. We're not being lied to on a grand scale. And I was so certain about it, I didn't care about any ridicule. And there's the thing is, not only by my own subs, I was being bashed by other so-called truthers. And talking to Dave J about this, where they had a round table. I'm not going to name the round table participants, but they would have these live streams, Google Hangouts. After an event goes down, they would cover it live. And it was either the government's behind it or it was a crazy man. And it being a non-entity, not real, was not part of the equation. That was for crazy RV to talk about. And we're not going to discuss that because that's not everything I speak. And that's why I was left out there. I didn't care. Here's the thing, too, about me.
They knew you would cover it. So, no, we'll just leave that for RV,
But
because you cover everything. You don't shy away from anything,
Yeah, and I give PK Truth credit because when I was, I'll just say his name. His name's Jeff C. He'd give me a hard time about it. We kind of, called the truce a while back. So, on Skype, we kind of called the truce, and that was due to a call for an uprising. We had a 3-way conversation, and, we're not like maybe best friends, but we caught, like I said, put our what's past was past type of thing. But what I'm getting at is, I was there was this conversation about this event in Taiwan with this plane crash, and I would say this is not not a real event. This is something that's part of the world stage theater, and there's a lot of debate about it. And what I'm getting is PK supported me. PK said I seen RV's presentations on it. And I think he's correct. And they got a blow-up fight over it. And that's when PK contacted me, and we started doing, live stream. We did a live stream together and started talking on Skype. And prior to that as well, but a little bit. But this is when it really started, where people are realizing, hey, the things I'm covering, calling them fake events. This is literally what's happening, and people couldn't go there. Again, they want to sound reasonable, rational to their friends. They don't want to go to their friends and say, hey, that's fake. That one's fake too, and that one as well. They didn't want to do that because now it's like, oh, now you have no credibility. I investigate things. I saw for what it was, and I was never afraid to call it what it is. That's exactly how it all went.
And if you investigate something, you're right, because if you have a belief, but then you investigate and you get new information, you need to reevaluate everything. And if you ignore it, well, I reckon people just do that because they can't handle the truth. Same with, vaccination and the damage they can do. Imagine being a parent and that you took your kid to a doctor and that's what happened because you took them there. Well, it's going to be hard to admit, man. I'm a parent. I've got 3 children. They're grown up now, but that'd be hard, man. I'd be like, nah, no way I did that. No way they would have done that to my kids. And, it's because we entrusted, these governments and these leaders to look after us. A lot of people think that they're looking after us, and it's just quite the opposite. And a lot of people won't ever come to terms with that. It's a very, it's a very hard, and I've got to admit, once you get down this rabbit hole, you see the world we live in. Yeah, it's a beautiful world that's been created, and most people are beautiful. I'm going to even go far as say, 95, 98% of people on this earth are good, in heart. But it's the bad ones that are really, as we know, that are really screwing it.
Yeah, well, the 1% control the 99, so that's exactly what you're getting.
Yeah, it's just, you know, when you see that, and you know, it's hard to come to terms with that this world, you know, for so long we should be, you know, I reckon the 70s were cool. I was born in 1970, so I think back then 70s were cool. But now that the more I learn, look at how much child trafficking was still occurring in the 70s and 80s and 90s, and I remember that, you know, you were saying about people that, you know, maybe they didn't die. And I remember when JFK Jr., when, you know, I was driving interstate with my wife on the day, and we listened to the radio, and JFK Jr. has just died, blah, blah, you know, crashed his plane. And I remember saying to my wife back then, you know, oh, I reckon he's faked it. I reckon he's, you know, done this just to get away from the whole thing, the establishment or whatever. And, you know, now it's coming out that, you know, this Q thing, and, you know, I don't know, you know, I looked at all that stuff, and they keep saying it's going to happen next month, next month, next month.
Yeah, I stay away from, you know, Q Anonymous, all this stuff. And what drives me crazy is,
yeah,
or the
I've
people
been hearing about that for years, and I never really looked into it. It's like, you know, I saw that fall of Cabal and Q, and, you know, one thing that's done, I've got to admit, is maybe it has opened people up to information. But hey, imagine being you know, I've entered, as I said, the truth movement through learning that the artificial sugar was bad, you know, then this, the moon landing. But imagine being into Q, and the first thing you learned about was the, you know, like all the pizza stuff and all. That rabbit hole is like, whoa, you're going to, you know, that's a rabbit hole. You're going to find hairs in there that are going to try and battle you, like your brain. Do you know what I mean, RV? Like, yeah. Imagine learning that's the first thing. But I reckon if you do learn that, that's where you entered. Other things are not so impossible after that. You know, you'll probably become a flat earther easier. You'll see other government deception easier, because you've seen that these people at the top are really not as good as they say, you know, even the celebrities. And that's one thing I'll give this Q thing, that they maybe have opened up some eyes, you know, for people to look at celebrities in a different way. Even myself, I've got to, you know.
Well, Billy, I have to say this. Of course, they want to control both sides of the paradigm. So they're going to give us a good amount of, not a good amount, they're going to give us some truth to pull people in, but it's a trap. It's rat poison. It seems good, but it's not the full truth. And definitely they don't want someone like myself or others controlling the truth and gathering a large amount of followers. So they're going to have, of course, their controlled opposition, and that's not what they are. And people need to stay away from that nonsense. And what drives me crazy is, over the years, is people coming to my channel wearing those ridiculous, stupid, talking about masks. It was those anonymous masks. That's almost like predictive programming, wearing the mask, you know, for anonymous. You know, so it's right in our faces, you know, how it all works. We're talking about JFK Jr. You know, there's no evidence. We're told this happened. Here's the thing is, of course, I cover JFK, not only JFK in that staged event, of course, with, you know, Abraham Zapruder, third degree Freemason, who filmed the whole thing down Elm Street. You know, of course, just so happens that the footage and what really gets me is, with all that nonsense on Elm Street, is all the people in the background, they're looking in the wrong direction. The shadows from the very beginning scene to where they're on the grass, they're not matching. So it's literally being filmed. It should be literally seconds, but the shadows of the people standing on the grassy area to the people standing on the streets closer to the caravan coming through, the lighting is different. It's literally, it should be seconds. It's literally, you can tell it was filmed at a different point. And so, like I said, you know, not only JFK, but RFK as well, with Sirhan. And the funny thing is about Sirhan, it's a dual name. Sirhan is a 33 name. So Sirhan is a dual 33 name. Robert is a 33 name. Kennedy is a 33 name. So literally, I'm sorry?
Who's Sirhan?
Oh, I'm sorry. Sirhan is the one that supposedly took out John F. Kennedy's brother, Robert Kennedy, in that event after what supposedly went down. Of course, JFK gets the big spotlight. His brother, not so much, but that's another event. If you look up Sirhan, he's the perpetrator. But again, that's it's really flown kind of like under the radar. I mean, it's not, of course, it's not as big as Robert Kennedy's, not as big as JFK, and that gets into Junior, where literally the whole family, went into seclusion, just like Princess Di, the name Di in the name. I've covered that. Where literally when they fly back, Charles and the kids, they come back from Paris the next day. They're all shaking hands, big smiles on their faces. People cannot go there. I mean, it's happened in a tunnel with Princess Di, and this was supposed to all happen, but it was just obviously just another. It was part of the Illuminati card game too, from released in '95, where they put her name as Princess Di, and it was meant to happen in the world stage, and literally when you have bands like that Canadian band Rush, where all the world's a stage. And again, it's this duality world where they give us, they have this code where they must give us the truth, but no one's going to accept it because it's in the duality form, it's in the opposite form. But literally, again, when it comes down to it, like with Fosse and CV in 2017, when he says, the next administration is going to deal with the major surprise, and this is what happened. All the predictive program with the TV shows, and they literally have people Fosse talk about social distancing, and then while he's leaving the podium in the White House, he's patting the back of one guy that's in the military while they're leaving. So if they just put it in our faces, a newswoman taking off her mask while she's leaving a White House press conference. And so much more. Like, for example, here in the U.S. with baseball, Fosse he threw out the first pitch for a baseball game wearing a mask, but they show him in the stands sitting, right next to someone without it, So it's just they throw it in our faces, and they love doing it without saying a word. Again, patting someone on the back without saying a word, taking off a mask without saying a word. Wearing the mask, not wearing the mask, without saying a word. They're just showing you without speaking that it's nonsense. Without telling us, they're showing us. And that gets back to, RP and that school in the Northeast here in the U.S. when he comes out smiling. This is, again, Masons communicate without speaking. They're telling you without saying that it's a bunch of nonsense. Even in Australia and Tasmania with that one Martin Bryant, when he's in he's being interviewed, he's laughing and smiling during the whole entire interview. And prior to that event, he was used as part of like a PSA for fireworks, supposedly being burned for fireworks. So he had a history of being on TV before that event too. So this is just a child actor used on the world stage.
I didn't know that. I didn't know that he was on TV before that. And we were so. We were in such shock in Australia when that happened. People were rushing, taking their guns, like, take them away from me. I don't trust myself anymore with this gun. That's literally, do you get what they did? My dad, I grew up with shotguns in the house, man. My dad went and even took his guns and got crushed. We used to have a pump action. I used to go to Clayton Firearms and bought my first air rifle with a scope, and used to shoot friggin' all the time. We grew up with guns. We'd go hunting, with all my uncles, and and then all of a sudden, everyone just handed in their guns so easily, and no wonder why they did it. As if Melbourne would be locked down right now if we still had guns. There would be a revolt straight away. But what the heck are we going to do? What are we going to do? What are we going to do? We can't do shit, and they know it, and they've upped the ante with their guns. How's this for coincidence, right? Just another coincidence. Last year, there was an article they pushed they're buying all these AR-15s for the police to have here. I think they're like 20 grand each gun or something, which never really made sense. But anyway, guess when they got delivery of them? Just 2 months ago. Wow. So now we've got the cops who are dressing up like friggin' soldiers who just happened to get delivery of their guns during a lockdown. Wow.
Yeah, it's really amazing. And what they're going to do in the future, what I see is they're going to literally get rid of local police, and they're going to have literally it's going to be like one rule. Like for example, in the U.S., it's going to be one, basically one, government type of a police force throughout. It's not going to be like, oh, Alabama has different laws, than Florida or California. It's going to be one law. They're going to have restrictions.
They've been pushing. They've been doing this for a long time.
It's going to be, a federal police force, and that's what it's so obvious. That's down the pike, and one thing is this. Of course, what it comes down to is with this New World Order system, they don't want anybody to have a way out of it. That means, they don't want people to like, oh, I'm not going to be part of it. I'll just use my money, and well, they're going to get rid of that. Now you can everything has to be by card. If you don't submit, well, we'll just cut your cards. We're going to cut your bank account off. We're going to cut off your credit cards, and literally you can't feed yourself, your family. You can't buy anything. People have to go back to bartering. That's all you can do,
And it shouldn't be. This is so wrong. And I can't believe the people are just, David Icke uses that word acquiescence. I didn't even know that word existed, but it just describes the situation and what people are doing so perfectly. They're just like, without protest, accepting it all, just, yep, the government's doing the right thing by me. Like, come on, man. I remember like when this started, I got to admit, even being a truther, I've got parents, I've got family, I've got in-laws. Didn't want them to die. I mean, we all know viruses have, come and gone. Hey, we didn't really know. We've heard of Spanish flu, and gee, have we learned a lot? Have we learned a lot since this thing has started, even about how our bodies work and germ theory versus terrain theory and exosomes and whatever? But I've got to admit, when this came out, I've got family, I've got children. I don't want no one to die. I don't want family to die or friends or whatever. So I bought into this. But within a week, you start seeing 33 people of this, like since you've told me about, or not me, since you've taught us about 33, we see it everywhere. It's their code. It's a symbol. When you see that, and then one thing I started questioning, and I posted this on Facebook maybe back in March, was, hey, we saw Chinese people dropping to the ground, boom, dying just like that. Why haven't we seen that anywhere else in the world? And it's good because one person just asking a question like that can initiate more people asking the question. So within a week, I see other people, channels, this, that, asking the question. David Icke asked it the other day, and I don't agree with everything David says, but hey, he hits the nail quite a few times, but that's what we're going to do. We're going to start asking the questions, and I can't believe that the media we don't have a media that defends the people. It's like they're all in tune with that same narrative, and that's when you know something's wrong. Are we ever going to? I'll
try this real quick. Everybody else listening as well. Through my research, being at this game for a very long time, and covering events, like SARS, N1H1, Ebola, and I covered Ebola, that one extensively, and so much predictive programming. And I knew right away what was going on in China was nonsense as well. I can see all the signs of, again, people doing nosedives and they're doing the dances in the hospitals, and just none of it made sense. And also, I knew about the book like relatively right away. So here's the thing: is I'm not going to say names, but I was approached when this is all going down in China from a truther in the UK about doing an interview with someone that says it's all real, and you got to do an interview and warn people. I said, look, man, I've been at this for too long, and something like this gets real coverage. It's their creation, and I'm not falling for any of this. But here's the thing is about people. Even I know this. Even so, people involved with truth, if they get a little bit of the sniffs, they have a cough, they start to question things because it's all around you. You're surrounded by this propaganda at every angle. Stores are implementing it. You see police people in the police department, county sheriffs wearing masks. It's all over the place. So it's easier for people to buy in this reality when it's all around you. But I remove myself from this false reality. I do not watch TV news because if you watch TV news, you're going to be consumed by it. It's going to be your reality. And if people watch TV news, then that's going to become your reality. And if you get a little bit of fear put in you by them, it's going to work even on truthers. But what I'm getting at is literally, as far as all these nonsense outbreaks. Here's something going back to the past. Prior to 1909, there's this one researcher in New York who stated, this one doctor, he says he's never ran across anybody that's not been vaccinated. No one, he's never, examined anybody that's not been vaccinated, and none of them have had cancer. He goes, he's examined 200 people that had cancer, and every single one of them have been vaccinated. And this is for the cowpox way back when. So again, this is all about these things being introduced way back when, over 100 years ago, and definitely they want to thin the herds out. So it's like when they sent out hunters with these rifles to thin out the herds of antelope in Africa. They're not doing, and might be controversial to some. These people go out there shooting these antelope or gazelles or wildebeest when there's too many. They're doing it because it's for the betterment. There's too many of them. We need to save. We need to save the wildlife. They're eating up their space. That's how the so-called elite look at humans. There's too many. We need to thin them out. They're looking at it as like cold-blooded, like Spock in Star Trek. It's just it makes the most sense. It's nothing personal. There's too many of you. We need to thin them out, and that's through, like Bill Gates put it right out there, through vaccination. Hiding it without even mincing words. He put it out there, that this is what it's for. It's for population control, So, and of course, his so-called wife, which is a dude, talking about, we can't save these children because these women, they'll grow up to be women that produce more children, and we can't have that. That's not verbatim, but that's what she basically stated about saving children that will female children in these third world countries that will grow up to produce more children. This is how they look at it. Very, this kind of angle of not the human side. They're like ruling over, and they're playing God. Who can live? Who can't? And removing lives. And here's the big thing too. One last thing, I'll let you continue on, Billy. Is what I find hypocritical all the time when it comes to liberals. They always say, my body, my choice, my body, my choice. But when it comes to masks, no, you don't have a choice. There's one telling you, get in your face. Why aren't you wearing one? Well, my body, my choice. What happened to that? So, and if they're wearing a mask, then they shouldn't be concerned about anybody else. Just like vaccines. If you're vaccinated, why are you concerned about someone that's not? If you're protected,
And they all say, I'm doing it for you. I'm doing it to protect you. And just all this, they didn't make that up. They heard that on the news. When they heard new normal, they heard that on the news. When they heard, well, we're all in this together, they saw it on the news. All this bullshit. Oh, we're all in this, excuse me, we're all in this together, but if you don't wear a mask, die, you motherfucker, die. You know what I mean? You just said we're all in this together. Now you want me to die? I've had death threats on this. Like, hope you get COVID, you fuck. Like, come on, everyone. Let's just relax a second. We shouldn't be attacking each other. We should be attacking the people doing this. But, they just Dan Andrews, our premier, is locked down Victorians for 6 weeks. He put us into stage 3 lockdown 3 weeks ago, then half for 6 weeks, 3 weeks ago, then halfway through that went, oh no, we're doing stage 4 for 6 weeks. So hang on, we're doing 9 weeks altogether. This is just friggin' ridiculous. Ridiculous. And, you know, I've got a 24-year-old, my middle son's 24. He's feeling it. They can't even go out and find a girlfriend. Do you know what I mean? They can't go out. They're locked inside 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. because the virus is so deadly at 8 p.m. After that, you better be inside. But the funny thing is, because I'm a bit of a night owl, Midnight Billy, they call me, and I see planes that are flying into the local airport here at Moorabbin Airport. They're coming in at 2 o'clock in the morning, then another one at 3, then another. Mate, they're friggin' coming in all night. So who are these people coming in at this time of night? Who's coming in? What's going on? I can't go to 7-Eleven to buy a coffee, but you got people flying around? What's going on? That's not fair. And that's what happened with the first lockdown. I remember we went into lockdown. Mate, that night I must have heard 100 light aircraft just boom, just getting the heck out of Melbourne. Because they're the guys that have got the money, they've got a light aircraft, they've got a seaside property or, wherever it is, and they get the heck out because they can do it. And where are all the rich people now anyway? Are they speaking up against losing their freedoms? They can't go to restaurants anymore. They can't go to the theatre. You can't go to the sport. You can't go play golf. Why aren't these people speaking up against the government who are about to lose their freedoms? Like we are. Yeah, they've got money. They've got more than us. They've got Sunseeker super yachts parked that they can't even use. Right? But they just acquiesce. They just do it as well. They just want to, I don't know. I think it's really hard because, like you said before, if you go against the grain, you're going to get attacked. And they're all afraid because they see what the media does every day. And as soon as we had on that Today Show again, they're really nasty pricks. There was an American lady that they brought in. She's a senator who's questioning COVID and has done the number crunching, whatever. They had her on for like 10 seconds and then they cut the feed and then started saying, oh, we don't need any wacky people like that. And do you know there's whack jobs in Australia that think the same? And what? So they constantly, so imagine being anyone that watches that goes, well, I don't want to be called a whack job.
Yeah.
But some of us have got thick skin and we'll cop that. We'll cop it. You know, we have to, because I'm not going to sit around and do nothing, man, while the world burns.
Listen, I've never been a weak person. I'm willing to stand up for what's right. And this is exactly why I got involved with all this stuff. It consumes, when you get involved with this stuff, it consumes your life. It takes a lot out of you. Attacked at every level, by people that, are not involved with truth. People are involved with truth, making ridiculous claims. But the bottom line is, with all that's happening now, they literally can. It's just like how over the years you always hear, "Oh, science says this. A scientist said this. A scientist said if you eat more than 3 hot dogs in a week, you get cancer." All of a sudden, it kills sales. Whatever they say is true. So what I'm getting at is this: they literally control. Without people don't even question it. So whatever a scientist says, it's just fact, not to be. You don't question it. You don't ask any questions. So what I'm getting at is this: moving forward, with all this nonsense with the bug, you know how ridiculous it is. There's not these massive amount of funerals showing up on videos on YouTube. There's no real evidence of any type of mass outbreak. But the bottom line is, all they need to do now, and this is a potential possibility, is one huge big name, politician, someone in Hollywood, supposedly being taken down by this bug. And then it's going to rear its ugly head.
That would seal the deal for a man. It would. You're right. It'd seal the deal, and it'd be a done deal for most people. This is real. We're going in this again, and it just baffles me, man. Like all the deaths in Melbourne that are occurring, they're in aged care homes. So every day, like 11 deaths 8 of them in aged care homes. You know why? Because our aged care system is run, it's just run by greedy profiteers that aren't running it to look after the health of old people. There's not a doctor who is the CEO of that aged care center. He is a businessman, is a number crunching accountant. So he's not going to buy you broccoli. He'll buy you a peanut butter sandwich for dinner. He still fed you, right? Did you eat? Yeah, I did. And they're like literally killing old people, which is friggin' bad. But look, I hate to say it, 92-year-old dying from COVID. I bet you last year they would have died from the flu anyway, or something else. So we can't keep doing this. It's just really bad.
The bug.
You're right.
Okay, little slip up. No worries, man. It's just no worries. Hopefully,
it's hard, man. I'm really freaking angry over this, to be honest. And
yeah. Well, no.
Listen,
Billy, and everybody else listening in. And I said it before. Nothing makes me more furious over this invisible enemy than anything else. I mean, all these other events that happened in the past, yeah, they're irritating. They're like gnats that are just bothering you. But these are like a swarm of mosquitoes that are really irritating, with literally people being controlled over a non-existent enemy. And it's just weapons.
Sorry to interrupt you. I just need to run off. We've got a guy who's going to install a dishwasher today, and he's just up the just trying to get into the house. I'll be back in 2 minutes.
No worries. I'll take it over from here, Billy. You take care of the dishwasher. I'll take care of the truth.
I'll be right back. Well done, chap. See you soon.
No worries, brother. Take your time. Yeah, it's great to have Billy in here, and great guy, and really down to earth. And I love the video presentation of Melbourne, and beautiful sunset, and the beautiful flat earth we live on. Now, one thing I want to discuss, of course, everything that's happening now in the news right now. People's emotions are getting high, of course, and a lot of so-called truthers are falling for this big event that just went down. And just know it's just like the event in New York. It's of course meant to happen. Again, people are focusing, all their attention in one direction, and out of nowhere, here comes something else. And definitely the world being a stage, this is part of it. And one thing, again, I showed in the video, but I want to, while Billy's gone, I really want to cover this again. So just bear with me as I'm going to screen share it momentarily. Let me just take this off here 1 second and thanks for that, Brenda. I appreciate that. And I'm going to screen share momentarily. Let me get this set up. Just bear with me while I get this going. I'm going to cover this again. This is so important, so people really understand this matrix we're living in. For anybody that's missed it in one of my videos, and let me share this screen here momentarily. And let me see here. Let's get to it. And let's see here. Okay, 1 second here. All right, let me go to full screen. And I'm going to share this again, what I showed in a video a few days ago. And I think it's extremely important to cover, just like this event in the Middle East, this particular event with OBL. And just like I said, it's so important. And I'm really going to break it down. I already broke it down somewhat, but I'm going to break it down even more in a little bit more detail just think of this. Imagine, your OBL, you're going to record yourself watching TV. How ridiculous. Imagine any of you out there setting up a camera of yourself watching TV. How ridiculous is this? Now, the point of this, besides this nonsense, this is something I covered again back in 2011 with this one particular the power strip I mentioned. And literally, this is filmed in the U.S. This is a North American power strip. Using Canada, of course, in the U.S. This is a two-prong power strip, as I mentioned in my video with Carol Rosen. And this is the power plug they use in Pakistan, India, You know, and like I said, you know, there's no way around this. You know, they wouldn't use, you know, a U.S. TV, you know, all this, you know, U.S. equipment in Pakistan. It makes absolutely no sense. So there's more, again, likely filmed in the U.S., probably in the basement of CNN, you know, literally, you know, and again, the power strip here and the power strip, again, the two prong compared to these, you know, huge difference in size of the power strip used in Pakistan and India. And again, this is just nonsense. And of course, we know he's just a player in the world stage. When the foundation of what happened in New York is a lie, everything after that lies a lie as well. Just like the flat earth truth, you know, that's the foundation of this world, and everything after that lies a lie as well. And this is so important when it comes to the event from 2003. And I showed this Marine, I believe it's a Marine, actually, not a soldier, Marine. And this is the pit with the Saddam. And again, the date palm. This is so important because I deal with agriculture. Okay. Literally, to see these date palms this time of year, December, this is middle of December, to see these date fruits on this tree in December, it's like if you live in California and you see apples, you know, on your tree in the middle of December. The season's over. There's no leaves. There's no fruit. It's empty. And this is what would happen here as well. Literally, they would be all gone. These are, again, dried up. The season ends. I believe it goes from July and August, ends in August, and these would not be here. I mean, you know, if no one harvests these would be all dried up on the ground, and it can't happen. So these things that are seemingly minor details are so very important in the big scheme of things. Really, really important. And so literally you have these goofballs, you know, all these, you know, people involved here in Iraq. You know, this is a production. You see all these, looks like media types as well here. That's all it is. Just a production on the scene when it comes to this whole debacle. Just like the Jessica Lynch story, we all know, admitted fabrication, that John Walker Lynn character, all these events are just nonsense. So this gets back to what's supposedly went down a few days ago. Once people remove their emotions, they're going to see through all this stuff. They're going to see through all the lies of this world, and that gets to what's happening now. What's going to happen in the future. But that doesn't mean, like I said before, contradict myself, that doesn't mean with all these events, they're not putting us in a certain direction and something real can't happen down the line. But definitely all these events, 100% part of the world stage, scripted, nonsense. One thing, actually, you back, Billy?
I am. I just saw one of the comments there, which I responded to. He said, BZ's gone to the pub. I wish. I wish I was at the pub. I haven't been to a pub since friggin' March, man. Like, I just want to stand behind a bar and have a beer. And not only have beer, I can drink beer anywhere. I can drink beer at home, but I don't like drinking alone. I'd rather have the company of the, you know, have a chat with people. And yeah.
No, I hear you on that, man. You know, it's no fun to eat alone or drink alone, and get a little bit close up with that. Anyways, one thing I want to show, I was showing this with the OBL and this nonsense while you were gone, Billy, about, you know, again, the power strip and this whole nonsense. I mean, like I said, I don't know if you saw this, Billy, or heard me say this, but, you know, OBL, why would you film yourself while you're watching TV? Imagine you, Billy, you know, you in Melbourne filming yourself watching TV. How ridiculous is that?
That is good, man. That is good.
Yeah.
I didn't think of that. Yeah, that's good. That's good. Just everything like that. It's the minor detail, and I reckon that's what you're good at. You pick apart, you find things. Like I walked in when you were just talking about the dates, and I would have learned that from your channel. I never thought about that before. Like, how could there be dates present at that time? You know, like, it doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
Doesn't, you know?
Can't happen. Yeah, that's like, again, something, again, dealing with agriculture, you know the seasons. For example, something like apricots, a very short season. Literally, you have like 10 days in California to pick it. With certain varieties, they last, from uh, say July 20th to August 1st, and that's it. And then literally, I mean, impossible. Here's the thing: is when you buy the actual trees, they have a tag of the exact fruit you're buying, of course, and you flip the tag over, and they give you the exact dates that the fruit will be ready. They'll give you it's gonna happen from the 20th to this date, and then after that, there's no more. And it can run a day or two longer, a day or two prior, but that's literally it's literally spot on. And
That's the window, yeah.
yeah, there's a window exactly, and yeah, so that's pretty much it. Now, getting back on topic with flat Earth, I found this interesting, and let me see. Actually, here, let me see if I can share the audio as well. Let me stop this. Actually, I'm going to stop the sharing because I want to actually make sure I get the audio incorporated with this screen share. So just bear with me while I get this going. Let me share the screen again. I'm going to make sure the audio is being shared as well when I present this. Let me see the application window. Okay, here we go. And I'm definitely want to get the audio incorporated with this. And let me see here. Actually, let me see here. Is that no? Let me just bring it back down here. Okay, I'm going to play this now without this guy knowing. He's literally telling us, with water itself, the ultimate measuring tool when it comes to this earth as far as the water level. Let's take a look here, and it basically speaks volumes on, of course, the way water works and the flat earth we live on. Take a listen and take a look.
In this video clip, I want to show you how to make and use water. You will need some kind of tool to arrange leveling of various parts of your deck frame. This is an excellent and inexpensive option. It starts with an ordinary garden hose. It's going to be stretched from one area to another, so from the area of the height that you know, your starting height, to the other area where you know that level position extends. So an ordinary garden hose, 50 ends with repair couplings. You can get these at any hardware store. They thread into the end of the hose with a barred fitting on the other end. This allows you to fit a length of clear vinyl tubing to the end of the hose. You can save these, certainly unscrew the repair couplings and keep them for later. It's important that this tube be clear because you have to see the water level inside. That's key. I usually make this 12 to 16 inches long, so you have plenty of leeway to see the water level. Now over here, you get the female repair coupling to fit the male into the hose, and over on the other end, you get the male repair coupling to fit the female into the hose. When it's all assembled, you want to mostly fill the whole arrangement with water. Let's just say the water level's here for a minute. That water will flow down through the hose, and wherever the water appears in the other clear tubing, you know you've got a level point. This is because the fact that water always seeks its own level.
There you go. 100% accurate.
Beautiful.
And it's on one side of your deck area, and you want to extend the level of that around some other area where you want to install that. You can put in plugs when you're done to save the water, so you can move the hose around without it.
There you go.
That's beautiful. And my dad is also a carpenter. So I remember, we used to build fences and verandas and would use the water level. That's exactly, we'd get a clear tube. And I remember the day my dad taught me that, what are you doing, Dad? Why are we doing this? Because this is the best way to measure level. And we would measure it. And we'd also use a plumb bob to measure the vertical line perfectly. So you got horizontal, and this is these tools have been used for thousands of years. To build, even when they did the aqueducts in Rome, that they would be pitched at a 3-degree angle, just 3 degrees to make the water run down. And they knew it didn't go around a ball, it didn't go over curvature or anything of that sort. They never accounted for any of that, because if you do practical examples of, in a practical world, you're not going to account for the curvature of the earth. And this was a big thing, and I can't believe we still debate. We get, how about that one is that they say level is to the center of the earth. It's like, come on, where'd you hear that from? And they usually get it from Professor Dave or some other channel, and 10 things flat earthers can't debunk, and then all of a sudden you see in our groups that they just come out with the same stuff. It's like, where did you hear that from? You didn't make that up yourself. What about the one that the earth doesn't spin 1,000 miles an hour? It's only 0.0069 RPM. So they don't want to measure it with a speed anyway. It's like an RPM, revolutions per minute. Like, get the friggin', come on. But that's what they do. You got this anywhere they can obfuscate, they will do so. Sorry, that was, it gets hard when you're trying to ramble away. But far out. I don't know when. I was going to ask you. So when is the what's the end? Where do we go with this? What do we solve it? And I thought I had a bit of a solution in my book, because where's the edge? Where's more land? And I'm a bit of I think there's more land on Earth. What do you reckon, RV?
To a certain point, I believe to a certain point, but definitely to have this pressurized system, it has to end somewhere. And I'm biblical guy, and it makes perfect sense to live in this enclosed system, more or less like Atlantis. Even the Atari 2600 video game. I made a video showing like predictive programming with asteroids, Space Invaders. Atari 2600 was released September 11th. And of course, all these big companies, they're all Masonic operated. And I showed also that one game called Super Breakout with the orange box. They show these astronauts on the cover. And literally, it looks like the gameplay looks like they're trying to break through the firmament, where they're hitting this ball up at the ceiling and trying to break through. And the official instructions say, they're trying to break through this unknown force field to get into space with their space shuttle. But literally, it's just another way of saying the firmament, like the Van Allen belts or whatnot. But getting back to it, there's a game called Atlantis for the Atari 2600. The dome structure, just like the movie Logan's Run, when it's all this depopulation in there where people only can live, I believe it's till they're 20, 27, 28, whatever it is. After that, you're basically eliminated. They just, they have these people, take you out, and it's just part of their life. And they're living in a dome, and they escape the dome. And it's literally, this so-called science fiction movie is where they're giving us this, this aspect of a reality where they do want to depopulate. We're living under this enclosure. Again, doesn't make sense to go from, this pressurized system, and then you just keep going up, and all of a sudden people just float away. It just, none of it makes sense what we're told. So to go down the path of truth, here's the big thing is, it's such a far journey when you go from this world system to where we go. Speaking about these things, of course, you're going to lose a lot of people because it's too fantastic in their minds. It's just, but they don't realize that they'll call what we say, fanatical, but they don't realize what they've been told, what they never looked at is really the fanatical nonsense. Space travel, and a big thing is, of course, going to the moon in 1969 with the most ridiculous LEM lander and that nonsense. And then, we can't do today, but we can do, pre-Atari 2600 before, cell phones, before all these things. We always talk about this stuff, but again, these people. This is the thing: is if people look at the lunar lander and still believe in the moon landing, they're done. That's like a start to me. Where if you cannot look at that critically and say, you know what, this thing is a piece of garbage, literally tinfoil, shower curtains, Scotch tape, Scotch like is in Scottish Rite of Freemasonry, all this stuff. And I believe they actually do that for that reason, little kind of like jab at people. And there's a lot of stuff I don't mention. There's a lot of video footage I've seen that I haven't covered yet. And one interesting thing is I have an old interview with the so-called astronauts that perished, and before it all went down, during this outdoor interview at this podium, he was talking about doing these secret handshakes with like fellow astronauts and this and like right in plain sight, and no one's going to really look at that, with the eyes like we do. And literally, what I'm getting at is with everything's like right in front of us. Nothing is hidden; it's all in plain sight. But people don't look closely. Just like I showed with OBL and the power strip. And by the way, one thing I should mention is I seen people in the chat say they didn't really hear the audio for that. I apologize. I'll replay that in a separate video. And being live sometimes, things don't always work out like planned. I actually had the audio on. It should have worked, but did you hear the audio, Billy?
Yeah, I could hear it, but it was low. It was, I had to turn the volume up. You probably saw me like.
Oh, okay, sorry about that. Yeah, my side, it sounded okay, but like I said,
But the moon landing is like so easy. It's so easy to work out. Like, come on, we didn't go. But they don't want to admit that, because if they admit that, then you admit that NASA lies. And if you admit that NASA lied then, that means they're lying now. And that's a big thing. But one thing, I wrote something in my book because with Max, I told you it's a novel, and Max is the main character, and he's a girlfriend who's away, at the start of the book, but she comes back from overseas. Her name is Zoe. But they go out to Mount Dandenong, which is a place called Sky High, which is a really nice spot. A lot of couples go there, and they go there and they're talking, and they start talking about the moon landings. And this is what Zoe turns around and says to Max, "You know what? I've been thinking about the moon lately." I'm reading this, so if you don't mind, like I just read a little bit. But this is a good scenario that'll get people thinking. I've been thinking about the moon lately, Max. I'm starting to really doubt that people landed on the moon 50 years ago. The physics just don't add up. Yeah, me too, babe. But what made you change your mind? Well, I started to think about the physics behind the Apollo missions, and I began to realize the impossibility that they were able to leave Earth's atmosphere while the Earth is being pulled through the universe at preposterous speeds. Good point, Zoe, he said, smiling at her. Picture this, Max. There's a car cruising down the highway at say 100 kilometers per hour, and there's a fly buzzing around in the car, enjoying a free ride. And we know the fly can freely move around the inside of the car because it's contained within the atmosphere. Max listened attentively. So what would happen if you opened the window and the fly was sucked out? Can the fly get back into the car whilst the car is in motion at 100 kilometers per hour? Yeah, I see what you mean, Zoe. She says, it gets even better, my dear Maximilian, as she continued to explain, because the science suggests that when they went to the moon, they had to leave Earth's atmosphere to get there, just like the little fly leaving the atmosphere of the moving car. So let's pretend that a balloon, which we'll say is the moon, was tied to the tow bar of the car. And somehow the fly was a lucky little bugger and managed to land on the balloon. So my question is, how could it get back to the car as it would have to fly faster than the car to get back in? I'm buggered if I know, Zoe, but I like where you're going with this, Max. And the same physics would apply with a rocket leaving Earth's atmosphere, especially if we keep in mind that our Earth is supposedly traveling around the sun at tens of thousands of kilometers per hour, and that the sun is flying through the universe at millions of kilometers per hour. Then he says, brilliant point, Zoe. The craft would be left behind and lost in space. It would never be able to catch up to Earth again. You're right. Basic physics actually debunks the moon landings. So that was in like chapter, I don't know, it's a 47 chapter book. That was chapter 29. And it's sort of like all these truths sort of put into a novel. And that was a pretty cool chapter, because the end of that is like, you know, there's romance in the book. There's, you know, fat. There's friendship. There's debate. There's, you know, questioning science. There's, you know, there's a plan. Can I screen share? I'll tell you what my book was about. So originally,
Yeah, by the way, Billy, I just want to mention real quick for anybody joining in a little bit late. I have a link to Billy Zigg's book in the description underneath this video. You can click on it, and it'll lead you to Amazon, and definitely you know, support Billy if you can, if at all possible, and yeah, definitely take a look at that, and I'll get right to screen sharing. Let me actually I have you I have you posted here, based in Melbourne. I'm going to remove that, so I'm going to screen share you so you can show what you want to show.
Oh, cheers, guys. Cheers, RV. And I was going to say, like, if you email me, I'm happy to send. Anyone wants to email me, I can send you a PDF copy of the book. So it's not about making money. Send an email to billyzig@gmail.com. Might take me a few days to sort of get back to you because, you know, like, just emails I get like hundreds a day running a few little side businesses. But you know, I said I wanted to debunk flat Earth, and then what intrigued me more and more and more about the topic was this symmetry and this synergy between every religion or every culture, if you like, around the world. You know, the Mayans, the Greeks, and everyone talked about a dome. You know, the Greeks call it a stadioma. You know, stadioma means the dome, and stereo means solid. You know, I've probably said this before, but I thought stereo was something to do with sound, but stadioma is a solid. And even the Aboriginals, Australian Aboriginals, said the same. They said that the Earth is flat with a dome over it, with two brothers at each corner of the Earth holding the dome up. You know, and it goes every culture, and that intrigued me once. You know, and that was part of the basis of written about that in my book. And then I started thinking, there's got to be, and that's where I went to the mall. I asked you before if you think there's more land, and you know, people keep saying, well, why don't you go and, you know, to Antarctica? And quite honestly, I started thinking about it, and even you, like, let's say you're a multi-millionaire, that Max is in the book, and let's say, you know, would he really leave his lifestyle and go on a ship to go to Antarctica? I doubt it. So I started thinking about a solution. How can we find out what the shape of the Earth is, if it's a ball or flat? And I'm just going to screen share this and show you what, you know, this is what Max does in the book. So he goes, and let me know if I'm screen sharing so I can.
Yeah, let me put that up right now.
Yep, thanks.
Sure thing. Want to go full, or you want to
go full, Tom?
Okay, let's go full. Okay. Yes, see it now.
Okay. So Max starts thinking, well, you know, what's the best way to go, and you know, what's the best way to discover more land? So he comes across this plane called the Odysseus, and you'll see it on screen. So Odysseus, you've probably seen, you know, this stuff before, where this is all solar panels along the wings and the tail of the aircraft, fully autonomous. You set it and forget it, can go anywhere around the world. Sorry, I was trying to scroll on the wrong screen there. So it's world's most capable solar-powered autonomous aircraft, ready to deliver your mission from the stratosphere. So it's called a high-altitude pseudo-satellite, or a HAPS, and you can do anything. So look at the size of this thing, and you'll see there's a video they've got. So basically, Max goes to America, and he gets one of these things. I'll turn off the volume here. He gets one of these aircrafts, and he, you know, secretly brings it back to Australia and starts a mission to go and find more land on Earth. And this is a way that you would do it without risk to any life whatsoever. You just get this thing and you fly it in a direction, and you know, it's a ball would come back. If you set it at a latitude, it would obviously come back around. But if the plane, which we know it is a flat plane, would keep going out and into the dome, we'll discover more land. And you know, in the book, he has this dream. I shouldn't spoil it, but there's a dream sequence, and it's a pretty sort of talk about it. But really, you know, I don't know. I'm not good at marketing, but I really like it for that. I want to, you know. But I think it'll be flat Earth as just another idea, a way that we can discover if really more land out. I think, you know, look at the agents. They spoke
Billy,
about
I have to interrupt you, Billy. We're having issues with your audio. Sometimes it happens when you do the screen share, but the audio is really glitching a lot, and people are mentioning it in the chat. So yeah, maybe I'm not quite sure why that is, but I believe it's because of the screen share and maybe some underlying audio.
I've stopped the screen share, but you can go look at it. It's on the just Google this pseudo satellite, or go on to aurora.aero. Mate, it's a Boeing company. It's, you know, something people, you know, if you have enough money, you could go and do it.
Yeah, Billy, you're breaking up a little bit. Maybe even your video itself is really roboting. Maybe just refresh and come right back. Or there you go. Let's try now.
Is that better? I'll just take off. Is that better?
You're fine. Now you're perfect. Yeah. Continue on. I'm sorry about that. Just you're giving us a lot of great information. Then when you present, it just kind of went south a little bit due to the glitches. But yeah, go ahead.
So going back to Odysseus, what he does, unlike NASA, who fires a rocket and only has one camera on it pointing down, he installs multiple cameras over this thing and it streams back to a control room. And you know, they won't give away the story, but you know, I think there are ways that we can solve, you know, once and for all, and prove that, you know, they have lied. You know, look at Antarctica, right? I always thought Antarctica was all ice, but now we know there's land there. That's solid land, you know what I mean?
Yes, exactly.
But how at school were you taught that Antarctica was ice, or was it actually physical rock land there? You know?
Yeah, Billy. You know what? We're having the same issues again, and I'm sorry, Billy. If you could just refresh and come right back, that'll probably take care of it because it's coming in and out. We can hear you, then all of a sudden it just kind of like goes back to glitching. So
I'm going to refresh now.
Yeah, thank you. All right, well, Billy comes back. He'll be back momentarily. And I want to thank him once again for spending the time tonight where I'm at and where he's at in Australia. It's daytime. So wherever you're at on this flat world, thanks for joining in. And we're waiting for Billy to come right back in. It shouldn't be too long. And when I see John O. Edwards in the chat, Brenda May, everybody else, thanks so much for joining in once again. Golden Mask. And hopefully Billy will be back shortly. Should be here momentarily. Unless he lost his connection completely. Hopefully not. And while we're waiting for Billy, again, thanks again for everybody in the chat. Let's see what else we have here. Next Spasm. It's been a while since I've seen you around. Good to see you back. And I think Billy, oh, there he goes. Billy's left the building. He'll be back just momentarily. I see Outer Pond Philosophy. Good to see you in here. Ange Walker, as always, great to see you here. Call 40. Richard Lopez, how you doing, pal? Good to see you in here. I love, Richard, your passion for the truth and always does fantastic work. Smooth. Jackie. Ronnie Briggs. And who else here? JH, good to know you're a flat earther. Fantastic. Super leads, and looks like Billy has issues coming back in. We'll give him some time. Oh, let me see. Maybe he's trying to get back in now. All right, there you are. Billy?
Give me Alpha.
Yeah, let me see here. You have another one. I'm going to remove. I think the problem is this. You have two streams going on. I'm going to remove one. Maybe that's the issue. I'm going to kick one out and leave you in here. And let's see if that fixes it. Let's try now.
Wait, can you hear me now?
Yeah, yeah, I hear you now.
have them before or not really?
Let's just keep going on, and hopefully it'll be a little bit better. It seems like, yeah, I think that'd be better off if you remove the video and just, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, definitely.
Now you're perfect. Great.
Yeah.
Now, I think what happened, real quick, Billy, I think what happened was you had the video up, and for some reason you had basically 2 videos up of yourself, and it basically, I don't know how that happened, but one of your screen shares turned into a video, so you were up twice on the StreamYard side, the back side of it. So I think we should be okay now. But go ahead again. I'm sorry. Go ahead and continue with your presentation.
Yeah. So with the what do you want me to go back to the screen or?
Yeah, please. Let's try to do that again, because I think it's important. I think we should try to do that again. Okay, there we go. Let me add to the screen. There you go.
Okay, so Odysseus is quite incredible, actually, and I think there's other ways that we can, safely do this. Like, imagine if we all, crowdfunded some, mission out there. The thing is, right now, the way the world's going, I'm afraid I don't even know if we're ever going to be let out of lockdown again. That's what I'm wondering.
Well, I'll say this real quick, Billy, is, it's like what happened after the event in New York. First people were outraged by, the TSA and the airports, but now it's just a normal part of life. Wearing masks, continuously. It's just it's something that's just cost a few pennies to make. It's very lightweight. It's just the principle of it, of wearing this stupid, ridiculous mask over something that's non-existent. And here's what I tell people. It's literally, it's like, like a football player wearing a helmet. Everybody kind of blends in. You just become just, like almost like a stormtrooper in Star Wars. Everybody's like, just like a bunch of bots, and it's removing your identity, and you're just another faceless person, It kind of reminds me of that song by Billy Idol, Eyes Without a Face.
Yeah, definitely. And there was, I can't remember what the name of the cartoon is, but there's a children's cartoon that came out, I think 2016 or 17, but it literally is about this whole town that has to wear a mask. There's a dangerous virus sweeping through society. And then they finally, the end of the happy ending of the cartoon is when everyone gets to throw away their mask because they finally discovered a vaccine. Now, why would you even make a cartoon like that anyway? Just doesn't friggin' make sense. But that's what they've done. They've sorry, I flicked the cam on. But they've programmed society for acceptance. And I think it's the younger kids who are going to accept it without fight. They're going to go with it. They've been, they love the technology. They'll accept anything at this stage. They'll even accept the vaccine. And I think Del Bigtree, he said something on his show yesterday, and Dollar Vigilante, I thought of it myself. Like, let them get the vaccine if that's what they want. People want to rush and get the vaccine. What can we do, man? Maybe that's a way that.
Well, I appreciate. Yeah, I want to jump in here, Billy. I appreciate the Dollar Vigilante, giving me a shout out and playing one of my videos on the topic, and I appreciate he did that about a month ago. He played part of my live stream actually after when all this nonsense was really heating up. Was it a month, 2 months? Oh, maybe it was 2 months ago. I lost track of time. But what I'm getting at is, it's what it comes down to with all this nonsense. It's so sad. People will actually, allow themselves to be injected with this poison. Here's a big thing is, and I really need to state this where I'm getting it with the vaccines, is everybody's, of course, body chemistry is different. Everybody reacts differently to different compounds put in the body. So, for example, you're someone like myself, not that I would get vaccinated, but I have a stronger immune system where, any kind of, I'm not allergic to anything. I'm, never been in the hospital in my life since birth. I'd probably be perfectly fine if I did. Not that I would ever, but people with, that are hypersensitive, they can, obviously have very bad side effects, of course. And the very young, the very old, passing away from this. So this is what it comes down to. What I'm getting at is I don't believe this is how I look at it. I don't believe they'll actually force, come to your house and drag you out and stick you the needle. They'll coerce you to do it. So through manipulation, you're gonna go out and get it done yourself, and then it removes the liability from them. And these people are coerced. They're and other ways of doing it, of course. Hey, you work at a job. We're concerned about people getting the bug. Well, before you come back to work with us, you got to get vaccinated. You have to have proof of it, or else you can't work here again. And everybody else in the office has been vaccinated. You're not, so you're out of a job unless you get it done. So that's not being forced, but being very strongly coerced into getting it done. So it's very borderline to being forced, but you have a choice. So that's what direction I look like they're going to go with.
That's all they have to do. And people love traveling, and they're developing this pass, as we know. And without that, you won't be able to pass the port, whether that's an airport or whether it's a shipping port. You won't be able to pass that port, and which is where the word comes from. So they're gonna get those ones that love traveling. They're gonna, the sports. Bill Gates came out straight away and said that you won't be able to go to sports stadium. You won't be able to, do so much. And I don't know, people just love living so much.
Well, here's the thing is, I want to say this. I have a tremendous amount of respect for all the people in Berlin, Germany, standing up, protesting. The official reports is 17,000. I get reports of over 1 million. Some people are saying well over 1 million. While people in Germany are fighting for their freedom, Americans are begging to be enslaved further. This is the gamers, the ones that love watching, science fiction. They love their X-Men movies. They love having their heads, stuck in the sand whenever you bring up anything that goes against the grain. This is the like that one TV show. Not that I watch any of these shows, but what is it? The Walking Dead. That's society. The walking brain dead, literally. And here's the thing: is one thing I appreciate about you, Billy, is there's not a tremendous amount of truthers in Australia, and definitely not enough flat Earth truthers. PK's, of course, around your neck of the woods. I know you talked to him.
He's involved as well.
Yeah, and you have Mad Pieman. There's Jungle Surfer. There's Anaconda Malt Liquor, and I don't want to exclude anybody, but there's really just like a handful of you guys, and I know this from every single person that I spoke with in Australia that are truthers. It's most of society is completely gone. They just go along with the program, and I've covered so many events in Australia over the years that have gone down, and the programming is very strong there as well. And you tell me you're in lockdown over there right now, and everything is pretty bad. And that's one thing I want to get into is just so people have a good feel of what's going on in Australia of exactly how bad is it, like when you go to the stores and how are people interacting, your friends, family, and everybody else. Just like, for example, when the guy dropped off the dishwasher or fixed it, whatever, was he wearing a mask?
He was. He was just wearing he was wearing a mask. There was two of them that came to the door, and I said, "Oh, you can take your mask off." And he went, "No, we can't do that." I was like, "Oh, fucking hell, man! Breathe, would you? Just breathe." Like, there's a grown man I go to the shop, I go to the supermarket, and I see these tough guys. They got tats around their neck, on the back of their neck. One guy had a bald guy with like full-on tats, and he had stab here on the back of his neck, tattooed, like pretty good tat. You know, like I wouldn't do it to myself, but it suited him. But he's wearing a freaking mask. You're that tough. You should be fighting the government. Where are the bikies? The bikies are, what are they doing? You know, we got Hell's Angels, we got the Comanchero, we got like everyone here. The Rebels, we got Lone Wolves. But where are they? Even they're acquiescent to what the government is doing. I thought they would be the ones that would resist. But no, they're too busy gathering material objects these days. Bikies are different to the old school bikies who would stand up against the government, right? You know, and the government would be afraid of them. But now bikies are, you know, which ones have got the biggest gold chain, and you know who's got a friggin' Lamborghini in their garage. You know, they're just materialistic. You know, I'm worried. I don't think there's anyone left to help. If it's not for the truthers, and you did mention before about, you know, Australians, there are quite a few flat Earth Australians. I want to say 10% of people here are flat earthers, but they don't speak out. We've got Mitchell from Australia, like he does some pretty cool videos. We've got, you know, very limited amount of people. And look, it takes a lot of guts going against the grain. I didn't think I'd be doing, I just turned 50 during lockdown. I couldn't even have a party, you know, always. And, you know.
You're having a party here. This is your party right here.
The party, yeah, 100%, man. But, you know, I didn't think I'd be doing this at 50 years old. I thought I'd be, you know, just, you know, running my company and being successful in that way. And I don't even want to be successful in that way anymore. I don't want to be involved with the corporate world. It just disgusts me more and more I go along.
Race, yeah.
It really does. You know, I don't know what to say, RV. I had a question written down for you, you know. I was gonna ask you, what to say. Do you reckon the truth will ever become mainstream? Like, will it? What do you reckon? You're a fighter. You must think about this.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, you know, all truths will be revealed just when it's all going to come out, and it's going to be a shock to the system, to the people. But, you know, when that's going to happen, I don't know. But I'll tell you right now, the media has such mind control over the masses. Of course, they all come out tomorrow and say this is just a government ploy, it's a bunch of nonsense. Or if they come out tomorrow and you have literally, you know, ABC Australia, BBC, you know, France 24, CNN, they all say tomorrow these world governments have been pulling off the largest scam. You know, they're not going into space. Earth is flat. Literally, the world will turn into flat earthers overnight. That's dangerous, because why do I say that? Because that's without thought. People are not researching anything. They're just taking the word. It's the truth. But what I'm getting at is we don't want people to be that way. We want people to say, let's look into that. But they don't. They're just like, they're going to flip flop whatever they're told. And that's the power of the media. And this is the thing is you know, I've really been saying this lately, where I look at society as just a bunch of overgrown children. You know, people might think very, very, very highly of themselves. They're computer programmers, maybe they're engineers. They could throw some math equations together. They feel really, you know, very intelligent. But it reminds me, you know, when I was very young, I remember the big thing was the old saying was, yeah, you know, someone could be a doctor, a brain surgeon. When they come home, they couldn't program their own VCR. They had their son do it for them, because they specialize in one field. They know that, but they couldn't do something very simple as program the VCR. You know, and the kids, like the old saying goes, I remember back in the 90s, this was the big thing. The kids knew how to run the internet, you know, use a computer better than the adults. You know, and you know, the not elementary, like middle school, high school, they would be zipping through online, even with the dial-up, you know, and taking lessons from the parents and that type of thing. So what I'm getting at is this, where, you know, adults are literally children in this world. That's how I see them. When you're awake to everything that's happening, the big picture, that's how it is. They're just oversized children that are they don't know again, the basic foundations to really look into things and question things, and where you have debates with people about, like for example, online, Facebook or Twitter, whatever social media, you talk about things like flat Earth and everything else. Of course, all they'll do is, a lot of them they'll rage, get upset, call you names, but again, they wouldn't know the first thing about what's happening with their supposed model. They have no idea, absolutely none. Like for example, when they hear about an asteroid coming, it's supposed to hit Earth or Halley's Comet, whatever, they probably envision themselves as Earth is a spinning ball, static in space, just sitting here while things are zipping by. They don't know we're supposedly moving, with the sun at nearly 500,000 miles an hour,
Exactly.
while we're orbiting the sun and all this nonsense we're told. And so literally it's this million mile an hour collision course with everything moving, and it's how can they even make these ridiculous predictions with all this movement? And it's just nonsense. Like William Shatner says, science and science fiction are the same. And again, that's mockery.
And you're right, because people don't understand their own models. So they don't realize that, okay, fair enough, the sun's there, and they think that we're orbiting the sun, we're evolving every day, and we orbit the sun. But that's it. They don't realize the other movements. There are 4 other orbital velocities that we should be feeling and experiencing. And not to mention you have perihelion and aphelion. So the orbit is not perfectly round anyway. It's elliptical in shape, which means that we slow down and we speed up through that orbit. And, there's so much, that you can just immediately, just question that part of it. But you don't have to. Just go to the water and check where the water's level, and you've done it. You're there.
Here's the thing, too. Exactly. Here's the thing, too, is I have, like I said, there's a lot of stuff that I have a lot of videos saved. I have a tremendous amount of videos I made in the past. A lot of other information that I haven't made video presentations on. It's on my to-do list, but I'll just give people a heads up. Anybody's hearing this, I have, of course, the famous, infamous, video of Neil deGrasse Tyson saying we live, on Earth. It's pear-shaped, this kind of nonsense. And here's the thing: is of course what we see from NASA is a ball, like perfect spherical ball. But here's what I'm getting at. We know about this. This is nothing new. But what I'm getting at is I have an interview with a Google analyst who says Earth is actually potato shaped. So it's either what NASA's showing us, which is a spherical ball. What Neil deGrasse Tyson says is we live in a pear-shaped Earth, and now we have a Google analyst saying it's a potato shape. It's a potato pear sphere. It just can't be all three. It's just it's hilarious though. But I think it's just, of course, just all mockery and just they're just laughing at I know Neil deGrasse Tyson, guys like Bill Nye and all these big names. Of course, they know the Earth is flat, and they're just playing games, and it's
it's part of that. It's their, as you said, it's a stage, and that's their role. That's your role. That's their role, and they just all get handpicked to do that.
Well, even Brian Cox, individuals like look at Neil deGrasse Tyson, Bill Nye. These are actors, literally, and then you had Brian Cox, was in a failed band in the UK. They just plucked these people out, and like, we're going to throw you. We couldn't utilize you for you weren't a very good musician, but maybe we can use this. You're a good sellout. You'll do whatever you're told. We'll just throw you in the science field and have you as a science guy on the world stage and that kind of thing,
And who knows what compromising positions they've caught him in or moments they've caught him in and filmed him, right? So they have to. They can't sway from that. It's like, hey, remember that tape we've got of you? Oh, shit. You know what I mean? They can never get away. It's once they're in that club, they're in that club, and that's, look at Australia. Australia has, I don't know how many prime ministers we've had, 20 or 30 or whatever. Probably more. We've probably had that in the last few years. But they've all been groomed, and they've come out of 3 schools in Australia. what are the chances that every prime minister in Australia has come out of 3 schools? So they give you the false hope that, hey, you can do whatever you want. You know, if you want to become prime minister, you can become prime minister, but you can't really, because you didn't get schooled in the right Jesuit schools, which they are. They're all Jesuit schools. And, you know, that says it all. Like, it's a club and you're not in it, like George Carlin said. It's, you know, is it Carlin or Kalen? Yeah, Carlin, I think.
George Carlin. But here's the thing about Carlin. I did a little live stream about him as well back in the 60s. I mean, this is where they, again, the duality aspect where they're going to give us the truth in these comedians in the world stage. And he's doing all these, back in the 60s, doing Masonic hand signs. He rejects the creator and all these things. So they're going to give us truth in one angle, you know, with the of course, entertainment aspect, comedy, TV shows, movies, comics, whatever. But here's one thing I want to mention. We're talking about prime ministers. I found it interesting. This is a video I played years ago with Prime Minister John Howard and Stephen Harper of Australia. You know, Canadian Prime Minister, literally the same speech for the so-called conflict in the Middle East, supporting it, you know, reasons to go in, and it's basically verbatim. It's the same, literally the same speech Stephen Harper and John Howard were giving. And that's the funny thing is they both have third-degree names. Stephen, third-degree name, Howard, a third-degree name. One thing I want to mention too, you're talking about going to the same schools. This is like the biggest thing I would tell people as far as how rigged our systems are as far as politics. Back in 2004, you had, of course, George Bush going against John Kerry, you know, Democrat versus Republican, of course, as always. And you have them both attending the same university, Yale, both being a part of the same fraternity, Skull and Bones, just a few years apart. And now they're, you know, from the same fraternity, same school, facing off against each other in this rigged, bogus system. One thing I really want to emphasize is this really needs to be put out there is I hear even truthers saying, oh, George Bush was such an idiot. No, this is what people don't understand. He's an idiot. So even people working at, say, a McDonald's say, oh, my goodness, George Bush is an idiot. This is to get people, even like Barack Obama saying, yeah, I've been to 57 states. I think I'm going to go to 57 states tomorrow. This nonsense. This is literally for the people on the right to get outraged and say, look at this. Look how dumb this guy is. And George, just like when George Bush says, yeah, I've been looking on the computer. I was looking at the internets. He called the internets.
Yeah. You know, it's just like, oh my, and he's the so-called president. They play dumb. They play dumb because they know that that's the better position to take, actually. Like, you know, if you, even with debating flat earth, if you go up to someone and say, oh, the earth's flat, you play dumb. You go, oh, right. So how fast does the earth spin? And they don't know. And then how fast is this? Oh, where's the earth curvature? What's the matter for that? They don't know. So you playing dumb, they've just revealed themselves. So you know how you said with George Bush and Kerry, and that's exactly what they did with George Bush and Al Gore. Remember how they were, you know, neck and neck. But it came out that Al Gore was a little bit in front, and he actually won the vote. But they had their roles to play. Al Gore was the guy to sell climate change. George Bush was the guy to do the war. You can't flip them around. You can't have George Bush selling you climate change and we're all going to die. He wouldn't get it right. He couldn't play that role. Do you know what I mean? And neither could Al Gore. Al Gore wouldn't be suited, you know, going in and, you know, taking over Iraq. And, hey, that reminded me of a question I was going to ask you before. Sorry to jump all over the place. No, but you know how you said that, how you were saying with Hussein, how they found him and they got him and it was the wrong time of year. So did he die or is he living? What do you reckon?
Oh, absolutely. There's just, you know, none of these people are being like taken out. They're just literally actors in the world stage with Saddam Hussein and
I know that's a naive question from a truther, but man, like I don't know it all. I don't know it all. I admit it. I don't know it all, and I'll be the first one to admit it.
No worries. So I'm gonna I definitely, like, I've been looking at all these things, and I can do these presentations, but I'm really, like, my hands are tied behind my back with so much now. I got to be careful with a lot of restrictions now. People are like, why don't you make a video of this? Why don't you make a video on that? Well, there goes the whole channel's gone. So
family time.
Yeah, and this is what I'm getting at, is things that didn't add up with Saddam Hussein in the gallows. When they had that cell phone footage, everybody's seen it way back when the moment when there, he was going to be let loose and there'd be, hang. All of a sudden, it's like a UFO sign. The cell phone camera goes everywhere, and you hear a big, like, crash. That won't happen if someone's released by a rope. It'll be like, you might hear a little bit of grunting from the person. But what I'm getting at is the moment they're recording him, walking up the steps, they're putting the rope around him, all this, and this. Then the moment of truth, when it's about to go down, the cell phone camera goes in every direction. It's just ridiculous. So what I'm getting at is this too.
Why would they televise that anyway? Why televise a man getting hung? Really? They've never done that before with anything else, and now you're going to put it on? Really? Come on. Well, that's a bit. Yeah.
Here's the big thing. Getting back to what I showed earlier with the date palms. So we know that's filmed in July. Yeah. And we know they pulled them out of that supposed hole. It's in July, based on the dates, still on the date palm tree. We know it's not December, so we know he's part of it. He's part of it. He's not in court saying, "Hey, actually, they captured me in the middle of summer. This is a lie." No, he's not saying any of that, because. And here's the thing is, and I showed it before, where you see Donald Rumsfeld shaking hands. Was it back in, I think it was 83, around about that time period, he's with Saddam Hussein, sitting on a couch or shaking hands, and same thing with, like, Gaddafi. Another fabrication. I seen photos with him with Tony Blair in the Masonic handshake. So literally, it's good cop versus bad cop in the world stage, and the big thing is this, and this is something I harp on a lot. It might drive people crazy, but it's really the smoking gun when it comes to the world stage. When you have George Bush's speech about the New World Order, you had Ahmadinejad from Iran, former president, say we need a new world order. You had Putin in Russia say we need a new world order. So all these enemies and allies agree that we need a new world order. They're all pushing the same agenda. So it's transparent. The world stage are all working together with the same exact agenda being pushed.
Absolutely, yeah. It's that's the thing, because people say, oh, how could they all, lie about the shape of the earth? Every country would have to be in on it. Yes, that is exactly right. They're all in on it. They all know. They all most of them signed the Antarctic Treaty, which reminds me that our second in charge, to the Prime Minister, Deputy Prime Minister, whatever, Josh Frysenberg. I think he's the treasurer, actually, but he acts as the Prime Minister whenever our Prime Minister goes away. Guess what he did the day he got elected as treasurer into this country? He went to Antarctica. Look it up if you saw Josh Frydenberg, actually not Frysenberg, Frydenberg, Antarctica. Look it up. He went to Antarctica the day after he got elected, like a lot of officials do, and he came back in the same day. So he went to, and he holds the record for the person to go to Antarctica and back in one day in a flight. Can I ask you, why would you go to Antarctica, and why would you only stay there for 3-4 hours? What was there to see that you went there, 8, 9 hour, 10, 12 hour flight? I'm not sure how far it is, from Melbourne.
Yeah.
Or from Australia, wherever he was flying from. But what did you do there for 3-4 hours? Like, did you go see some penguins? Did you go, what do you want to do?
Yeah, that's very funny. It reminds me of that one American that supposedly went to Antarctica, 33-year-old man, and he supposedly he made the journey across.
Yeah, and he did 33 miles in the last day or something, RV.
Yeah, 33 years old as well. And here's the thing: is
Yeah.
he's on Joe Rogan's show, no signs of like blisters or anything. Like he looked like he just got back from the Bahamas, and literally, of course,
I know.
flat out lying. You know,
I know. And imagine doing 33 miles, dragging a sleigh with all your gear in one day over treacherous ice and, you know, crevices and whatever else you're going to encounter, which you wouldn't have known about. 30, and, you know, and I think Jaron did some really good videos on it where he shows, you know, they had a ladder, you know, there was another guy filming. Well, that means you weren't alone. That means your cameraman and the guy, you know, whoever did, he holds the record with you. You're not the only one.
Yeah, it's just like OBL in that camera view, and like, for example, here's, you know, obviously with the moon landing hoax, when they're filming, you know, the first step, you know, on the moon. Well, who's filming that? Someone's obviously there filming it, you know, when Neil Armstrong takes that first step.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
But who's filming it? You know, and also too, when that one, I forgot which mission it was, but you know, they had the camera there, and they're launching back, you know, going back to Earth, and they got the camera panning up and all this stuff, like, and they made the ridiculous excuse, oh yeah, we timed this camera to all this garbage nonsense.
Oh,
but the
yeah.
big thing to me, Billy, the big thing to me when I was a child, when I saw the moon landing, which I always looked at like so hokey, is the horizon in the background. It literally looks like it's 15 or 20 feet away. That's one thing that really, really stood out to me. I'm like, man, this looks like, you know, a very, very bad movie. And that's exactly what it is, a horrible movie.
Really bad, really. And they bought it in 1969 to 72, whenever the last mission was. It was, you know, acceptable to, you know, and they didn't allow them to film, you know, apparently the reporters and the news team covering it, they were only allowed to record a projection of the footage. So they didn't have raw footage of it. That wasn't handed out, which is very unusual because we're talking about, you know, the biggest thing man has ever done, humanity has ever done, and you didn't give them raw footage. Why would you do that? One thing I've got this in my book, where, you know, he's having a chat with Amber and so with Zoe, and he says, you know, imagine going to the moon and you go for 3 days wearing a spacesuit and you're wearing a nappy for 3 days, right? That would have been pretty smelly in that bloody capsule, wouldn't it? Yeah, it's disgusting. You got, you know, number twos in your nappy for 3 days. Like, what's going on here? You know, there's just so much. And even if you break it down from such a nonsensical thing like that, you know, where did you go and, you know, do that most important business we all need to do? It just doesn't make sense at all.
Well, that reminds me of Scott Kelly and Kornienko coming back from the ISS supposedly. You know, from the ISS to going in the capsule, before coming back, they never showed them, you know, switching into their, you know, their NASA, you know, outfits, whatever you want to call it. That's what they are.
Yeah,
Halloween costumes. And what I'm getting at is this: they've been up there for a year. Scott Kelly, he arrives. He's plump. You know, if you're eating rations for a year, you're going to be like a pencil, man. You're not going to be so chubby like he is. And they show them carrying around like, oh, they've been in, you know, zero gravity for a year, so they need to be, you know, their bones are not, you know, their muscles are not working properly when they get back to Earth. It's just nonsense, everything. But you know what? When people have been blinded, like I always say, you know, a blinded mind can't see, and people have been blinded, and that's what it comes down to. Is it's so amazing.
And you want it to be real. You want it to be real. You don't want it to be a lie. Like, you know, I said to my wife when I first realized the Earth is flat, I was like, I'm scared. You know why I'm scared? Because one day when this comes to be the truth, the elites are going to fight this and that's what they're doing now. They came out with flatten the curve. You know, give me a break. You know, I had an event called Test the Curve Day 2020, which was a worldwide event. I started it in, I think, October last year. I did a Facebook group page and I had about 1,000 people interested. On March 21st, on the equinox, we were going to go around the world and test the curve of the Earth. And that would be the largest experiment of its type anywhere ever conducted. Imagine that. Hey, I did this and I saw that. And MC Toon was going to do the Eratosthenes experiment. Eratosthenes, I call him Shadow Man. He measured the Earth with shadow. Eratosthenes, unbelievable.
Yeah. Well, you know what's funny about that? Even Neil deGrasse Tyson, even in a video, like, again, how they kind of like, he'll say flat Earth is nonsense, then he'll put out how that Eratosthenes experiments was really doesn't prove, just like, anybody, you can stand underneath a light bulb in a room and have no shadow, and then another light, making a shadow. What does that make your room curved? Based on one shadow, and the light over your head, there's no shadow. So that's just garbage. Lights. People could play with lights all they want. And do all the things you want. But if you have a flat surface, a room, that's the ultimate measuring tool. Is you put that water level on the floor, play all the light, you put the disco lights up, whatever you want. That's not going to determine if your floor is flat and level. And that's what it comes down to is
exactly. And it works on both. It could work on a curved Earth. You could assume that, but you're also assuming that the sun is very far. And when Eratosthenes, I think it's Eratosthenes, when he did it, he didn't even know how far the sun was. So how do you triangulate a position if you don't know all the variables, And they kept shifting the goalposts over the years. It was 93, no, it was 26 million, 13 million, 28, and then at the end, they're like, oh, well, it doesn't really matter what it is. It's just, it is what it is.
Well, here's the thing is, though, Billy, is they even said it was down at 10, but this is what I always tell people is, we're told by science, again, of course, the sun is 93 million miles away. It's made of helium and hydrogen. There's no way to verify this. No one's been there. And this is something I pointed out where one scientist said, supposedly they're all wrong, and it's iron, mostly made out of iron. So these are things, they said, they'll say, these scientists will say, well, we have tests. We have these special tools that will verify what we're saying. I'm like, no, you have to cross-verify. It's like if you have a detector in the ocean that detects fish or the depth of the ocean, well, you can cross-verify, obviously, by going down there and measuring the depth or checking to see if that detector is detecting fish. You go down there, oh, yeah, they're fish. We can see it. So that's cross-verifying. And also, of course, the big one is what they say is what the core of the Earth, what it's made of, this, and this. Well, they only been 8 miles down. So from 8 miles down, knowing what supposedly what the core of the Earth is made out of.
Absolutely, man. Absolutely. That's in chapter 1 of my book. I write about that. In chapter 1, what I sort of dive into is how our eyes work. I dive into perspective and angular resolution and a little bit atmospheric condition. Not too much because in the natural discussion they're having. But then it gets to a point where Sam goes, "Oh yeah, of course they know what the core of the Earth and how deep." And then Max tells him, well, how do they know it's that deep if they haven't even drilled that far? And the deepest hole was the Kohler super deep borehole, which was in the 1980s. And then he says, so Sam, please tell me, how would they know what's at the center of that Earth if they haven't even drilled that deep? I'm getting somewhere. Just give me a sec. He goes, well, they must know, Max. It's science, he prays, raising his palms to the sky, borderline religiously. Max swiftly replied, it's more like the religious cult of scientism, and you have to admit that most people these days are blinded by science. Should we just blindly believe everything scientists tell us? Because if that's the case, then we might as well also believe fancies like journeys to the center of Earth. No, we shouldn't, Max, is where I'm getting to. Sam persevered, but the experts must know. Don't they have all that high-tech fancy equipment, like seismometers, spectrographs, and radio spectrum devices? All that stuff that can peek into the Earth. He rambled, trying to sound all knowledgeable on the topic. Max goes, give me a break, Sam. What experts? So I wrote that, give me a break. And guess why I wrote that in the book, who that was for? That was for you, because it was while I was writing my book, I used to listen to you, and sorry, I'm going to give you a bit of praise now, because I would listen to you religiously, man. Like, you know, wow, this, and just I've learnt so much. And even, you know, your videos back then, because your channel's been deleted, is it 3 times or?
More like 3. Well, you know, we're gonna be careful. We're gonna be careful about this topic, but yeah, it has some issues in the past.
Oh yeah, no worries. You know, because yeah. So I'd watched a lot of and learned and listened to, you know, Jaren and Globebusters and a lot of different shows. And yeah, give me a break. I love that one. Give me a break.
I appreciate that. Yeah, the thing is, and the reality is this is being at this for a long time. This really needs to be emphasized. It's so basic, but it really needs to be emphasized. Where I get it. Where when people first hear what I say when they're new to this, it's going to sound outrageous with a lot of topics, from, you know, fake celebrity passings to all these events in schools, and, you know, Boston, what happened there, all you know, Paris, London, all these events. Didn't happen overnight that I figured this all out. You know, it took a good amount of time. It's like, of course, you do anything long enough, you're going to get good at it. And so you have people that just, you know, they're watching the mainstream media, of course. They have their suspicions, but they don't realize how far the lies go. And then they're like, okay, I'm on board with this. But then they hear me talking about, well, this is a hoax, that's a hoax. Literally everything's a hoax that's basically spotlighted. They can't go there because it goes from one extreme to the other, and people's minds can't go from A to Z. It takes some people 6 months, a year, 2 years. Some people, most people will never get it. That literally, like a divorce court, where there's millions of real divorces, but all they present on TV are fake ones. They're not going to show a real divorce take place in a TV program. They have to script it for commercials. They can produce it for entertainment value, add lines, make it entertaining. It's like a reality show. Literally, if you record people at home, they're going to be watching TV, cooking, and not a whole lot going on. It's going to be literally unwatchable. But when you have a so-called, quote, reality show, then you have these women crying, you have these guys fighting, you know, drama, and it's all scripted. It all happens in a span of 20 minutes because there's commercials implanted there too. And of course, it's just, you know, from reality shows to you know, of course, a lot of these major, even sporting events, which I've covered many times over the years, you know, to our fake earth that we live on. If it's on TV, they're going to control it. They want to control it because they're not going to just let random things happen. The world can go in any direction if they just cover things that they want. That, for example, if they just covered random stories, this world can go in any direction. They can't have that. They have to have, of course, 100% control.
Absolutely, RV. And, you know, I've got a friend in Sydney, and he swears that he got divorced, and he blames Ellen and Oprah for getting divorced. Reason being that his wife would be home, you know, looking after the kids in the morning, taking them to school, doing all that. But she would sit and watch that during the day, and then he would get home and Ellen said this, Oprah said that. Mate, these women you're listening to are not even, never been married. They don't have children, so I don't even know why you're listening to them anyway. But to run your family. But then he would cop it, and it would be, you know, why don't you do this? And he's been at work all day. He just got home. You know, in Sydney's a big place, so you start work at 9. Well, you better start traveling at 6:30 to get there on time, and you're not going to be home till 7:30 anyway. If you finish at 5:30, do a bit of overtime. So your day's gone, and then you get the nagging, and, you know, he sweats. So, you know, even they're scripted too. All these reality shows, you know, that they would tell women to, you know, terminate children and do this and do that. And you go to, you know, and I love women having careers. My wife's at work at the moment while I'm at home, you know, but, you know, but, you know, there's a point that they taught women to do that and take, that's a more important thing in life. And then they turn 40 and they haven't had children yet. And there's a lot of, it's just continuous, isn't it? And as you said, it's bombarded from every angle, from TV, from movies, from TV shows, reality shows now, and just every part of it. It's just like, it's a friggin' twisted world. And Anthony Cicconti, the guy that did the super chat before, he's actually, I think any day now, he's about to bring a baby into this world, and his second child. And he called me this week. He called me, I think it was on Tuesday, and he said, Billy, what am I bringing my kid into? Like, what's going on? And I feel for a lot of people, man, like, because I'd hate to be having a child right now in lockdown. You can't even go and see the baby. Your parents can't come. Your relatives can't hold. It's just a very, very, different world to what we were living in 6 months ago. I'm scared. I'm actually scared. I'm a grown man. I'm 50 years old. But I will tell you, I'm friggin' scared. Is that okay to say?
Well, I wouldn't let that's what they want, and we don't want to play into that, Billy. We want to we want to be vigilant, but not let because I hate to say it, Billy, but being very blunt, the people that are asleep are afraid too. We don't want to be like them.
I know. Yeah. I get that.
But I understand, though. I understand if you have family, you have kids, you have a family to feed. I would say this. There's nothing, like the old saying goes, nothing to fear but fear itself. I know. Yeah.
No. But what I fear is not just from. I fear because I'm a bit of a futurist, right? I ran a voice recognition company. I started a voice recognition company in 2001. Build a product that you could dial into, say whatever you want. I need a plumber in this area to connect you through. I need this, that. So I pretty much built Siri in 2001. Phones and directory assistance industry all changed. We went to smartphones. I don't think anyone calls directory assistance anymore. So anyway, my point is that I could see the future. I see, and what worries me is I see that it's not just about me and my family, it's about society is going to change. They're rolling in AG 21 and a 2031. And if we don't fight, man, we are goners. I've got the other question I had written here, RV questions I wrote. What's the way forward? Let's give the listeners something to, what are we going to do, RV? Because whatever, I'm in, man. I was thinking this through last night. I hardly slept. So I'm pretty tired. But what's the way forward, man? Because I saw this lady in England. She organized a rally there. We've got Berlin. We've got, Australia is just like, I live within a bunch of sheep.
Yeah, the way I see it is we have to lead by example. We cannot be one of them. I'm
going to have to get arrested.
And Billy, it's like this. I'm just being very honest with you. The whole fear thing is, it's okay. We're speaking amongst each other, and you're telling me how you really feel, and do not for a second, be afraid to say that. But we have to. I look at it this way: we have to set an example for other people, not to be afraid, not to have fear over this fake thing. And I know where the fear is coming from. It's not because of this fake bug. It's because of what could come from it. It's like this. It's like what happened in the LA riots. What caused it was a fake event, but it led to something very real, and that's destruction. So what's happening, and the fear is from what's to come from it. But all we can do is, I look at it this way always. We can't worry about things we don't have control over. That's when we go crazy. We lose our minds. All we can do is do the best we can. For yourself, it's always good for everybody to stock up on supplies. Like myself, being a vegetarian, rice, beans. It's so easy for me because especially for the people that are unfortunate that eat meat. Now you're gonna have to, you're gonna run out of that stuff, and then you're gonna have to be a vegetarian, and now you can't cope with it because you've been eating that stuff for the longest time. But it would be a very easy transition for me if things got really bad. And like rice never expires, dry beans never expire. You throw some spices in there, some tomato sauce, and some cilantro, all that good stuff. Literally, you can live off that. That's your proteins and carbs all together in one. and you could live off that for the longest time. And that's what I'm getting at. People should be, you should be, fully stocked up at all times. Even if, for example, you live in California, earthquake, a region, or wherever you live, where there could be a possible issues, you should have a good supply, just in case. What's going to happen is going to happen, and there's not much we can do about that. And what it comes down to is, we all gotta be strong, whatever happens, because if you have people around you and you're a leader in truth, and people see that you're scared, then people are gonna.
It's not, I don't project that. I'm a pretty positive guy, but deep down, I shouldn't have said that on the, live, that I'm scared. I'm not scared. Like, I don't go to a supermarket with a mask. I haven't worn a mask anywhere.
Yeah, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying you're scared of that.
It's just for these children, for these, maybe scared was the wrong word. Maybe just, just despair. Like, what? How can they accept this? The people just want this, and that scares me in itself, right? That I'm thinking of moving out of Melbourne. I just want to get out of here. I want to go to the country. I just want to be away. That's what I feel like right now. So, yeah.
Well, like the old saying goes, it's a war in the minds, and here's the thing is, and again, I'm not blaming you. You're just being honest with your feelings, and I'm never gonna hold that against anybody. If for example, like I said, when you have so much right on it, I mean, listen, people are literally leaving this country and like living off grid because they know what's going to happen. We know about Jason Boss with 153 News. He's off grid because he saw the signs coming. That's why he's in Panama now. He's living off the land. He has barrels of food. He's self-sufficient. He's way ahead of the game, where a lot of us, we're under control. We have to live in this society, and again, of course, it's natural to be concerned and have some type of fear of what can happen in the future. Listen, the biggest fear is the unknown, not knowing what's going to happen, not knowing what's going to take place. And I want to make this perfectly clear. These people are psychopaths that are running everything. I'm not saying this is going to happen. We don't know. Literally, this can just be the never-ending story where this can drop off the map and something else comes up later. I'm not saying that's going to happen. I don't know. But there's many possible scenarios. They're using this fear to control us. And definitely, I don't want to fall in that realm 100%. It's natural. It's a natural feeling under these circumstances. Stress. That's one thing. We can all admit to, and I'm not. There's stress involved with all this because.
It is stressful, RV. Sorry to interrupt you there, because where Melbourne is being in stage 4, mate, I've never felt anything like this in my life. Right?
Yeah. And I want to take a moment to thank Artie. I appreciate that very much. She goes, "Thanks for all you do, RV. I got 5 kids, and there's nothing to fear but fear itself. No mask, no vaccines for me or my family. God is in control." 100%, Artie, and I appreciate that so much.
Yeah, God is in control. You're right. And no matter what they do, they can unleash. If there's anyone that can bring this world to an end, it's God. He's the only one that can do it. They could try and mimic God. They could try and do whatever they want. But hey, God's the only one that can create this earth and end this earth. And Satan, who they follow, created nothing. He didn't make anything. He didn't make anything good. He just made bad things, or not things. He made bad thoughts. He did everything negative. He doesn't do anything positive, and that's who they follow. So we're following someone who's the creator, who's got the the all-knowing, all-being. Yeah, and that's that's big.
Yeah, and that's the thing is to me, and I said this over the years, I never doubted. It's normal. Nothing wrong with asking questions. Question all things, and I have. I definitely question all aspects of what's presented on all sides. I haven't been one. It's kind of like just looking at one perspective only. I question the thought of there being no God, and right away I'm like, it's literally impossible that we can just all be here. And just look at the human anatomy, how it's everything's configured, and that's just by chance where everything's at, and how everything's placed in our bodies, and reproduction with male and females, how everything is just how everything just works, and it's just not some just blind evolution.
Accident just happened by
literally how all, like, for example, it's amazing, like, for example, you look at human beings, of course, unless identical twins, everybody, all these millions, not millions, billions of people, have different faces, and how over the years, and it's just amazing. Where you could look at, for example, you look at primates where they could identical, literally identical. It's just our fingerprints, our retina are different, showing these are proofs of creation when our fingerprints identify us as individuals. As it's just amazing to me. And people are literally, like the song goes, blinded by science. Yeah, that, of course, by Thomas Dolby, and then of course by Foreigner. I played that as well, and even William Shatner sings that song "Blinded by Science" as part of Mockery as well. So to me, it's very clear, very apparent. But you're not going to convince the unconvincible, those that have so much pride and ego, and that's what it comes down to.
It does.
I've never met someone that has a very doesn't have much of an ego. It's always the ones that have really condescending, huge egos that fight the truth. It's just they're so sure that they're just literally, they believe they're monkeys living on a spinning ball. I told that to Steve McRae. I said, if you believe in what you've been told by the school books, you're literally a monkey living on a spinning ball, zipping his legs,
and they did a good job at making people hate God. Like, when I was young, I would never think, why did God look? We've always thought, why does God do this? And why does God, people say, well, if God is so loving, why does he make children die at the age of 3 or 4? And things like that. But they don't realize that those kids could have been vaccinated. Those kids could have been, damaged through many different levels. And, that is a satanic thing. So my point was going to be that if you're going to bring God, if people want to bring God into the equation, they must also bring in the other guy, the bad guy, because that is what the book says. It says there are two guys battling and one guy's in control for 1,000 years. And we could be living in those, the bad guy's in control because God says to him, you want to do a better job than me? You think you can? Well, here, you run it for 1,000 years. And, like in that Queen song, It's a Kind of Magic. It actually mentions the 1,000-year rule. But yeah, people want to blame God for all the bad in the world, but they don't consider that there is an evil guy that does bad. He's the guy that does bad. God does good. Yeah. And it's
but it reminds me also too, that song you're talking about, Queen, and two things I want to mention. I played this before, where Freddie Mercury's during this interview, he rarely did interviews, but he did this one interview stating, he was asked by this man in the UK if he thinks if Freddie Mercury thinks he's going to heaven. He goes, no. He goes, I'm not made for heaven. I'm made for hell.
Wow.
Hell's a much better place. And he's kind of smiling about it. These are your typical sellouts, of course. And also, these lyrics, of course, given to these so-called artists who are nothing but more like con artists than real artists, because they're conning the world with their lies of making the music. But what I'm getting at is, I used to play this several times in the past, years ago, with Queen, and the Bohemian Rhapsody song in the beginning. Is this just real life? Is this real life, or is this fantasy? Caught a landslide, no escape from reality. Open your eyes, look up and open your eyes. So they're like literally. These are just like the Beatles, with Tavistock. All these are just creations, part of mind control. the anti-God while mocking, mocking the listeners, and they don't know. It's like, just look at celebrities. People like worship them, and then you see all these videos on YouTube where someone like Paul McCartney or any of these famous guys, when one of these fans try to walk around, they just walk past them like they're garbage, like they're not even there. They ignore them like they're not even human. While these people, worship them, and that tells you they look at them like they're nothing.
Yeah,
Not
for
all
sure.
of them. There's a good amount. Most of them.
A really good song. Now that you brought up, another thing in music. Because you're right, it's all in the music. And the Alan Parsons Project, that song, "The Eye in the Sky."
I've heard that many times. Yeah,
that is brilliant. It goes, "I am the eye in the sky, looking at you. I can read your mind. I'm the maker of rules, dealing with fools. I can cheat you blind. And I don't need to say any more to know that I can read your mind. I can read your mind." So listen to what it's saying. It's like, it's literally the eye in the sky. Like, who is that eye in the sky? And we know what the
Lucifer. I actually used to play that, Billy, often years ago. And would I show that one with the Alan Parsons Project, where they had the two two band members, and between they actually showed Lucifer, the eye, the all-seeing eye of Lucifer.
Oh wow! Actually, the cover to their song is the Eye of Horus. How's that?
That's exactly what I was referring to. Yeah.
So that's right. I just went to Google Images right then, and it's like, they don't hide very. Look, when you're asleep, you're not going to see any of this. It's been the awakened mind, so you see things differently, as you said with the 33. I can't not see 33 now. They are so blatant with that in Australia. They don't really care. They'll just 33 news cases today, 33, like all the time. And we've all seen the examples. You just go and Google that, and you'll see it in the news. They run with.
That reminds me that one event. There was this one event with this car, and I remember this interview on ABC 7 in Australia.
This way,
yeah, and at the time I was really, which no one else was covering, I was really focusing on the license plates of cars where they were coded 33. Just like, well, people, no, I don't want to say it, tooting my own horn, but no one's ever covered this with the movie Pulp Fiction, where I show Quentin Tarantino, the director. He's also an actor in the movie, where they have the wallpaper and there's 33s on the wallpaper. There's threes on the wallpaper. And, I point out where a lot of them look like kind of like 33s, but threes, but definitely they're threes. What I'm getting at is like the character Winston Wolf, WW33, and Winston being 33. Here's the big thing is his car, the license plate where he peels out is a 33 coded license plate. And here's things that people are going to miss. Like when they're in the restaurant, was it John Travolta and Uma Thurman? They're sitting in that 50s cafe, and they're getting their order from Buddy Holly, another faker. And they're asked, they're ordering hamburgers. And here's the thing is people are not going to get it unless they understand, this world that we live in, where they put a lot of hidden, Easter eggs in plain sight. It has deeper meaning. Buddy Holly, the waiter, asked Uma Thurman and John Travolta, "Do you want your hamburgers bloody as hell or burnt to a crisp?" And they both said bloody as hell, because biblically, not that, it states about how, you do not consume, the blood, that's the life, so this is like little hidden messages in plain sight. And of course, the scene where they're shooting people, Samuel L. Jackson shooting those guys in that one room that like betrayed the kingpin. He's reading off Bible scripture as he's shooting these people, killing them. So it's like the contrast. This is duality. Reading the Bible while you're shooting and killing people right after finish reading off the Bible verses. So this is like, the concept of duality, and a lot a lot of little hidden things in movies that people are not going to see, you know, and definitely there's a lot of that in Hollywood where everything is just anti-God. And
It is, yeah. And they
you watch Tom Hanks. One thing I'll let you continue on, Billy. One thing I want to mention, there's a lot of movies I can mention a lot of blasphemous things, but one thing I want to mention is that movie, Saving Private Ryan. Just listen to how many times Tom Hanks blasphemes in that movie. He does it. I mean, it seems like over 100 times. And here's the thing is about why is that so huge? And it's so cool for people to blaspheme because they see their favorite act. They listen to their favorite actors do it in movies, and they don't understand is, this is the one unforgivable sin is all sins are forgiven but one, and that's blaspheming the Holy Ghost. And this is what they're really pushing in Hollywood, in music is blasphemy.
Absolutely, and that gives weight to what I was going to say because they've invested a lot in making people hate the Bible and religion in the last 30, 40 years. I'd say 30 years. I'd say that's happened. I see this anger. People hate God. They don't trust the Bible anymore. We've trusted it for thousands of years as a word of knowledge, as a word of law. We use it in law. But now, don't worry about it. And that's, let's just ignore that and let's go to science. So science is the new religion. Politics is the new religion. Celebrities is the new religion. They've changed it. They're the stars. And it's all in the word. The wording is there. They in Hollywood, as we know, and the stars are not. We don't adore the stars in the sky anymore. We adore the stars on the stage, and they've done that perfectly, and they've taken people away from God. That was their thing. That was their end goal. That's when they knew they could proceed with their. Because if you read, like even when the Premier here in Victoria does a live feed, if anyone on that feed says God help us or just anything, they get attacked. Oh, where is your God? Why did he start this virus? Why did
yeah.
So you can't. Do you know what I mean? So I'd love to go and I do. I give it to them. I go and say, why aren't we dropping to the ground like they did in China? And I go and raise questions that make them really think. And we've got a real resistance here with that HQ. People know what I'm talking about. The one that the president said was good, and and now the media here in Australia is smashing that down. One thing that did happen is there's a guy named Clive Palmer who's a billionaire here in Australia. He's into mining and all that sort of stuff, but he's also a running. He ran for prime minister in the last election here. He went and stocked up with, I think, hey, guess what? He got 33 million doses of HQ for Australia. You believe that? So when I thought, oh my God, just when you think this guy's going to come out with something good, it's like 33 million doses of. Why? Like imagine calling up, can I have 33 million of it?
Yeah, just like, like I tell people, all these stories, even that one with the Benghazi, where you had the 33,000 emails from Hillary Clinton being deleted. And what was the date of that? We all know the date. It was that very occulted date of September 11th with Benghazi. So, even things as ridiculous, as something I'll cover. And by the way, this video is going to be, this video later on is going to be taken down and put on my second channel after, just because we're getting a lot of these topics, but it's definitely going to be put up on the second channel after it renders. But like Hillary Clinton, supposedly,
I don't want to just even to do whatever. Like, I don't want to jeopardize your channel in any way whatsoever. Because we are covering controversial topics.
No worries. Once this video is done, I'm just gonna let everybody know that's listening in now. It's gonna be put up right away, literally after it's done rendering on the second channel. So it's definitely gonna remain up. It's just gonna be on the second one, just for precautionary sakes. It's been, we got to get this good stuff out there, and just, we have to be careful what we say, but man, it's like, what do we do? We're trying to ride that line, man. And, we just got to put the truth out there, Billy. What are we going to do?
What do we do? We can't hide. And that's where they've got us as well. They know that we're going to, they can delete our channels, and, they just de-platformed, Del Bigtree last week, and I don't agree with everything he says. He's probably not, he'd probably laugh at me over flat Earth, but I don't care. He gives out some good information. Like Max Egan, there's another guy in Australia actually, but he's not a flat earther. Have you seen Max Egan?
Oh, the problem with I had a problem with Max Egan. Max Egan, by the way, is a third degree name, but back in 2015, he bashed me on his website, saying I was a disinfo shill for talking about flat Earth and putting it out there. This is where I had a problem, because, and he told PK stuff about me as well, which I didn't appreciate. And then of course he came out several months ago with a 10-second video saying, breaking news, everyone, the Earth is flat. More to come.
Yeah, I remember that. And then he said, "Oh, sorry." But you know what? His most recent videos, he's going, "Look, flat, round. I don't care anymore." He just, he's at that stage, and he knows, man. But he doesn't want to lose his 200,000 subscribers. So he's vested. He's vested into sticking to a side. He was wrong. He's already teased flat Earth. What, he's going to flip again over here and do the fence sitting? Like, anyone that sits on the fence too long is going to get broken kahunas. Anyway, that's what I say. And it's very hard for these people. But look, he does come out and give it to our government here, and we need that. He's informing a lot of people, and we need that here. We need people. We need voices, and we just spoke about that. We're risking, even talking what we're talking about here.
Yeah.
Yeah, what do we do? Like, I want to go to the city and protest. I want to form something. I was talking to my mum this week, and we just went into lockdown Sunday night. And my mum, mum's 72, dad's 77, and they want to live their life. They want to, they didn't go out much before anyway, but locking down older people is not good. My mum said to me, if they continue this 6-week lockdown, she will come to the city of Melbourne and protest with me. So how's that? She's never protested in her life, ever, but she will over this. And she told me that, she moved from Greece in 1960s. She's gone through hardship in Greece as a kid, worked on a cotton farm, gone through so much shit in life. She said, Billy, this is the worst thing she's ever experienced in her whole life.
Wow. What's interesting, Billy, is you're they came from Greece. You're in the 60s, and my parents came to the United States in the 60s as well. In 1962, that's when my parents came to the U.S. So that's very, very interesting. Like, your family leaving Greece, my family leaving Russia.
Yeah, we'd be the same. Around the same vintage, I reckon.
Yeah, it's very interesting. Yeah, that's pretty cool actually to know that timeline. But one thing I want to jump in, I have this screenshot from Pale Horse Rider. I just want to mention this real quick to finish my point on the Benghazi thing, which I've covered a while ago after it went down. Actually, the 33,000 emails. One thing, it happened, like I said, September 11th. But one thing I want to mention too is Hillary Clinton. Whenever, remember that supposed collapse of Hillary Clinton? Here's the thing is, and this is what they do. People can't go where the real truth is because it's too insane. They had an actual mannequin, and people were going nuts when I was saying this. I'm saying, look, you guys think, like some people will claim, oh, they're arresting Hillary Clinton, her arms are behind her back, and this, and this. And I told them, look, you guys don't realize that's not even Hillary Clinton. That's just a dummy that they're moving around. You can see the way the body's moving, the hair. You could tell it's a dummy because that's nose dive. That if anybody's seen the video that I did, that supposed Hillary Clinton did a nosedive, and her legs, knees hit the ground, all this stuff, and it was a dummy. And I said it was a mannequin. here's the funny thing is I'm getting at. It happened on September 11th
All
when
right.
Hillary Clinton collapsed on September 11th, Clinton being a 33 name. So it was all symbolic and it wasn't her. And what I'm getting at, when when I was saying it's a mannequin, it's a dummy, people are going nuts in the chat, in the comment section, say, "Oh, I lost my mind." I said, "No, that's a mannequin, that's a dummy." And what happened shortly thereafter? The mannequin challenge. And there's Hillary Clinton in an airplane with Bon Jovi doing the mannequin challenge. So you put it all together. So,
and do you think they do that? Sorry to interrupt you, but
sure.
Do you think they do that because people were maybe searching for mannequin and then they had to change and sway the search results? Because I'm a webmaster, and that's what I would do. I'd go, what can we do to sway these results? And they even do that with movies. So if you try and look up Greek mythology and type Troy, you're going to get the movie Troy before anything. So there you go. They sway, and that's what they do, why they do these movies. Like a lot of these movies they create.
Yeah, and also too, just to finish up about Hillary, is the reason for the mannequin challenge, and I showed a video of them doing the mannequin challenge in a Masonic lodge. Here's the thing: is mannequin is 33 numerology, challenge is 33. So mannequin challenge in the Masonic lodge, you have your dual 33s, just like the Tide Pod challenge. Tide Pod is 33. Again, challenge 33. There's always the occult behind all this, just like the ice bucket challenge. It's like a version of getting baptized with the water being poured over your head, the ice water. So it's literally all these concepts that the sheeple of this world are just partaking in. The mannequin challenge, the ice bucket challenge, and I tell this to people. Someone's dead asleep when they're taking part in these nonsense garbage. If you're a truther taking part of an ice bucket challenge, to me, you're not a truther. If you're, it's just. Yeah, go ahead.
And now we've got the mask challenge. The mask challenge. Everyone's got to wear a mask, and if you don't, that's the ultimate challenge. And I think part of what I looked at a few weeks ago was because I started thinking, like, why do they want you to cover up just your mouth and not just your mouth, but why would they want you to do that? But if you look at an emerging technology right now is iris recognition technology. So you look up eye recognition technology, and it's emerging. You've got all these articles around the world saying, yep, this is an emerging technology. You should invest in this. This is the future growth. And I knew this even in 2001 because there's 3 ways to measure people. One is with your voice recognition, eye recognition, face recognition are their main features, and also your fingerprint recognition, of course. So that's why they're the 3 things that we now have. We have, open your door with your fingerprint. The next one is when they're going to chip people, and we all know that's coming, and that's the ultimate the ultimate goal, which is, more than chipping. We know they can do it with a tattoo. They can do it with, who knows which way they're going to go, RV, but it's really interesting, all that 33 tied into, coincidentally, into all of those challenges. It can't be a coincidence. We know that.
Well, yeah, it's everything they do. It's like I broke it all down over the years. I mean, even every aspect, all the long hair, like I said before, the long hair on all the males, in Hollywood and specifically music industry, like Def Leppard, Bon Jovi, Poison. They have very feminine looks because this is in the Bible where it says in Corinthians, about long hair being on a man being shameful. I want to be very clear about this. Not, you could be a man with long locks as long as your hair is presented as a male, like long locks, like Samson, and not like a very feminine way. Then this is what male should be male, female should be female. There shouldn't be this area. And of course, the ripped jeans, Noah told his sons not to tear their clothes in despair.
Right.
The Bible. So the ripped jeans, the long hair, again, these are things that are not just, we're going to do it just to do it. These have a cultic meaning behind them. wearing the crosses, blasphemy. Like you'll see like these rock singers, of course, wearing crosses. That they'll have like cross designs all over their spandex pants, or on their jackets and all this stuff. So it's everywhere. Once people understand the occult, and of course, I mentioned many times with the towers 33 years after the North Tower came down. Both towers came down, but the North Tower was constructed. The groundbreaking was 1968, 33 years until they came down. The 9/11 calling system as well, going nationwide, 1968. All these things, and of course, like I mentioned so many times as well, with the groundbreaking for the Pentagon being September 11th, 1941, 6 years of the day that it was, of course, supposedly attacked. So, all these things they're put into play, and it's literally everything's in our face. If people remove their emotions, if someone looked at what happened in New York that day, and they believe these were people from the Middle East that took part in this, and they're going to be afraid for their lives if they live in California or Florida, wherever they live. Like I could be next, they can. I could be in a building, something can happen to me, when literally it's just a controlled demolition of 3 buildings, and the job has been done. New laws passed, fear being perpetrated not only in the U.S. throughout the world. Again, TSA, all these things. It reminds me also of LAX. Here's a huge thing that I covered. I think it was 2012, 2013. That's really been forgotten about. But there's the LAX dummy, of course, in the wheelchair, which I've covered also.
Yeah. Oh, gee, that was
that was hilarious. And also the big thing is you had the TSA officer. His surname was Hernandez, and he supposedly bled to death. They said 33 minutes before he passed away. He bled to death in 33 minutes. So they had a ritual for this man, this so-called TSA officer that passed away after 33 minutes. I kid you not, at gate 33. And they filmed this outside, and they show the dual 33s on the pillars, like Freemason pillars. So all this stuff is in our faces.
Just in your face, just like not even hiding it. And it's just codes for them to know what is done and when things are going to be done. Just like you do in military, you don't say what you're going to do, or even police. They don't go and say, hey, this is this crime. They say a number, and that number means something. And it's so, people ignore it. They think, nah, that's just a conspiracy theory. But absolutely not. No way at all.
And also, too, when it came down to the LAX, was, of course, you had the police chief Gannon saying, oh, this was we played out this drill, and it happened exactly like we planned. And you had the one, one of the chiefs or whatever, like rubbing his face in the back. But that was meant to happen as far as mockery. Again, telling us the truth in plain sight, saying this scenario played out exactly like the drill that happened, that we played out 2 weeks ago, whatever it was, a week ago, 2 weeks ago. But it's all stuff I've covered. And one last thing about the whole LA. Oh, a couple things. The supposed shooter, his name was John Ciencia, spelt. This is a spelling: CIA. And the last tidbit was when they had all these after the ceremony at Gate 33. No joke, Gate 33. They all the other TSA officers, they were showed on video going up an escalator, and you can see many of them smiling and laughing while they're going up. They know it's just a big sham and a big joke. And I mean, this is stuff that's, when you connect this with other events and you put it all together with all the events that I've covered, it's so clear, so apparent that all these are just simple world stage events. Just unbelievable. And if anybody's seen the photos of John Ciencia on the floor, it's another mannequin. It's literally just a dummy. And
wow.
And also, you had that one guy outside. I forgot to mention, you had that one guy outside who looked like the Harley guy, same exact voice, breaking it all down just like the Harley guy. And the nose is a little bit off, but with the prosthetic, who knows? But it was definitely had the same voice as the Harley guy, reaming into the towers.
Yeah.
The same voice.
And do you have that video on your channel, or?
You know what? That LAX video, I think I have it on 153 News.
All right.
Not, I have it on my second computer. I have a older computer from a few years back where I have stuff stored away. But I definitely have that. I believe on 153 News. I need to dig it out though. I'm pretty sure it's there, but if not, I have it on my other computer. I'm like 99% sure it's on 153 News.
I was going to just winding back about what you were saying about even the music industry, and I remember when we were younger, you'd get a record, and inside that record there'd be a poster. So I used to love Kiss and Ozzy Osbourne and all those guys, and we'd get the poster and blue tack it to our wall, or sticky tape it. I don't know if blue tack was invented back then. And next day my mum would come in and go, "Who are these people?" Because if you look at even Kiss and their satanic look, they've got devil, they've got this, not what was that? Like, question it now. What about Ozzy Osbourne and even his song Mr. Crowley? If you listen to that now, it's like, Mr. Crowley, what went on in your head? I won't sing on,
Well, the thing is, one thing I want to cover real quick, I'll throw in there, Billy, before I forget. I apologize for interrupting you.
That's cool, man.
When you mention things are always popping in my head that I got to mention, because I made a video about it years ago with Ozzy Osbourne and Sharon. They had the first reality stars when it came to celebrities doing it.
Probably taught me that. You probably taught me that about Ozzy Osbourne. I'd be like, yeah, it's listening to your stuff is how and then just those lyrics were just so, what went on in your head? Did you talk to the dead? And it's literally talking about Aleister Crowley. Like, we didn't get it when we were young. We just, it's guys like you that decipher. And I don't know how you do it, but, it must take you quite a bit of time to do.
I have so much passion for the truth, man. It's just something it's just a passion that it's, some people like, watching TV all day. So, some people like, few people like me, just like, all day investigate, looking at things and
man,
one thing I want to mention is, before I forget, because I'm getting a little bit far off topic, is with getting back to Ozzy Osbourne. You just mentioned him. This is what I'm getting at. I covered it.
Yeah.
At one point, they had supposedly Ozzy Osbourne and Sharon Osbourne called it quits after 33 years.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I made a video about that, and of course, they reconciled and they stay together. But this is just another world stage 33 hoax code they love to put out there. So. And that reminds me of the band Danzig. They reunited after 33 years, and I've covered all this stuff. So here's the thing is, now, this is what I would really tell the people about everything I talk about. If I try to explain a lot of things I learned over the years in a 5-minute, 10-minute, half an hour conversation, it's literally too much stuff. It's like you go to university, and even though we know the university's lies, explaining all you learned in 4 years in a 10-minute conversation or an hour conversation. Well, literally, I've been doing this over a decade. So, to really get it out there and to put all the pieces together in a short, concise way, in a very short conversation to wake someone up is extremely difficult. The best way you do it is the obvious ones, and just, keep it concise and short, because you got to give that one carrot of truth, and hopefully that will pull them in to look further, because there's just too much information. Literally, to figure this all out, you have to be dedicated. And I can see why. The 33. You mentioned a few stories. It's just a coincidence. But the more you look, the more you show, the more you present, they're going to see it if they took the time to actually look into it. But they have to have that passion first, and that's key, and that's so very important. And thank you, Anita Lee, for that. I appreciate that. And that was a cute little potato with the heart. Thank you for that.
Yeah, and it's just as much of as a coincidence that I've made a coupon on my website to give viewers a discount on my book, that it'll give them 33% discount if they put RV. So was that a coincidence? No. Like I do that, other people do that. And yeah.
Yeah, that's good stuff. And here's the thing is, like I said, these so-called elite, they don't own owls. They don't own anything. You know, they just take and steal, and we shouldn't be convinced that they own goats. Like Billy, if you own a goat or two, doesn't mean you're a Freemason or Illuminati. These are God's beautiful creatures, but they're like, when we present them as bad or evil, no, when they use them, we know what they use them for. They invert these things for their own purposes. I mentioned that earlier, but I really want to emphasize, don't be afraid of God's beautiful created owls. I love owls. People are going to use it. Oh my goodness, he loves owls. No, but again, they take something that's beautiful and use it for their own purposes, and make them dark creatures. When like I used to watch that one movie, even though it's a tin owl. In that one movie, was it Clash of the Titans? And they had that little owl, that little silver owl, like robotic owl going everywhere. I always liked that when I was a kid. But what I'm getting at is this: we should not, like I said so many times, the best analogy is intent. A knife could be used for stabbing someone or freeing a whale from a net. It could be used for something good or bad. It's about intent, and that's very, very important. And again, I don't want people like I even have a friend who said someone came over their house. They saw like an owl, little owl statue, and they're like, "Oh, you have this. Why do you have this owl here?" It's like you shouldn't.
That's ridiculous, actually. Yeah. A moderator of one of the groups that I'm part of, he has got a tattoo of an owl, and then he's a major flat earther, biggest truth seeker you could imagine, one of the nicest guys you'll meet. And everyone attacked him just because he had a tattoo of an owl. Big freaking deal. Like, come on. Oh yeah, I'm part of the Illuminati now because I've got an owl. An owl's got so many different meanings, and it shows. And an owl is wisdom. An owl he has got good vision. An owl has got a lot of different attributes that are unique to it. Yeah.
Yeah.
You can twist its head right around. Nothing else can do that.
Yeah, it's amazing. I think this is what I'm getting at, Billy, too, and I was going to get here. In the Bible, it talks about how they worship the creature instead of the creator. So that's why they worship animals, the horned deities, the owls. It doesn't mean we worship them. We appreciate them. We don't worship them. They literally worship this, a Moloch. In the Bohemian Grove in Northern California, they have all these animals, and of course, a huge thing, of course, with pagans is tree worship. When you go around, not you, Billy, but people go around in circles and sing, "Oh, Christmas tree! Oh, Christmas tree!" They're praising a tree. They're praising the created instead of the creator. So it's mockery. It's like like anything else. This is.
Yeah, they've taken the true meaning away from that, and you're right. And they've twisted. Look, they could take everything that is good and turn it bad, and that's what they've done with food. With GMO, they'll take something that was always what it was. An apple was always an apple, but they've taken it and they wanted to modify it and control that in their way. And the same with watermelons now. You don't get seeds in a watermelon anymore. They take them out, because they don't want you to grow your own food, or I don't know why they do it. But, and they just want to control every aspect of it. The water, which is natural and comes from the sky, they want to poison it with, fluoride and everything. And that was one of the first, conspiracies I actually got into was, fluoride. And now, it's good to see that, what's refreshing that, you know, we look at these conspiracies that, like you've been doing this a long time. And, you know, what was 20 years ago, people would have laughed at you for saying fluoride is bad. And now you see mothers not giving their children water from the tap because they realize the ingredients you know, that water's been circulated and recycled and there's so many poisons. You know, I think they say that we drink the same water 7 times or something like that, you know, like it gets recycled through the system that often that, you know, so.
But a big thing, you're just talking about apples and again, you know, this is a symbolic with the bite of the apple, with the Apple computer, the logo, and of course the first one, $666, 60 cents. The RAM, the byte, RAMs and bytes are in the computer products. The RAM is memory, how many bytes, all this stuff. But what I'm getting back to what you're saying about how they're GMO apples, and again, they're trying to outdo God. God already made a perfect apple. Anybody that tries to come along and make a better apple, you're trying to outdo God. It's that very simple. You already made it perfect, and they're trying to outdo God. So that's another form of mockery that people. And
they're trying, you know, aren't they trying to do that with humans now as well, where you can choose the type of baby and the sex of your baby? Like, you know, that's just spoils the surprise of having a baby. As part of, you know, now we don't wait 9 months. We get the ultrasound. Do you want to know what it is? I didn't want to know. Like, surprise me, man. You know, like I don't have to know everything. You know, but people want to know because they want to know what color to paint the room and they want to know what type of cot to buy or whatever. Like, it's just, you know, it's just. But we live in a very materialistic world, and you know that's driven us into where we are now.
Well, that's the brainwashing with Madonna and her blaspheming and saying she's a material girl in a material world and pushing that. And of course, you know, these people, you know, these young people are very influenced, obviously, you know, without saying how influenced they are by these so-called stars. And that's why the reason they call them stars or superstars, because these are the fallen the fallen angels or fallen stars, the Hollywood stars on the sidewalks. They fell from the heavens to earth. And this is why stars are actually the most occultic, most powerful symbol. They're not going to say it out loud, but they're literally on everything, on flags. When you do good in school, this is a satanic system where they teach you we came from monkeys. When you do good, the teacher gives you a star on a little card to reward you. A little glitter or silver or gold star on your desk. That's what happened when we were younger. You're rewarded for repeating what you're told, and you get that star. And of course, Star Wars is the war of the good and bad stars in heaven. It's the war of the stars. So all these things, Battlestar Galactica, Star Trek. I mean, again, a huge aspect that we all know about is all these stars on flags throughout the world. But the number system, which I always talk about, you know, there's a worldwide conspiracy when you know all these countries agree on the same number system. Why doesn't one country say, hey, no, we're not going to use your numeric system. We're going to have our own. And this is obviously, you know, you look at all the military vehicles throughout the world, you know, they might have different language on them, but the numbers are all the same, you know, with the, you know, like in Russia, the tanks, Japan, doesn't matter where you go. And also I find it interesting too, which I did a video years ago on, is the police being 33 numerology. So you go to Iran. I showed police cars and, you know, police patches from Iran, Iraq, Japan, China, and they're in English because, again, they want to keep that 33 intact. I'm not saying in every case they're going to have police written out in English, but I pretty much point out where you know, all these, you know, even so-called enemies, you know, Iran has police written in English, you know, type of thing. So definitely they want to keep that 33 into play with their numerology system, their language of signs, symbols, dates, numbers, and colors.
Absolutely. And just like they've done even with the number 666, and that's everywhere, embedded into science and you know, they're even, you know, building designs and, you know, street, like where a president will move on a particular street in Wall Street, or his son lives on 666. And, you know, even that, you know, even Planck's constant is 6.626. So they've always got to put the 6 in there. The gravitational constant has the 666 broken down into sections. And, you know, 6 is a very, and I can see why they do it as well, because in the Greek language, and numbers in particular, you know, ένα, δύο, τρία, τέσσερα, πέντε, έξι is number 6. So έξι, it's hex technically. So when you say 666, you're hexing someone 3 times. Do you see that? That's really evil. That's like, I don't know if in Russia they probably do that where they like tu, you know, they do that. And that's what you're doing. You're like, you know, it's a devilish thing. People say it's a coincidence that the 666 is everywhere.
Well, also too, yeah. Also, too, the so-called royal family in the UK, the Romanovs. There's a connection there as well with the bloodline. So they're all these major powers. You know, they're all connected.
They all love Greek, and that's why they like, you know, even school here. You'd think in Melbourne, who's got the 3rd highest population of Greeks in the world, you'd think they teach Greek as a second language at school, but they don't want you to know Greek, because when you uncover Greek, like, it's just, I don't know, it's taken me a lot of time to connect the dots there in Greek, and I want to write a book on that actually, because I've done that quite, you know, it's like even the word okay. What does okay mean? Okay. In Greek, ola kala, those two, okay. And ola kala means all is good, which is literally what okay means. Yeah. What about when we say, you know, we talk about that star in the sky, Uranus. I don't say that. I say Uranos, because in Greek, the word urano means sky. You know, what about, like paradise? What does that mean? We want to go to paradise. In Greek, paradisio is heaven. So heaven is paradise. Do you see with the connection? And it's a very, you know, it's cumbersome, because I'm, you know, 50, as I said, and I'm learning a lot. Like I see so many things that I didn't see before. I wish I knew at school, but that's not how it works. You don't know things early. You learn, and part of connecting the dots, or, you know, putting the pieces of the jigsaw puzzle together, whatever you want to, whichever way you want to look at it, is a lifelong journey. And guys, you know, I remember you did going back to 33 quickly, you did the video in London, or, you know, and I remember the buses had 33 and the cop car. Yeah. Is that right? Yeah.
Yeah. There's 33 on the double decker bus, and there were so many 33 license plate. And of course, what happened was I played a very short video saying, you know, basically, watch out, tomorrow is 322. I didn't predict location or anything like that, but tomorrow's 322. I mentioned the Belgium incident, which happened on 322 a year to the day. So, wow. Man, they just put it right in our faces, you know.
Yeah, 332 is another big one, isn't it? Yeah, I see that. You know, like.
Yeah, it's really amazing. One thing I want to mention too, I'm probably going to upload this video, and I've covered so much. My mind is overflowing with so much stuff that I've covered, but I did, you know, cover this one individual, 322 Skull and Bones Freemason. His name, and they love to play names, like I mentioned. His name is Lyman Spitzer, and he's the one that came up with the whole concept of space telescopes. And he was, again, a Skull and Bones Freemason from Yale. He was appointed at the age of 33 years old. I believe that.
Lyman.
Yeah. So literally, this man, Lyman, he lies. Invented the whole concept of space telescopes, and they said they actually have. I believe the first one was named after. It's called the Spitzer telescope, space telescope, and they also, of course, have the Hubble. But again, he gets credit for it. And I have a photo and a video that I made a while ago with him giving George Bush, of course, another Yale graduate, a Masonic handshake, and I'll play that video. I played that a while ago, maybe 3 years ago. I'll play that again. There's so much. I have hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of videos stored away that I made over the years, and that's just the tip of the iceberg. Everything, most everything prior to 2013 or 14 are gone. You know, I had. It would make a long story short. I had so many of these videos saved, and then one day my computer was having issues, and then I did a clean sweep of my computer. I was planning to re-upload all the videos before I got to it. The whole, you know, how can I say it carefully? Everything went down and everything was lost, and all those videos. And I was able to save a few of them, but not enough, and lost a lot of good stuff, and that's a shame. But yeah, but
yeah, you know,
it's but what I'm getting at is the more you dig, the more you find, the more connections are made, and it's without a shadow of a doubt, the power structure, the Masons running this world. Here's the big thing is not all doctors are going to be Masons or all dentists, but they're all pushing whatever the government pushes, whatever. For example, like I'll hear the most ridiculous stuff from people like, oh, I know what's going on, and I know this bug is real because, I'm related to someone, or I'm married to someone that's, a nurse or a doctor. I'm like, look, they're not doing any experiments in the hospitals. All they're doing is getting government information from the CDC, and they're just going along with it. They're just like, this test gives this result. That means you have this. And we know about how these tests are faulty. There's actually people claiming they were tested positive. They got a second, a second opinion. Found out they have nothing, So there you go.
We all know there's an error rate with any test that you do. So in Melbourne, what they've been doing is they went and tested 40,000 people in one day, and then the next day they go, oh, we have got 400 new cases. Well, even a 1% error rate on 40,000, 1% error rate on 40,000 is 400 cases. So just that 1%, but we all know it's even higher than that. But what gets me is how the heck do they analyze 40,000 tests in one day? We don't have that many pathologists in Melbourne to do that. And I reckon they were sending them off to Sydney and they're bringing them back and they do it. What? Come on, 40,000 tests accurately done in one day, you're going to get an error rate. And as you said, it could be picking up other exosomes and other, bugs in your system that they can't narrow down to this particular, they haven't isolated it down to, I think it's called Koch's postulate, where, you isolate it down to this particular thing. And we all know that the guy that invented the test kit said that never use it for this purpose. It's not accurate. And there's so much. It's just like, but the people in Melbourne, mate, this is what disgusts me the most. On a lot of these chats, you see them go, lock us down, lock us down. So they demanded to be locked down to stage 4, right? And now they're in stage 4. Guess what they're saying? Look up stage 5, Melbourne. I am not kidding you that people want to go in stage 5. And then in one of the, ABC News, the Premier was live and people going, lock us down, stage 5, stage 5. And, someone said, what does stage 5 mean? And I went, martial law, shortage of food, suicides, and even more. And people were just like, oh my God. Like, don't you think about what stage 5 means before you ask for stage 5? Are you that stupid? Yeah. But they are. And I'm sorry, and I get really, over this topic, I'm just really angry.
Listen, Billy, I'm in the same boat as you. Nothing gets me more upset than this, because it's literally the ultimate mind control weapon.
It is.
You can just make up, and this mind control the public is something you literally make up, and just we know is passing from this.
And there's no reversing what they want to do. These guys want to roll out the 5 things, that they want to roll 5 out. They want automated everything, because I've been researching this for a long time as well through a lot of the channels that have now coincidentally been deleted. but there was so much juicy information there that showed you what they wanted to do. And it was to roll out the 5, to automate the future, driverless cars, driverless transport. I think it was AOC over there in America said, oh, you know, we need to get rid of these trucks off the road. We need to, you know, I can't wait till transport is fully automated. You know how many trucks it's, you know, drivers it's going to get off the road that love doing that job, you know, and what about taxi driver and all of this. But people want it snappy and they want it fast now and they want it delivered to their door and they're really used to it now, aren't they? Right. Everything's delivered to your door. You don't need to go to the shops. It's just condition, and the people want it. And that's what scares me when I come back to that. That scares me, like who I'm living with.
Yeah, people are begging for their own enslavement here, you know, here in the U.S. and Australia. To conform is to be well informed. To conform is to be well informed in their own minds. I'm wearing a mask. I'm doing the right thing. I'm a hero. And one thing I want to mention is Jaw Drop. Thanks so much. Jaw Dropped. I got a message from him on Patreon that he was unfortunately left off the list, and I put him back on there. And I told him I'd give him a shout out. Thanks for his support. All good on that. What I want to mention is, again, getting back to people conforming. Again, people are so desperate to be liked and accepted. They must go along with the program. Again, I've seen these ridiculous, Twitter and Facebook where people like have a mask on and they have these prefabricated type of like text, stay home, you could save lives, and these idiot doctors holding up these papers like these little banners saying, stay home, let us do our jobs. And all these doctors and nurses presenting themselves as heroes. They're the fake heroes because first off, they push out vaccines as they're helping people when they're hurting people, hurting children, making children very sick, very ill, in many cases dying. They're talking about how they're essential workers, and I hear this all the time. Anybody, I'm an essential worker, and they purposely put it out there as they try to mention that word. I'm an essential worker, and I want all you non-essential workers to know that when you get back in the road, we drive fast, so keep up. Over all this fake nonsense, and it's just an ego boost for them, because this is the thing what I'm getting at. All these idiot doctors and nurses dancing in the hospitals over this garbage. They're loving this because now they're in the spotlight. They feel like they're like gods. They have this God complex. You know what I mean?
Oh, don't they? They actually do. But I've got a few friends on Facebook who are nurses. I went to school with them, so I trust them like anything. I went to primary school with some of these people, and I've chatted with them, and they won't publicly say it, but they go, "Nah, Billy, something's wrong. Something's wrong," because they see that the numbers aren't right in the hospitals. They've got shifts their shifts are down. They're not getting the work. And, I comment whenever I comment about this bug on my Facebook, I get them liking my comments. So what's going on here? And I was going to say about Melbourne. Melbourne's got a real freaking problem. There's this project called, I don't know are you aware of the Belt and Road Initiative, which is a Chinese thing, so that's set up by the Chinese government in 2013. 70 countries involved, but what it involved, they're trying to tie in and get in, just create this. They're funding a lot of projects around the world with this thing. So Melbourne at the moment, if you come to Melbourne, every construction site is still going. They're building tunnels under Melbourne. They're building another railway line under Melbourne. Fives going up everywhere. And it's all funded by the CCP, the Chinese CCP. And our government, our premier, is so connected with them. If you follow the track, it's just ridiculous. And our premier, his dad was a Freemason. Wow. Look it up. It's ridiculous. So they're all connected back, and they're getting paid. So what's happening now? They're gonna eliminate workers. My eldest son, he works for one of the big banks here. He hates the job. He's working from home now. He hated the job before. He hates it even more now. He just wants He worked up to that position to get in a big bank. But anyway, he hates it. But what now you've got in the city, you've got all these empty buildings. And guess what they've told my son? We don't think we're ever going to go back to the office, basically, because they've seen that working from home works. They were trying to do this they were bringing up these ideas 20, 30 years ago that they're rolling in now, because these guys have got long-term business plans. We don't have a plan. That's why they beat us. We don't have a plan. They have business plans. They have long-term plans. They don't care if they see it happen in their lifetime. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah.
As long as they know that there's someone's going to take the baton and run with that baton, they're done. It's cool. You know, I'd love it if we worked like that too, but we don't work like that. We've got no plan. We have resistance in that channel, this one, that. And I actually hate that. I like, you know, I wish we could just agree on one thing and just move forward. You know what I mean? I'm sure in an army they don't all agree, but they still go and do it. Anyway, my point is that how connected and how invested, you know, our government is with this takeover of Chinese. And if you look at China, they're very, they've got OCD. They all wear masks anyway. So they're bringing that here. They're conditioning. They don't want to take over all the buildings in the city that'll probably be most likely converted to apartments, right? To accommodate a different type of living, a different this. Go to the city in Melbourne. I've done a few trips. At night. I'm sorry. I just don't want to ramble, but it's different.
Over time, Billy. Over time. Go ahead.
It's all lit up differently. They've installed new LED lights, so the city's bright and lit up, and they've got new cameras everywhere. So over the last 6 months, what they've done to the city is they're ready. They're ready for this new world. Like China has got social distancing, social apps where, you know, you've got to log into here and you've got to, you know, you can't say this about the government. That's going to be the next thing. You know, they've already told us conspiracy theorists are going to get fined, you know. So there's part of that lead up. You know, that's what happened in China. You can't talk about bad about the government. Same thing. If conspiracy theorists are going to get fined, well, it's just see that step forward they're doing, just marching forward slowly. And you know what we get here in Melbourne, guys, you guys are going to get it too, because we're a test bed. We're a test bed. They're going
to for the world. I mean, like I said, with Martin Bryant and a lot of events that went down, Sydney Siege, all these things. There's so many psychological operations that went down in Australia that I've covered. And I know there's been events that are mirrored here in the U.S. that went down after they first took place in Australia, and definitely with the Tasmania event and the Newtown High School with Martin Bryant and the mirror reflection, you know, and of course in that one school in the Northeast U.S. just it matches up and definitely, like I said, one very important thing about Martin Bryant is, you know, with that incident in Tasmania that led to gun control. You know, prior to that, he was a firework. He was on TV, supposedly getting burned by fireworks in his pajamas, lying in bed like a good little actor, and saying, "Oh yeah, I burnt myself and I learned my lesson," you know, that type of thing. So yeah, I mean, what are the chances of him, you know, being involved, you know, being on TV twice? And of course, he's part of it. Just you know, and
Tasmania is a nasty place, RV, and it always was, even when Australia was colonized. Because what they did in Tasmania is they killed and slaughtered nearly every Aboriginal. I think they left one Aboriginal, and it was the governor's wife who happened to be Aboriginal. He married an Aboriginal, and they slaughtered every Aboriginal. Sometimes that government and ours over here as well is not the best. They're just really look at what I sort of said before. If you Google Victoria Police logo, just do that, and it'll tell you who you're dealing with. It's
I covered that before, the Masonic
upside down satanic stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, it's right in plain sight. Just like years ago, I made a video on the Scotland Yard in the New Scotland Yard. They actually had a documentary where they're trying to film inside, and all these windows are closed, stage or not, whatever, but they call it a very Masonic place. And yeah, of course, that's where the first Masonic lodge was, in Edinburgh. Edinburgh's going to be. The funny thing is, this is one thing that I really spotlight is the first Masonic lodge before the first Grand Lodge was in London in 1717. But prior to that, in Edinburgh, Scotland. Well, Edinburgh is 33 in numerology. That's the first lodge being a 33 city. That's just, again, how they been doing this forever with the 33. Yeah.
And Sydney is on the 33rd parallel as well.
That's right. Exactly. Yeah. Sydney, third parallel. And yeah, I mean, everything, Australia, New South Wales, of course, everything's based off the Queen, Queen of England, of course, Queensland, all that stuff. They all pay homage to the Queen, and yeah, it's so very, very obvious what's happening. And like I said, talking to PK, talking to you, Billy, and hearing from other Australians about how literally how much of how many Australians are just like here in the U.S. people are just brainwashed. They just conform. And the thing is this, I see it as, quote, the most educated, areas of the world are the most highly indoctrinated. It goes hand in hand because they've been going through this path of the school system, and they think they're highly educated. Wow, they're just, again, they're down a path of lies and the point of no return. When it comes to it, they're too far down the path. That it's very hard to find someone that like has a master's degree that's going to turn around and say, you know what, all that was just a big waste, and I've been lied to, and fluoride is no good for me, and we're being lied to about this, and this, and the school system is about indoctrination. No, they're too far down that path, and they're just going to like, well, some things are a lie, but not everything's a lie. That's how they do it, of course.
Oh, they sure do. Well said, RV. It's just everything, not just even some things. It's everything. It's just, all aspects. And that's something we're going to have to work together to change. And, we've got limited time. That's what I'm trying to, convey here, that we can't just sit on our hands and, see what happens, because it's not how it works. They have a plan and they're rolling it out, man. They're marching forward.
Yeah, that's 100% correct. And what they have planned has already been scripted. So literally, we're living in a movie. It's scripted, and definitely what's going to happen next is written out. It's going to play. It's just we don't know when. I wish I seen the script, but just know this: if this is what people have done over the years, is keep track of potential drills in areas. Because every time they have these events, just like with the bug, they call it the beer bug, whatever you want to call it. The CDC had a drill, quarantine drill, from was it November 15th, 2019 to May 15th, 2020, and that's May 2020 is when a lot of places reopened, and of course the second wave and all this stuff. But we have to even backtrack even further. Of course, Event 201 with Bill Gates in October. So everything is lined up.
Everything.
Here's what I'll say, Billy, and everybody else listening in. Like the old saying goes, it's the oldest saying in the world. Those that don't learn from history are doomed to repeat it. And that coincides with all the drills that have been happening over the years with all these events. And shortly thereafter, coinciding at the same time or a week or two later, something goes down, and you got to be a coincidence theorist, to believe it's a coincidence.
Exactly. Even like this, RV, that with this HQ thing that they're talking about, and everyone's, oh no, that doesn't work. That's already killed. But the way they did that test was they gave the person 4 times the dose or whatever. No wonder why they killed him. Anyway, it's been available in Australia for like 65 years. That's what I've found out about this thing. But guess what? In the Australian Gazette, if you look it up, Australia made a law. They changed the law in Australia that you couldn't buy it from April 15th or something like that till September something. So they delisted it now. Before you could go to the doctor and get it, but now, like almost a month or something before Trump said it was good for you, they made it unavailable to people. How does that even work? What are the chances of that lining up with their plan, that they would know that this thing would come out that would, they don't want it to interrupt their V, you're right? They don't want it to interrupt that V thing that everyone wants. But that's going to, I've got a little bit of hope there, okay, a little bit of hope that apparently 35%, I was going to, it was actually 32%, 35, whatever, but they reckon that many people are now resisting the V. If you look it up, it's probably more than that, but they love throwing their numbers there.
They're always gonna rig the numbers like they rig everything else, and
if we get that up to 50%, that many people want to resist it, well, that'll be a good thing, and maybe we can all agree on one thing. Not all, but a lot of people can agree on one thing, that it's our body, our choice, and we don't want that. Right? I don't want your drug in my body untested. If HQ hasn't been tested, well, and your V hasn't been tested, then what are you trying to do to me, right?
Yeah, that gets back to, like I said, us supposedly being these monkeys living on a spinning ball, that we're just a cosmic accident. We're gonna need, since we're an accident, there's no rhyme or reason, and we're just thrown together. That means man's gonna have to make up some artificial garbage to treat us.
You're right. Yeah. It all goes down to that, doesn't it? That that they are, that we are not perfect because we evolved from just swamp, bacteria. That we now are fighting something like that came from a bat. Like, give me a break.
Yeah, and also too, that gets back to, like I said, God created everything we need. The Creator created everything we need: fruits, vegetables, seeds, nuts, and grains. Obviously, I mean, like I said, anybody look up a mem for like cinnamon, health benefits. Any of these things, all the benefits, like for example, eating carrots, or you name any of these things, and the list is long. Watermelon, all the health benefits from eating a watermelon. And one thing I tell people this. You want to be healthy, for example, eating fruits, you don't need to even look it up. All you need to do is make sure when you go to the store, you buy your fruit, make sure you have just all different colors, because from every color it represents a different vitamin, nutrient you're getting. So you get your apples, you get your cantaloupe, pears, grapes, strawberries, berries, everything. They're all different colors, and they all contain different components, antioxidants, and that's huge. And of course, like tea, these are tea leaves that the creator created for us to consume. Of course, green tea, so good for us. It's just amazing how people are blinded again by science, and they can't see this right in front of our faces. Everything is there, and the proof of the Creator is so obvious, and it goes without saying.
Yeah, exactly. And even like the word amygdala, which is the Greek word for almond, and in the center of our brain we have that called amygdala, and we know the almond is good for the brain. So there's a lot of how did they know that? All right, so we know the ancients were pretty freaking smart in what they, the way they ate, the way they built things. We don't need this V thing. We don't need to go down that path. I reckon we're devolving, if anything, as humans. And
de-evolution, like Devo, the song,
the
album title, De-Evolution, and it's just really amazing. But I look at it this way, I said it before, where so many people are dead asleep. And it reminds me, again, the duality concept in music, and that one band Supertramp, and where the lyrics go, there are times when all the world's asleep, and it talks about, sign your name here so you'll be liked and acceptable, a vegetable, and literally saying you sign your name, you're selling out, and liked, accepted, in the end, you're a vegetable. You're just non-entity, just a non-character player, just going along with whatever said. That's what I tell people that get upset about truth. I tell this to people. How would you know you would have no clue you're being lied to because you never question what is told. Literally, whatever's going to be said, I tell people, whatever's going to be said on TV tonight in the news, you're just going to swallow. It doesn't matter how ridiculous it is. You've been programmed to do that because if I say anything against the news, I'm a conspiracy theorist. I can't say that. So that's exactly, they have these people exactly, of course, right where they want them. And strength in numbers too. This is the honest truth. They feel protected because they feel like they're right because consensus. They have, there's all these millions of people that go along with TV, what TV says, and it must be right because everybody else, more people agree with me, and they feel safe. They just feel safe, and it's not about, they have no idea about right and wrong. It's just consensus and whatever the news says, and that's good enough for them.
And that's good enough for them. And you're right about the movies as well. Like even that movie Bedazzled with Elizabeth Hurley and Brendan Fraser, and he sells himself to the devil to get what he wants, and he gets 3 wishes. And have you seen that movie?
Yeah, it's been a long time.
And if you watch it again now, if you watch it with open eyes, that movie, who does he call? He's got to go 666 to call her. There's just so much in there that they're just laughing at people. They're mocking us with this.
Even a scene in Total Recall, and this is huge, and I'm glad we're talking about movies because there's a scene when they're looking at the clock and it flashes 3 times for 666.
Right.
There's a scene where one of the people that are involved with the military, they're about to shoot at Arnold Schwarzenegger, and they said, "Don't shoot! You'll crack the dome." And all this, this talk about, of course, this resort in Mars. They went to Mars, so all this programming, and I made an actual video about this. About his name is Paul Verhoeven from the Netherlands, and he said what we're doing in this movie. This movie was released in 1990. He goes, "What we're doing is basically what NASA's going to do in the future, going to Mars, and we're giving people like a taste of what's to come." And it literally it's programming. And in that same video I showed where this one German movie director producer, his last name is Hitler, not Hitler, but Hitler, and he goes, he talked about propaganda minister Joseph Goebbels saying how movies are the best media to use to influence the subconscious mind. And I've been saying that also forever as well, because people let their guard down. They go see a movie, every little aspect, they darken the theater, so your eyes are focused on the screen, because if the lights are on, you're looking around a little bit, but everything is dark except the screen itself. So you make sure your eyes are glued to that brainwashing. Everything is right in front of you. And it's really, it's a very, very interesting world we're living in. And that gets back to talking about interesting. I played, I'm sure many people have seen it on my second channel with that one TV show from 3 years ago. It's called The Last Man. I believe it's called The Last Man Standing. 3 years ago, and they have the bug happening. And, this couple, they're sitting down having dinner. They're saying, "Oh, people are paranoid, and this is just a bad flu season." And later on, they show her in her limo. She's looking outside. She sees everybody wearing masks, even a dog being walked wearing a mask. And she's freaking out. She rolls up the window in the limo. She even covers her dog's eyes that's sitting in the car with her, in the limo with her. But what I'm getting at is later on in the movie, as it progresses, not the movie, the TV show, they show her shopping. and she's wearing like gloves and goggles and a mask. And her friend shows up in the same aisle with the store's barren because all the shoppers are cleaning out the stores because of this bug. And she shows up wearing like garbage bags and these eye protection and a mask. And the words that were exchanged were, they look at each other with their masks on and these empty store shelves, and the one woman goes, "Interesting times, huh? Interesting times." And this was 3 years ago.
Wow, that's crazy. You know what? Our stores are empty. Like you go there and there's no fruit. They're closing abattoirs down. They're closing 30% of production down because some abattoirs coincidentally got the bug, and now they want to push in the vegan meat. And you could see all this coming anyway, because Gates actually invested in that. He's got control of everything. It's like and I'm not against vegan. I eat meat occasionally, and I get, my son's a full-on not vegan, but he's vegetarian, and
I am as well.
I've lowered my consumption so much, but a lot of great dishes, and my wife's Italian, a lot of dishes are not meat anyway, like risotto and whatever. But yeah, I think they've got a big plan. They got this all worked out, man. So let's try and all unite somehow. I don't want to sound like this kumbala or whatever you call that, but let's just try and beat this, because without this, if they win here, they just won everywhere, man. They've won.
Yeah.
And we can't let that happen. So
I know what we do, Billy. What we do is someone has to do it. Someone has to have the courage, to stand up to this and not be these wimpy liberal types that just go along with whatever's told, and they're well informed because they just regurgitate what they're told. And it reminds me of that song too. I forgot the name of the band, but the lyrics go, we'll make great pets. We'll make great pets. And that's literally, they're talking about society being like cattle and just being easily controlled through fear. And that gets back to Manly P. Hall. I quoted him, even though he's a Mason. It doesn't matter. Truth is truth. It doesn't matter the source.
Yeah.
And he said, not verbatim, but talks about controlling the population and using fear. And this is nothing new. Like even that, I showed this one trailer for Star Wars, The Phantom Menace, back from 1999, where they had this one, again, the trailer, where they're talking about fear, how it attracts the old, the young, the innocent. Fear is my ally. And they show that Darth Maul character. And of course, one of my favorite movies of all time, the Mad Max series, Mad Max Road Warrior number 2. In the U.S., they don't call it Road Warrior number 2. They call it in Australia it's called Mad Max 2. Over here it's called the Road Warrior. That's the sequel.
What's it called? Road.
Yeah, where they had the Lord Humongous hold on to Wes, and Wes wants to get revenge for his gay lover that was Harpoon. Not Harpoon, but he had a boomerang.
Right. Yeah. I love the first one. The first one was good. Second one was, pretty cool. The third one, they went off the rails. That was the one where they had, Tina Turner or whatever. And we'll
get into that. I'll get into those. But what I was getting at, Billy, was the key thing with when Wes is gay lover got the harpoon, not the harpoon, but the boomerang to the head that took him out. And then he was like raging. And then the Ayatollah grabbed him and says, "Be still, my dog of war. We'll get our revenge. We'll do it my way. Fear. We'll use fear as our ally. And then we'll have our revenge." So that fear, again, they give that concept of fear. And this is an important thing I want to get into, Billy. I'm not going to go on too long, but I want to really emphasize this because I made a video about the occult of the Road Warrior, and the director was named Miller, and Miller being a 33 name. With the opening sequence of the Mad Max movie, they show the skull and bones on the street. They show that.
Right.
Of course, Mad Max, and that's the MM for 33. There's a lot of again.
I want to watch it again now. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of coded things in there, like duality. You had the cop, the chief, and Fifi, and he's a big strong guy. His name is Fifi, like it's a wimpy name. It's duality. They show him watering plants, like he's like a big strong guy, muscle man, but he's watering his plants in his apartment. Like it's like a tough guy doesn't do that, but that's duality. But getting to the point, what I'm getting at is the fear of a so-called nuclear war and this post-world where everything is, people are fighting over fuel. But here's the thing is, which I'm trying to make a video on later on, is there's two instances where they're using air compression to power their vehicles. When their fuel's getting low, Mad Max turns off his fuel consumption. He switches over to air compression. It happens later at the end of the movie when they're trying to catch up with the big rig, and they use the air compression to catch up to the big rig, the bad guys. Now, getting to very important is the third one, even though you think it's not the best. I agree. It was my least favorite of the three. It's decent, but too commercial. But the point is Beyond Thunderdome, and that's the
that was cool. Yeah, I know that. Yeah. Actually, I want to watch it again now. Beyond Thunderdome.
Yeah, and they had the guy. He was the what's his name? What was his name? A deal maker. What was his name? Something dealer. I forgot his name now. He was wearing a black robe like a judge. When he lifts up his arms, you see the Masonic square and compass. Just Google that.
Really? Wow.
Yeah, Google that. Maybe. Let me see.
I don't know how you remember so much. Like I watch a movie and the next day I'll forget what it was about.
Yeah, but let me see if I can screen share this. Let me see here. But this is so things that I catch in movies that are so like key, and these are little Easter eggs that I'm always I've come across over the years, and definitely I want to screen share this.
I know you've inspired me to want to watch it now because I've sort of Beyond Thunderdome, it was like a bit too dystopian and all that, which is really what they've been pushing for the last 15, 20, even back then, but for the last 15, 20 years, so many dystopian movies. Even Terminator was that, this future of robots taking over the world. John Connor, JC, comes to rescue people. They changed the JC in, as Jesus Christ to JC, John Connor. And they've been manipulating our mind for so long. It's just,
Do you see that?
Here we go.
There's a Masonic
right.
This is again, he's wearing the judge robe. Judges are Masons. There's different angles here. Here's another one here. But the point is, with these movies, again, these Easter eggs, and what I'm really getting at here is this: Mad Max Beyond Thunderdome, and Tina Turner singing. Turner's the third name. Tina Turner singing, of course, not written by her. We don't need another hero. We don't need to know the way home. All we want is Beyond Thunderdome. That's like the concept of heaven. They're in a dome. Why does thunder echo? Thunder echoes, because we're under an enclosure. We're enclosed under this dome. So literally, all these truths in plain sight.
That's amazing. That's amazing, and that's in. I just looked it up. It was made in 1985. So they've had this for a very long time, haven't they? But who would have known? I never even knew what that Masonic symbol was in 1985. But it was.
I want to explain that. I want to explain that. It's very important that we keep on this topic, because I made a video recently just explaining. Well, I made it a while ago, and I re-uploaded it. Actually, I made it 4 or 5 years ago. The Masonic square and compass is literally based on the flat Earth, where it states in the Bible how when in creation, how God compassed the bounds. The waters were compassed by were compassed. So literally, a circular Antarctic ice wall, it makes perfect sense with the compass, the circular around in the square, the circle, within a square. So the square and the compass, these are measuring tools, building blocks of this world, and that's why the Masons have that. It's right there. Right in plain sight with the compass, and I have the actual Bible verse talking about basically the waters were bound, a compass, type of thing with a compass. That's the whole point of it. So literally, this is the foundation. In the pillars, of course, the world being set upon pillars, it shall not be moved. So that's why pillars are huge. The compass is huge. All these things, and they're all in plain sight. Just look at the White House. The structure, the windows on the outside. It's pyramid dome, all the way around the White House. And as I mentioned before, the Astrodome in Houston. Houston is from Scotland, the hewers of stone. Houston. That's where they have the space program with the Johnson. And that's interesting too. Johnson Space Center and Kennedy. Johnson and Kennedy are 33. So that's why they have both space centers named 33 names. So again, you have Sam Houston, who was a governor of Texas with the Houston name. Everything, and what I'm getting at too is the Astrodome, of course. The Astrodome is the very first dome stadium in the world with the glass ceiling, the rainbow seats underneath the dome. They actually had the grounds crew in the Astrodome were astronauts wearing orange, and literally, this was the baseball team was called the Colt 45s before they became the Houston Astros, and the Astros, literally, of course, Astrodome is literally Stardome. It's the Stardome, so it's right in plain sight, and also they had
and sorry to interrupt you, but even Stardom, when Stardom, it's Stardome. Yeah, cool. You can just this topic is just so amazing because I've been researching it, over 5 years now, getting to 6. It's just you're still learning, and it's just so much to the words and the
yeah. You know what gets me is millions upon millions of people have entered the Astrodome, the Stardome, and they don't see. For example, in the parking lot, they had the Polaris, the Polaris star, the North Star, lifted up. Here's what they did after you hit a home run with a baseball on the big screen. They showed the ball breaking through the dome, going just like Homer Simpson hitting a home run, breaking the glass ceiling. Also, too, huge is in Seattle, they had the Kingdom. In the Bible, it's God's kingdom.
Yep, definitely.
Kingdom, Dome. So kingdom and kingdom are the same.
And even the word domain, our home is a domain, so we have the word dome in that too.
So. Yeah, even in Russian, you know what you call your house? You call it a dome.
Oh, really?
Yep, it's dome.
And when you were talking before about the domes in the White House and all that, the same with Russian Orthodox and Greek Orthodox. The churches all have domes inside them with the stars portrayed and all the zodiac and that's another one as well. Zodiac. In Greek, the word zo is animal. So zodiac is literally the animals in the sky portrayed, and that's why we call it a zoo, because of the zoo at the zoo. But what they've done is they've divided the world so well over the years, and we were taught, oh, Russia's bad and Iran's bad, and this division is why we're not learning with each other, and so we can have do you know what I'm saying, Navu?
100%. That's why they want to keep us all divided. That's the key thing. I said it a trillion times, literally, with black versus whites, rich versus poor, Muslims versus Christians, truthers versus non-truthers. And this is reality. Any way to divide us, to keep us fighting with each other, because it's like the best analogy I can give is being a cat owner is like I'll have 2 cats in the house, and there's a stray cat outside. So since one of my cats can't get to the cat outside, it'll just out of nowhere go berserk and attack the cat that it's friends with in the house because it can't get the cat outside. That's how people are. You hate Donald Trump, you hate George Bush, you hate whoever. You can't get to them, so you just attack your friend or family that likes him. That's the closest you can get to them. You represent Trump. You like Trump. You like George Bush. You like Obama. I'll attack you. That's the same kind of animalistic kind of instinct to do.
Yeah.
You know, when you can't get after. So it definitely the
divide and conquer. It's their divide and conquer strategy, isn't it? That's what they have to do. You know, whether it's sport. You know, oh, your football team. Oh, come on, guys. If that guy, your favorite player, went from that team to that team, do you now hate him because he changed jumper? Well, come on, you know. But that's what they've got, people at that micro level and the macro, where people are just very divided, and you know, even more these days. And they, you know,
yeah. You know what's funny is, and I see Matt Pyman here, another Aussie here, and you know, fellow Aussie right here. What I find interesting is, I'm sorry.
I just said, "Hey, brother," to Matt Pyman.
Yeah, he's good man, and again, what it all comes down to, you know, all the nonsense that's happening in the world, and this division over complete fabrications, not even real events,
not even real. Yeah.
This is the thing is, I really break down with people. Is not only you know, GF with Rodney King and of course OJ, all these events, Michael Brown, Eric Gardner. And this is what I tell people, the telltale signs, like the first incident where I can't breathe was that Eric Gardner for smoking cigarettes, or not smoking, but I'm sorry, selling cigarettes in front of that store illegally. He's brought down to the ground by the police and he's choked out. They said, he says, I can't breathe. That became the big slogan. I can't breathe. So gotcha. When the George Floyd thing happened, the whole big slogan, people forget again, the whole concept of those that do not learn from history are doomed to repeat it. When they did the I can't breathe right away. I mean, knowing that they spotlight it first off, I know it's their creation, but when they had that slogan, I can't breathe, it's so crystal clear. This is just another fabrication. One thing I tell people too is,
and now with the masks, you can't breathe with the mask. So they're just carrying that through, and you know, just it's very well. Oh, I didn't connect that with that guy selling the cigarettes.
Yes, yeah, I can't breathe with exactly. And you know, all these things, but you know what I'm really getting at is with GF. I'm sure without a shadow of a doubt, he's alive and well. He's looking at this. It's like, I'm the most famous man in the world. His ego is through the roof, through the dome, and he's making he made a ton of money from this for partaking in this nonsense. And yeah, it's just. Man, it's a crazy world. Just don't tell anybody it's crazy. They'll call you crazy for saying it. Because again, you know, this lie system is I get it though, because it's so unbelievable that we live in this matrix. This scripted matrix that we're living in is just beyond the human mind, and not for many not to go in this direction. You know, literally, you know, you're going to lose your friends, family, and a lot of people. But once it becomes more accepted, that's why we do this. It becomes more accepted, more people are talking about it, and then people look back at people throughout the years that have been covering this and say, "Hey, these guys laid the foundation for this," because someone has to do this. We're out here doing this. Billy and many others.
You're right. We have to do this, and we have to push forward. And you know, and it was hard 5 years ago talking to someone about flat Earth, but now look, people have seen the mockery, and a lot of people are intrigued. So when you start, you know, getting into the topic, they don't know about it. So You know, hey, do you want to learn about this? You know, they're easier. I remember years ago, I went to the pub, you know, about 3 years ago, went up to the local pub and chatting with some people, had a freaking great night. And oh, Flat Earth came up, mate, did that change the whole, but everyone was cool. We had a laugh, we did this, but one guy got so triggered that he wanted to attack me over it, which he tried, didn't work out well.
Wow.
But he got kicked out. He jumped over a fence. It was like, you know, 10 foot, I was going to say 13 foot high. I reckon it is that high. He jumped over, came back in just to get me, but whatever. But I want to go back, just wind back, because the Pie, he said something about domestic cats, which winds me back to what you said about the stray cat that, you know, that your cat fights with. And my cat, I've got a cat lying beside me right now. She's hogging up the heater, all warm and just stretched out. But she was a stray cat, living in, you know, from the last house we were living in. But she would come and, you know, rummage through my garbage bags, and like if I left anything outside, it was like, and she was, you know, after a while I was like, okay, I left her food, and then after a few days she came and she circled around my legs, and now she's beside me. And I can't imagine like being in lockdown without this little. But my cat has taught me so much about the beauty of creation as well. When you look into their eyes and just how a creature who is stray can, you know, shows love and trust, because she hates, you know, she still hates everyone else, you know, like not in the family, but any stranger. She's not adapted to other people. But and if you look in their cat's eyes and, you know, their whiskers and the perfection that all has, and their hair, you know, why doesn't a cat ever get a haircut? A dog gets a haircut, but a cat never does. You know what I mean? So, you know, why is a spider, you know, if we evolved, and, you know, why don't we have these features? And why don't we have the features of a Spider-Man, you know, like a webbing around, because that would be handy. So evolution is BS when you look at, you know, creatures. And sorry, I know I you know, diverted the conversation, but yeah,
Fine, man, no worries.
yeah, and I, you know, don't want to say I hated cats, but I was more of a dog lover. I was like, I don't want a cat, but this thing just takes over, and, you know, I mean, you know, with the way they behave. So I totally disagree with evolution. And I know, so you've got a couple of cats, and you've got a couple of turtles as well, don't you?
Yeah, Dinky.
Oh, so you got one. I've got two turtles. Australian turtles, Murray River, what are they called? Murray River short-necked turtles. But even they, like looking at the way they behave, and just the, you know, they like, my turtles know when I'm going to feed them. So how does something with such a little small brain, and just, you know, they are so, you know, the creatures on this earth are just so beautiful. And Flat Earth brought me closer to all of that as well. Just, you know, if I see a cockroach, I'll take it outside. I don't want to kill it. Spider, unless it's a redback, or you know, we get these really poisonous ones, redback. But yeah, I love this world, and, you know, we've got to really preserve it. We can't lose what we got.
Yeah, you know, and you know, I'm with you with the you know, these spiders or any of these insects. You just throw them outside. You know, like I have some mango trees, right? And you know, these things called weevils. They like to eat away at the leaves. So
Right.
I just grab them and just throw them off and let them fly off. And you don't like killing things, you know. I think they serve a purpose, and just please don't serve your purpose by destroying my mango leaves on my mango trees, and you know, little things like that. Just
Oh yeah, don't touch my mangoes. No way, man. You know. There's probably a natural remedy that you can look up, like in Australia. You know, the English colonized this country, and, you know, they took over, and we don't even know Aboriginal words here. You know, apart from yakka, which means work. Hard yakka is a brand. That's the only reason I know that. But we don't know Aboriginal. We don't know their plants. We don't know their medicine that they use for thousands of years. You know.
yeah.
Thanks, Tommy Rogers, for $6.97. Wow, that's cool. And even Anyway, it's getting what time is it for you, RV?
Yeah, it's getting there. It's wow, it's almost midnight here. Yeah, man. No, actually, we only been going for 5 hours. We're supposed to do 10. Don't get lazy on me here, Bill. We're only halfway there.
Let's do this, okay?
No, this is great. This is great. And
This-
Billy, I really want to thank you, and again for everybody listening in, thanks so much, and definitely, Billy is has this book. Again, take a look in the description box underneath this video. And Billy's also stated he's not doing this for money. He's doing this for the passion of the truth. And if you don't want to buy it, he'll send it to you on PDF. If you just want the truth, want it without, he already said that, already offered that. So this is not about money. This is something literally he's not making any money off. Just basically recouping his cost type of thing. Just to get this.
I just want to spread the message about flat Earth, and I think my book holds a very unique message with Odysseus, the pseudo satellite. That this should be a plan that I hope one day will come to fruition, and I really do hope that, because we would once and for all find out and map the world properly, because it hasn't even been mapped. Maybe they have mapped it, but it's never been independently mapped for a very long time. Even the measurements of countries have been debated over years. Because if you measure it it depends on how you measure it.
Yes.
And there's a long way to go. And I just hope that my book could, people sitting on the fence, they'd love it. Flat earthers have been told they'd love it. So I've had good feedback so far.
Yeah, I saw Alex. On Google Images, he has your book. Of course, that don't know, he's the Flat Earth Cowboy. He's gotten the book, and who else?
Sorry. Flat Earth Man. Jaron has got Globebusters. I've got my book out to. I've probably given away more copies than I've sold. Because I want to do. I want to get it out there. And I was going to say before, if I had a mechanism to send out my paperback copy for free to everyone that wanted it, I'd do it, but I can't. It costs money to make, sell, distribute, whatever.
Doing it, yeah.
But as I said, if you go to elusivecurve.com and enter the code RV, you're going to get 33% discount. I've done that until the end of the month.
People, oh my goodness, this is a free Masonic deal.
Yeah,
what's going on here?
I knew it was your favorite number, 33. That's funny.
I love that. But hey, Billy, thanks so much, Billy. I appreciate your passion for the truth. This has been a fantastic live stream. We started a little bit late, but man, it was definitely well worth it. We covered so much, and you've been a tremendous guest on my channel. And like I said, I'm gonna have this on my second channel just for the certain topics we cover. We got to be careful. So this will definitely be, after it's done rendering, it's going to be put on immediately on the other channel, RV Truth Exposing the Matrix. It'll be up there for all to see. And thanks, Billy. Any closing words or comments? And go ahead, Billy. I'm sorry.
I want to say thank you for giving me, this opportunity. So anyway, a bit starstruck because I'm talking with RV, but this is brilliant, RV, and just keep doing what you're doing, man. And I know you're going to, and the people need this, and just break it down the way you do is really cool. And I hope we could chat again, but I hope you enjoy the book, and love to hear your feedback sometime.
Thank you. I a million thank yous for the book. And definitely we're going to do this again, because, man, we could just, keep rolling with so much, and we're on the same page. And, definitely you've been watching my channel for a long time, and I appreciate that. So, where I'm coming from, the perspective. And here's the thing is, real quickly before we conclude this live stream, is there's people that, I've never heard of that jumped on board Truth, and they're like, screaming at me, "Hey, why don't you do a podcast with me?" I'm like, look, you got to put the time into this. I have to know who you are. I have to make sure you have a history, like someone like Billy, who's been a supporter of mine for a long time, tremendous amount of time. I need to know that, not just have a random guy I don't know. It's like Billy. I've known him for so long. If he lived locally, he'd be welcome to my house, no problem. That's
Likewise.
Yeah.
And if you're ever in Melbourne, mate, you're more than welcome to stay here. Room for you and your wife, like anytime. Yeah.
Thanks, bro. I appreciate that. And as far as like I said, people that just come out of the woodwork. This is the foundation. I went on YouTube. I wasn't asking help from anybody. I didn't ask to join any live stream or can you promote my channel. I just did my own thing, and it just so happened that I started making friends. And it's got to be that kind of way where it's like a friendship. You don't force a friendship; it just sort of happens naturally, and that's what happened with Billy and others like David Weiss and others. Even like, for example, David Weiss, that we didn't agree on everything in the beginning. We kind of clashed a little bit on a few things, but in the end, we came to the same conclusions on so many things.
Yeah,
and what I'm getting at is people out there, you want to build credibility, put the work in, put the time in. Billy's out there in Australia and Melbourne, filming things, talking to people. He's filmed, we've seen the amazing footage that you took, but not to go into too long. I just wanted to cover that real quick before we conclude. And thanks again for everybody joining in. And definitely we're going to have Billy on again whenever he wants, literally whenever you want to join me again.
Thank you,
Harvey. You're welcome anytime, brother.
I really appreciate that, Harvey. And thank you everyone for listening. It's, that's big as well. And for subbing to my channel. Well done.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, definitely. One last thing is, if anybody out there can put a link once again to Billy's channel, that'd be very much appreciated. And sub and watch his fine work. And again, thanks again for everybody for tuning in. Until next time, thank you and God bless.
God bless everyone. Have a wonderful day. Thanks, Harvey. Chat to you soon, buddy.
No worries, brother. You take care. Have a good one. Take care.
Likewise, mate. Bye-bye.